The story begins with a man running down the street, introducing himself as Ju In-gong. He explains that his parents gave him this name in hopes that he would become the world's protagonist. In Korean, he says, his name literally means protagonist, a fact that led to endless teasing throughout his childhood. But he never minded. Deep down, he truly wanted to be the hero of his own story. He enters a game store, and people murmur that he's finally arrived. He brushes it off and tells the shopkeeper that the teasing needs to stop. Then he asks if the game has arrived. The shopkeeper responds that he expected Ju In-gong to show up and saved a copy for him. Night Saga Re, the remake of the classic game Night Saga. The game, he explains, revolves around the eternal war between humans and demons. Players can choose to be Locke, the human hero, or Zephyr Ranjaros, the Demon King's second son, each with separate goals and paths. Ju In-gong recalls that he's beaten Night Saga more than 10 times since childhood. He knows every character, item, location, and event like the back of his hand. But this remake is something more. This is the first game released after the explosion of virtual reality systems on the market. Later, back in his apartment, Ju In-gong sits down and prepares the setup. He loads the chip into his full dive helmet and plugs in the cartridge. As he waits, buzzing with anticipation, he mentions maybe he should take it easy, only 8 hours of playtime tonight. The moment he's teleported into the game, he stares up at the blindingly bright ceiling, wondering aloud if the load-in was successful. He remarks that Night Saga always starts with the player waking up in a bed. That's the real beginning. But this time, something feels off. The body he's in doesn't look familiar. Just then, a rough voice calls out to ask if he's still asleep and tells him to get moving because today's a busy day. Ju In-gong marvels at how lifelike the graphics are, indistinguishable from reality. When he voices this, a massive orc looks at him confused and asks what he means by graphics. Ju In-gong can't believe he's holding a fluid conversation with an NPC. He says the advertisements never mentioned anything like this. He asks the orc for his name, and the orc replies that he's Carrick. Carrick then calls him Prince Shutra and tells him to hurry. Ju In-gong immediately recognizes the name. Shutra Ignis, the Demon King's 9th son. He comments that he didn't even get to pick his character and wonders why the game forced him into this role. Opening the status window, he sees that he's level 1 and 14 years old. His stats are embarrassingly low, just 5 in everything. He notes that even a standard NPC starts with 10s across the board. He checks his skill list. One skill is called Conquest, and the other is Protagonist Setting Adjustment. The latter name makes him pause. He wonders aloud if it means exactly what it suggests. Carrick interrupts, shouting at him to get a move on. He says he's got it and steps outside, stunned. What greets him is a long line of orcs, stretching out in formation. He asks why the atmosphere feels like they're heading into battle. Carrick dismisses his comment and says they need to move. There are Red Thunder orcs causing trouble. He tells him this will be his first real battle. Ju In-gong, confused, asks where the tutorial is. Carrick explains that the Red Thunder orc tribe has rebelled, and together with the 7th prince and 8th princess, they're going to help suppress the uprising. Ju In-gong asks why they're only bringing 10 people if it's a full-blown war. Carrick insists he told him yesterday that this was just supposed to be a patrol. Ju In-gong questions whether he actually said that, and Carrick looks at him strangely, wondering why he's been acting off all day. Opening his minimap, Ju In-gong remarks that he knew there'd be one. He's relieved. It makes navigation so much easier, and he decides to keep it open permanently. He notices a hidden path and wonders if it's part of an event. He tells Carrick that their current route is way too slow and says he knows a shortcut. They begin the detour, making their way through a forest and eventually scaling a cliff. Ju In-gong looks completely out of breath, but before them stands a hidden zone, marked by 2 enormous stone gates. Carrick looks surprised and asks how Ju In-gong knew about the place. He asks if he's a mage. Ju In-gong says he's not. The others note how drained he looks, and he admits he underestimated how trash his stamina would be, but he just wants to see if he can open the door. As he steps forward, a golden light envelops him. He freezes, wondering what's happening. A notification pops up. He's leveled up. He questions if he really just gained a level from walking. Even stranger, all his stats rose by 2 points. He mutters that this is insanely broken. The sound of crumbling stone follows. Carrick asks if they're moving in. Ju In-gong doesn't know what's inside, but since he's not alone, he says it should be manageable. He reflects that a real protagonist doesn't die when falling off a cliff. He gets a chance instead. They move through the gaping entrance of the cave. Carrick mentions it looks like a dwarf tunnel. Ju In-gong objects, saying dwarves aren't supposed to be in this region. They're meant to live in the demon realm. Carrick responds that they don't anymore, but long ago, they did. Ju In-gong asks Carrick if the dwarves all migrated, and Carrick replies that he doesn't know the full story, only the legends passed down through the orc tribes. As they venture deeper into the cavern, a gleam catches their eyes. A mound of treasure lies ahead, scattered with abandoned weapons and gear. The orcs begin hooting with excitement, grabbing whatever they can get their hands on, exclaiming that the dwarves must have left behind some incredible loot. Ju In-gong watches them go wild, but remains still. He can't use any of it. The level requirements are far too high, and his pitiful stats leave him locked out from wielding even the most basic items. He mutters that they might as well hang on to the gear anyway, and wonders how to stash it. Picking one up, he says, "Store," under his breath, and it vanishes, tucked neatly into his inventory. He confirms to himself that it works just as expected. Touch the item, think the word, and it's his. Then, his eyes shift to the minimap. A sudden cluster of red dots appears on the outer edge. He questions whether they represent enemies and immediately warns everyone to fall back. Without warning, a section of the wall cracks apart and detonates, launching several orcs off their feet. Out of the dust steps a towering figure, a red thunder orc. He announces that their arrival was anticipated. His name is Kachin, commander of the tribe. He bellows an order to his men to kill them all. The battle erupts in chaos. Orcs on Ju In-gong's side are cut down in waves. A few manage to fight back, but they're outnumbered and outmatched. As the clash continues, momentum begins to shift, ever so slightly. Ju In-gong, watching from the rear, ponders whether it's worth diving in to snag a few kills and earn some experience. He sneaks behind one of the red orcs locked in combat and lunges, attacking with full force. His blades shatter on contact. Stunned, he stares down at the broken weapons, realizing it was probably cheap junk. The red orc turns its fury toward him. Ju In-gong panics and bolts, screaming, only to trip on a rock and faceplant into the ground. A damage notification flashes. 14 health lost. He still has 5 mana remaining, but now the red orc is closing in, ready to strike the killing blow. Carrick arrives just in time, intercepting the attack. He shouts at Ju In-gong, asking what he's doing and telling him to move. But Ju In-gong is paralyzed, his entire body trembling. He tells himself it's just a game, but the fear feels too real. He doesn't want to die, not like this. He declares that he's had enough for today and pulls up the menu, trying to escape. He says the realism is overwhelming, terrifying. A glance at his character sheet reveals something unexpected. His species is listed as Gondarva. Even stranger, he has no active skills. No logout option either. He begins to panic, wondering if he's trapped inside the game. As he searches for answers, Kachin locks eyes with him and begins chanting. A volley of magical attacks rains down, piercing Ju In-gong's body. Pain flares through him, knocking him against a cliff wall. His vision begins to blur. He gasps for breath as his consciousness fades. Suddenly, he finds himself in a different space, a void, perhaps within his own mind. He questions if this is the afterlife, convinced that Kachin finished him off. But then, a golden light blooms ahead. A woman's voice echoes in the darkness, declaring that he is bound by fate to this world. She tells him to conquer and rule through absolute subjugation. As she extends her hands, Ju In-gong notices her heterochromatic eyes, 2 different colors staring into him. Before he can ask who or what she is, the light engulfs him completely. Back on the battlefield, the green orcs continue to struggle. Kachin moves to reinforce his warriors and mocks the audacity of such a small group to challenge his tribe. He decides that there's no point in dragging things out. He commands his troops to slaughter every last one of them. Ju In-gong rises to his feet, bewildered. He wonders if he just experienced some kind of awakening. Kachin notices him standing and demands to know how he's still alive. A notification flashes in Ju In-gong's vision. Telekinesis level 1 acquired. He mutters in disbelief, questioning when he even obtained that skill. Another surprise hits. His secondary job is now listed as Knight of Conquest. Kachin yells at his forces to focus all attacks on the boy. Carrick instantly realizes what's happening. He roars that they must protect the prince at all costs. No harm must come to him. Ju In-gong stands frozen, eyes glued to his status window. He says this class, this job, it never existed in the original game. He then plunges his blade into the ground, murmuring that it feels like second nature, as if the knowledge of it has always been inside him. He looks forward, proclaiming that the power of conquest is the power of kings. Raising his voice, he invokes the phrase, "Under the king's banner." A golden light swirls around him and flows outward, enveloping the orc warriors. The buff takes hold. Orcs begin shouting that they're filled with strength. They charge at the Red Thunder tribe like a tidal wave. One orc punches straight through an enemy's chest with bare hands. They no longer need weapons, they're unstoppable. Kachin panics. He demands to know how the enemy's strength surged so suddenly. His eyes trace the golden energy back to its source. Ju In-gong. Furious, he launches a barrage of 4 attacks straight at him. Ju In-gong sees them coming, but before they land, Carrick leaps in, effortlessly deflecting them all. Watching Carrick in action, Ju In-gong gains confidence. He tells Carrick to push forward, his buff amplifying every movement. Kachin realizes the tide has turned. He pleads for them to stop, but it's too late. Carrick barrels into him and sends his head flying. The remaining Red Thunder orcs see their leader's head roll across the ground and immediately flee in terror. The green orcs give chase, shouting that none shall escape. A system message appears in front of Ju In-gong. A general's achievements belong to his king. 3 level ups hit him in rapid succession. Still catching his breath, Ju In-gong wonders aloud what's happening. Carrick stares at him from a distance, eyes wide, questioning where this power came from. He looks at Ju In-gong again, this time with awe, unsure if the prince is the source of the miracle they just witnessed. Later, back at camp, Ju In-gong frantically scrolls through his menu. He says the same thing over and over. There's no exit button. No matter how hard he looks, it's just not there. He repeats to himself that he needs to calm down. Just breathe. There are only 2 possibilities. 1. He's trapped in virtual reality, and a bug on the outside might eventually be patched out. 2. And this is the crazy one. This isn't a game anymore. Like a novel or a manga, he's somehow crossed into a world that only resembles the game he knew. The environment is so vivid, so detailed, that Ju In-gong can't help but feel like it's no longer a simulation. The textures, the temperature of the air, the way every sound echoes through stone, it all feels too real. He notes with some quiet amusement that even his body, down to the most private details, is rendered without any censorship. That small fact reinforces the idea that this world might not just be virtual. He wonders if perhaps he truly crossed into another realm. A troubling thought passes through him. What if dying is the only way out? But he immediately dismisses the idea. That's not a risk he's willing to test. For now, he tells himself, at least he is not an orc or ogre. That's something. And more importantly, he's in the role of a prince. The golden spoon among golden spoons. Life, for the moment, is in his favor. Carrick enters, asking if he has a moment to speak. Given the strange permanence of his situation, Ju In-gong mentally accepts his new name, Shutra, as it's what everyone here calls him. Shutra asks what Carrick wants. Carrick explains that he'd like to request a duel. He adds that although Shutra is a prince, he is also a leader. And for a warrior like Carrick, it's only proper to understand the combat capabilities of the one he serves. Shutra raises a brow, asking if there's a real reason behind this. Carrick offers him a training sword and assures him not to worry. He intends to go easy. Shutra scoffs at the formality, saying that if they're doing this, then they should do it right. With that, he lunges in first, sword raised. Carrick braces himself as Shutra's blade crashes down on his head, followed by a series of frantic stabs that barely faze the orc warrior. Carrick comments that it feels like being tapped by an egg. Then, with a lazy swing, he knocks Shutra flying backward with ease. Rubbing the back of his head, Shutra mutters that Carrick should have warned him before hitting that hard. As he rises, something catches his eye. Basic swordsmanship level 1 has been unlocked. Confused, he wonders when that happened. Then it clicks. It's just like what happened with telekinesis. He speculates that perhaps he gains new skills by experiencing the actions firsthand, even when they're done to him. Carrick suggests they end the spar and get something to eat. But Shutra shakes his head, declaring that it's far from over. He steadies his stance and charges again, this time with a sharper, more focused thrust. Carrick blocks it with ease but notes that his movements have definitely improved. He wonders aloud why Shutra was so clumsy earlier. His skills haven't leveled up per se, but his technique has adapted quickly. Carrick swings once more, forcing Shutra to leap back. He seems to be enjoying the match. He asks if he can handle him now and inquires about his current level. Carrick says his last recorded level was 21. Shutra, opening his status window, replies that he'll catch up soon. It's revealed that he's now at level 7. He explains to himself that in this world, people have levels, but unlike him, most can't see them directly. They rely on level measuring spells. Meanwhile, he has full access to stats and the ability to allocate bonus points from level ups, a tremendous advantage. He launches himself forward, feet pushing off the ground as he meets Carrick in a flurry of strikes. Each blow is more precise than the last. He reflects that this means he can grow stronger, and not just gradually. His growth is exponential, far beyond what others are capable of. Then his thoughts drift to the long arc ahead. The narrative isn't linear. There are several major events before the conclusion. The most critical among them is a force event known as the Day of the Massacre. It's marked in Demon Realm history as occurring in the year 517. During this event, Zephyr, the second son of the Demon King, murders all his brothers to achieve his ambition. And since that includes every prince, it means Shutra is on that list. Fortunately, the current year is 512. He still has time, 5 years. But to survive, he must stop the massacre before it happens. Ideally, he must become stronger than Zephyr himself. Carrick calls out, saying he's been looking all over for him. Shutra asks what's going on. Carrick reminds him that today is the scheduled meeting. Shutra frowns, unsure what meeting he's referring to, but Carrick insists they move. Everyone is already waiting. Back at camp, Shutra finds himself seated at a table across from 2 others. He laughs nervously, saying they arrived early. Across from him sit his older siblings. His brother, the 7th prince, introduces himself as Chris Moonlight and comments on Shutra's sudden formality, telling him to relax. Their family. His sister, the 8th princess, Caitlin Moonlight, adds that it's her first time meeting him in person. Chris tells him there's no need for honorifics, and that he can simply call them brother and sister. Shutra agrees. In his thoughts, he identifies them as children of the 4th queen, Elaine Moonlight, ruler of the lycanthropes. He remembers that, even in the original game, they gave him a tough time during battles. He also recalls a grim detail. Just 1 year before the day of the massacre, both Chris and Caitlin are killed. The cause? Zephyr, alongside the Demon King's other children. Their bloodline threatened his claim to power. But Caitlin had another secret. She wasn't the Demon King's true daughter, she was illegitimate. Caitlin turns to Shutra, questioning why he deviated from the plan. She says she only asked him to scout, not to engage in combat. He replies that he hadn't expected the enemy to appear there. Caitlin steps closer, examining him. She asks if he's hurt, saying he needs to be more careful. She reminds him he's still the weakest among their siblings. Shutra apologizes, then pauses. He silently questions why they're being so kind to him. Are the Demon King's children truly this united? The thought lingers. In the game, everything was scripted, dialogue, betrayal, hierarchy. But here, the people, their emotions, their choices, it all feels unpredictable, it feels real. Chris agrees with Caitlin, warning Shutra that next time, if he pulls a reckless stunt like that, he'll get chewed out properly. Shutra nods, saying he understands, though in the back of his mind he can't help but question why they're being so kind to him. In the game, they were cold, calculating, occasionally hostile. But here, there's warmth. He considers the nature of the lycanthropes. They're known for their vitality, beings overflowing with life force. He recalls that many of them were adept at using aura. That sparks an idea. If he can replicate how he unlocked telekinesis, by directly experiencing it, then maybe he can awaken aura the same way. He says he has a request. Chris raises an eyebrow and asks what kind of request. That's when Shutra's expression lights up, and he declares that he wants Chris to hit him with aura. Both Chris and Caitlin are visibly disturbed. They look at each other, wondering if they just heard him right or if he's developed some kind of strange masochistic streak. The scene cuts away as battle rages elsewhere. The red orcs are being blown off their feet, green orcs clashing with them in full-scale war. Chaos consumes the battlefield. A massive red orc suddenly lashes out, not just at enemies but at his own men, striking down anyone nearby. Several warriors attempt to subdue him, but he effortlessly dispatches them. One manages to nick his arm, and the giant pauses, staring at the wound. Rage flashes across his face. The offender barely has time to regret his mistake before he's reduced to a spray of crimson mist. The shockwave from the blow sends the surrounding fighters flying. The red orc bellows, demanding that not a single enemy escape. He promises reward to the one who brings the most kills. Oddly, the green orcs seem to heed his words, as though he's leading them, not fighting against them. Meanwhile, Shutra appears to be unconscious. His mind drifts into the dreamscape. There, he sees the mysterious woman who appeared during his awakening. He questions who she is, and glancing around, asks who the other shadowy figures are. Characters he doesn't recognize from the game. The woman steps closer but says nothing. Her form dissolves once again into radiant light, forcing Shutra to shield his eyes. When he opens them, he's awake, back in his room. He mutters, wondering aloud what kind of dream that was. Then a voice whispers near his ear. Carrick is beside him, murmuring in amusement. Startled, Shutra jumps back, exclaiming that Carrick nearly gave him a heart attack. Carrick replies that he seems well enough, just confused why he begged his siblings to beat him up. Carrick says he had been whining for it, and tells him to look at the result. Sure enough, Shutra is now emitting a faint shimmer of aura. It worked. He says he can actually feel it. Carrick asks if just getting hit by aura is enough to awaken it. Shutra replies that it seems to help, at least partially. Carrick then asks if it was him, Shutra, who filled them with power during the last battle in the cave. Shutra nods, and Carrick simply says he understands now. Shutra shifts focus, asking if anything happened while he was unconscious. Carrick informs him that the main force triumphed over the red orcs. Shutra raises an eyebrow. He had assumed his siblings were sent to deal with the threat. Carrick laughs at the thought and says that's absurd. He asks if Shutra knows just how massive the red orc tribe is. Shutra asks who led the operation. Carrick answers that it was General Bondel. The name shocks Shutra. Bondel is one of the strongest warriors in the realm. Back when Shutra played as Zephyr, Bondel had become one of his most dependable subordinates. That memory sparks another realization. Bondel doesn't become Zephyr's subordinate until the year 515. It's currently 512. That means Bondel is still free. He hasn't pledged to anyone yet. Shutra sees a golden opportunity. He knows Bondel's weaknesses, his favorite foods, his preferred rewards, his fighting style. Most importantly, he knows the key to recruiting him: defeating him in a duel. With this knowledge, he's confident that he can recruit Bondel before Zephyr ever gets the chance. It's a solid first goal: establish a loyal and powerful subordinate of his own. Back at Caitlin's camp, Chris can be heard yelling in disbelief. He demands to know if Shutra really reached the basics of aura in just a single day. Shutra says that he dumped all his level-up points into aura, so this outcome should be expected. It's not even about specializing. Aura passively enhances all physical stats, making it far more valuable than telekinesis. Chris mutters that it's ridiculous, then wonders aloud if it has something to do with Shutra being a Gandharva. He asks if Shutra can draw a map of the burrows they explored. Shutra says he probably can. While he doesn't have an actual map, he does have his minimap, which shows the layout in detail. He asks for paper and pen, and once given them, starts sketching. When he finishes, Chris examines the drawing and says it's even more accurate than their current map. He calls Shutra a genius. Shutra laughs modestly. Caitlin informs them that the red orcs they encountered were wiped out, meaning the enemy doesn't yet know their burrows have been discovered. Chris notes that with this map, they can plan a sneak attack, but there's one more task they need from him. Shutra returns to the mountains. Carrick asks if it's another scouting mission. Shutra admits it is. After all, he's still the weakest among his siblings. Carrick is just grateful that reinforcements arrived, and Shutra gives credit to the achievements they recently earned. Carrick agrees, chuckling. Ahead, they spot two figures. Caitlin, now cloaked in a robe, and another woman. Shutra asks what's going on, and why Caitlin is dressed like that. She tells him to keep his voice down. She doesn't know what this mission holds, so she's going to follow him secretly and only intervene if it gets dangerous. The credit, she insists, needs to go solely to him. Shutra questions her logic, wondering if she's naive or just oddly supportive, but he decides not to refuse her help. The other woman introduces herself as Sarah, Caitlin's adjutant. Shutra greets her politely. Caitlin tells him to focus on scouting. They'll shadow him discreetly. He agrees, and the group heads back into the dwarven cave system they had explored before. As they proceed, Carrick comments that the rooms are strangely empty. It's as if everything of value was taken. Shutra agrees. It seems unlikely that the dwarves would leave their treasures behind. When he asks about the weapons they found earlier, Carrick says they probably weren't considered valuable by dwarven standards. Shutra admits that explanation makes sense. Suddenly, Carrick stiffens. He says something is coming. Shutra hears it too. He checks the minimap and confirms a swarm is heading their way. He opens his inventory and grins, saying he was ready for this. He reveals a flash magic item, prepared in advance. He tells everyone to close their eyes when he gives the signal. At the cave's far end, dozens of creatures emerge. Spiders the size of dogs, crawling over the rocks with boulders strapped to their backs. Rock spiders. Monsters that thrive in dark environments, moving in packs and armed with venom capable of paralyzing prey. Shutra gives the signal and hurls the flash magic high. The moment it detonates, the cavern erupts in blinding golden light. The spiders screech, stunned and paralyzed. Shutra announces that light disables them completely. They're creatures of shadow, after all. He orders the team to finish them off. The warriors charge in, blades drawn. The spiders attempt resistance, but they're hopelessly outmatched. The team tears through them with ease. Shutra watches with satisfaction. Another mission handled, another step forward. Shutra lingers at the back lines, staying out of the immediate clash while scanning the battlefield through his minimap. He zooms in on the skirmish, noting that rock spiders always travel in groups, and each group is led by a single dominant boss. He identifies it quickly, larger, nastier, tucked deeper into the shadows. He tells Carrick to follow him, explaining that they're going to take out the boss directly. Carrick signals his understanding, and the two push through the battlefield with sharp focus, weaving between fighters and striking through gaps in the chaos. Eventually, the boss spider comes into view, massive, towering over the others, and already screaming as it detects their approach. Without hesitation, Carrick leaps high and brings his axe down with full force on the creature's shell. To his surprise, the attack does nothing. The blade bounces off harmlessly. Shutra grimaces and says that he forgot. Its shell is nearly impenetrable. Axes won't work here. The weakness is fire, but unfortunately, he still hasn't unlocked any fire-based magic. Suddenly, the spider begins to reveal clusters of small, blinking eyes opening across its back. Carrick steps back in alarm as the boss locks onto him. The massive creature starts charging. Shutra panics and mutters that fire is the only way, but he doesn't have any. Just then, Caitlin's voice cuts in from behind, instructing him to raise his sword. He does as told, and flames suddenly envelop the blade. Shutra gasps, stunned, and asks if she's using magic. She confirms it, asking if the enchantment will suffice. From behind, she channels her energy into him, acting as magical support. The boss spider lunges. As it nears, Shutra braces himself. The moment the dust kicks up from the impact, he bursts out of the haze, charging forward. He scales the spider's leg and, fusing his newly enchanted sword with his basic swordsmanship, he calls out the technique, Burning Blade. The flame-imbued blade begins slicing into the creature's thick armor, leaving glowing red lines across its hide. The spider shrieks, its body engulfed in flames as Shutra continues slashing. The flames consume it completely. Then the glow hits him, a familiar golden light, signaling multiple level ups. Notifications flash across his vision, and his level climbs to 9. He shouts in excitement. Caitlin asks if he's alright and what that light was. He hesitates, then claims it's a kind of blessing, nothing to worry about. She questions whether it's a gift tied to being a Gandharva. He affirms it. She then asks how he handled the rock spider so well. His movements were too precise to be mere guesswork. He responds that he read about them in a book. In truth, he fought them dozens of times while playing the game, and every move they made was burned into his muscle memory. Carrick suddenly calls for his attention, saying he found something. They walk over and uncover a hidden door. They push it open and step into a dimly lit chamber. Shutra freezes. He recognizes the structure instantly. It's a dwarf-style town portal. Carrick asks if he knows what it is, and Shutra replies that he has a guess. The markings are dwarven, and while he never encountered one playing as Zephyr, he did as the human hero. He explains that it probably activates when infused with magic. He tells Caitlin it seems to be a teleportation device. She asks if he's sure. Sarah, observing the architecture, says it aligns with Shutra's theory. Caitlin wonders if they can determine the destination. Sarah explains that there might be some inscriptions nearby. Carrick points to a wall, noting some faint carvings. They all gather around. The script is unfamiliar to most of them. Carrick asks if Caitlin can read it. She says she can't. Sarah also admits she's clueless. Then, Shutra surprises everyone by reading it aloud. He says that it identifies as Zizka Mountains Portal Number 2, connected to Portal Number 3. Mid-sentence, he pauses, wondering how he's even able to understand it. A system prompt confirms what just happened. He's acquired the Dwarven script skill. He can now read the language fluently. He's stunned by how easy it was, and realizes that even languages can be acquired through experience here. Carrick, wide-eyed, asks if he actually read that. Shutra says yes, apparently he can now. Caitlin presses him, asking when he learned to do that. Sarah asks what the inscription says at the bottom. Shutra explains that the portal activates when infused with magic and suggests Caitlin try it. She asks why he doesn't do it himself. He avoids saying the real reason. He can't use magic, and just says he's still clumsy with spellwork. Caitlin steps forward and begins channeling energy into the portal. The orb embedded in the center pulses with soft blue light, growing stronger until it expands outward. A projected image appears, an aerial map of the mountain range. They can see their current location clearly, along with Portal 3 in the distance. They speculate that this might be where the dwarves are now hiding. Carrick notes that the Red Orc main force is stationed just beyond these mountains. Shutra agrees. This is their chance to strike first. Caitlin says they should halt here and discuss the next steps later. Back at camp, Chris greets them with excitement, proclaiming that Shutra really is a lucky charm. Shutra tries to deflect it, saying it was just coincidence, but can't stop the sting of his brother's heavy-handed praise, both literally and emotionally. Chris then says that if there's anything Shutra wants, he should speak up. As his brother and leader, he'll do anything for him. Shutra says it's fine, but Chris insists. He says a reward is owed, and refusal would disappoint him. Shutra asks if even a slightly unreasonable request would be acceptable. Chris chuckles and tells him to ask. Shutra takes a breath and says that he wants to learn the Beast God Fist. Chris freezes momentarily. Shutra explains that, due to his level, weapons are off the table. But skills? That's different. The Beast God Fist is a legendary martial art passed through the Lycanthrope royal line, an S-rank combat technique. He knows it's a lot to ask, and says he'll understand if Chris refuses. He lowers his head slightly and says he expected as much. But Chris, after a pause, agrees to teach him, though not the secret techniques. That's off limits. Instead, he offers to teach him Aura, saying it should be more than enough as a gift. Shutra is momentarily speechless. Chris mistakes the silence for disappointment and asks if he's unhappy. Shutra quickly says that he's thrilled, overjoyed even. Chris smiles warmly, places a hand on his shoulder, and says that from now on, aside from Caitlin, he wants to consider Shutra a true younger brother. Not just in name, but in bond. Shutra considers Chris's offer, admitting to himself that it's a surprisingly sincere gesture. It carries weight, but more than that, it's not a bad idea. He agrees without hesitation. The two shake hands firmly, sealing the start of something new. Caitlin looks pleased, her smile subtle but genuine. Shutra states that from now on, they should work together, and work well. An alliance is formed. Not bound by oaths or royal decree, but by something far more practical. Mutual interest and trust. For now, it's a regular alliance, but he knows it has the potential to become something much stronger. The scene shifts, cutting away to the jagged peaks near Portal 3, deep within the Zizka Mountains. There, nestled among the rocks, lies a red orc outpost. Inside one of its tents, a group of orcs converse. One says that the enemy probably didn't come here targeting her specifically. Another scoffs, asking what their great princess is even doing here. Bound tightly and gagged, the sixth princess, Felicia Doomblade, sits with a look of cold fury in her eyes. Meanwhile, Shutra inspects his stat sheet. His gaze lingers on his charisma stat, now his lowest. He notes that when he started leveling up, every stat increased by 2 points with each level. But recently, charisma only seems to increase by 1. He wonders why that is. In the original game, charisma and appearance were separate. Appearance dictated how attractive a character looked, while charisma measured how well others responded to them. How persuasive, how inspiring. It makes sense, he reasons. His progression has been solid, and overall he's gaining power faster than most. More pressing, however, is that he's approaching level 10. In the game, reaching level 10 unlocked a new tier for unique skills. For Locke, it enhanced the Chosen One. For Zephyr, it strengthened Descendant of Darkness. Shutra speculates that hitting level 10 might boost one of his own unique abilities. It's a moment he's anticipating. Carrick enters, announcing that preparations are complete and asking if Shutra is ready to move out. Shutra replies that he is. Carrick, in an unusually cheerful tone, says that he seems to be in a good mood and asks what happened. Shutra simply says it's nothing. Outside, the orc units stand at attention, ready and waiting. Shutra gives the signal, and the expedition begins. They head back toward the mountains, crossing the rugged terrain to return to the cave housing the portal. Inside, the lycanthrope mages and warriors are already at work. Chris stands near the portal door, overseeing the operation. He turns to the mages and asks if the investigation is complete. One of them nods, confirming that the portal indeed connects to the river near the Zizka mountain range. Chris asks if the portal is functioning properly. The mage replies that there are no issues, the structure is stable, and as expected of dwarven craftsmanship, built to last. Chris then orders the activation. The mages channel their mana into the stone gate. The portal hums to life, radiating with light as it stabilizes and opens a path through the mountains. Chris steps forward. Shutra watches in awe. Seeing a functioning portal up close, an actual, physical gate, is overwhelming. It's one thing to use them in-game, but this is reality. Caitlin nudges him, asking what he's waiting for. He assures her that he's coming and steps through. The teleportation is seamless. A blink, and then he's standing on the other side, immediately struck by what he sees. The red orc encampment is right in front of them. Chris, now by his side, remarks that it's exactly as expected. Judging by the layout and size, he estimates there are around 5,000 troops stationed here. He explains that if they attack from the rear, their first objective should be the supply lines. If General Bondel attacks from the front, it will draw their focus. Meanwhile, infiltrators can burn the enemy's food stores. Sarah suddenly interjects, saying something doesn't feel right. The camp seems half empty. Chris nods, noting that the troop count appears off. He speculates that they might have already launched an attack elsewhere. Shutra turns his head, hearing something. A distant echo of steel clashing against steel. He asks what that sound is. It's faint, but unmistakable. Chris instructs him to focus his aura into his eyes. Shutra complies, and as he enhances his vision, the battlefield ahead comes into focus. Red orcs are engaged in a fight, but the group they're battling isn't Bondel's. Caitlin notes the same thing, asking who the other fighters are. Chris confirms that Bondel wasn't scheduled for any engagements today. The timing doesn't add up. Shutra narrows his eyes and finally sees them clearly. Agile warriors with smaller frames, mounted on swift dracos. He recognizes them instantly, dark elves. He states it aloud, saying that the mounted warriors are definitely dark elves. Caitlin is stunned, asking if he's sure. He replies that the smaller builds and Draco mounts make it obvious. Chris, watching the battle shift, notes that the dark elves seem to be retreating. Their leader must have fallen, he says, and now they're pulling back fast. Carrick, watching the aftermath, asks if that really was the end of the fight. Shutra's mind races, wondering why dark elves would be out here at all. Back at their encampment, General Bondel is in conversation with Chris. He mentions that word has reached him. Prince Chris's forces discovered the dwarf portal. He says he's impressed but also curious. How did they know where it would lead? Chris clarifies that it wasn't his doing. It was the ninth prince, Shutra, who discovered the portal's destination. Shutra modestly says it was just luck. Seeing Bondel again brings a strange warmth. In his past playthroughs, Bondel had always been a key figure, formidable, loyal, deadly. Bondel says that such sharp work deserves recognition and promises that Shutra will be properly rewarded at the Demon King's castle. Chris shifts the subject, asking about the earlier skirmish outside the encampment. Bondel explains that the Dark Elves had unexpectedly joined the battle on their own initiative. Chris questions their reasoning, asking if they were dispatched as reinforcements from the castle. Bondel admits that the situation is unclear. He says the Dark Elves claimed they were conducting a preliminary scout before formally joining the campaign, but things spiraled out of control, and now, there's a larger problem. Chris asks what that is. Bondel reveals that the Dark Elf unit's commander was captured by the Red Orcs. Chris says that explains the sudden retreat, and Shutra, now fully invested, asks the question on everyone's mind. Who exactly is their missing commander? Bondel says that the captured commander is someone they all know well. It's none other than the sixth princess, Felicia Doomblade, their sister. Chris and Caitlin exchange startled glances, both visibly caught off guard by the revelation. Felicia, as Shutra recalls, is the daughter of the third queen, a former Dark Elf princess who once held the name Doomblade. She is also the twin sister of the fifth prince, Sylvan. In the original game, both Felicia and Sylvan were loyal to the faction of the fourth princess, Anastasia Nekrian, a political rival to the protagonist's path. Because of that, they were always positioned as antagonists. So what is Felicia doing here, now, in this timeline? Shutra ponders whether she inserted herself into the conflict just to claim credit or disrupt operations. Chris speculates that maybe the Red Orcs don't realize who they have. Perhaps they're unaware she's a royal. Bondel, however, says he hasn't been able to confirm that yet. Chris asks what their plan is. Bondel says that, ideally, they'll rescue her, but not at the cost of their entire force. If the opportunity arises, they'll strike. Negotiations are possible, but Bondel clarifies that he has no intention of bowing first. If the Red Orcs want to talk, they'll need to make the first move. Chris acknowledges that and says he understands. Bondel adds that he'll work on gathering more intel from his side and asks them to stay in contact if anything develops. The communication ends there. Chris turns and remarks dryly that their sister has become a prisoner of war. Caitlin responds with urgency, insisting that if she's still alive, then they must save her. Chris agrees in theory, but reminds her that attempting a rescue could lead to significant losses. Caitlin rejects the notion of leaving her behind. She says that Felicia is their sister, and family is not optional. Chris pauses before saying he understands, but he also notes that the situation is delicate. Shutra watches them, silently trying to make sense of the tension. There's something unspoken between Chris and Felicia, something Shutra doesn't yet know. Outside, the night air is thick with anticipation. Lycanthropes move in disciplined formations, flanked by green-skinned orcs. Within the tent, the leaders are gathered. Chris lays out the final plan. He explains that General Bondel will engage the main force of the Red Orcs head-on. While their attention is diverted, Chris's units will launch a surprise attack from the rear. The goal is to destabilize the enemy lines, create chaos, and disrupt logistics. Caitlin and Shutra will each lead their own squads with assigned tasks. Shutra asks for clarification, whether the mission includes rescuing Felicia. Chris says that it does, but not as the top priority. First, they are to destroy the enemy's food supplies and armory. Only then should they attempt to rescue. And if things spiral out of control, the order is clear. Retreat immediately. They cannot sacrifice more lives just for one person. Caitlin clenches her fists, anger bubbling to the surface. Chris tells her to remain silent, reminding her that he is the commanding officer. She fires back, accusing him of treating Felicia like a liability instead of family. He responds coldly, saying he can't allow emotional attachments to jeopardize the mission. Shutra observes the exchange, quietly wondering if there's more between them than politics. Maybe something personal had happened between Chris and Felicia. A conflict not known to others. Whatever it is, it runs deep. The night arrives in full, blanketing the operation under a veil of darkness. From the cliffs overlooking the Red Orc encampment, Chris and the others watch. The enemy camp is still active, Even at night, guards patrol, fires flicker, and sentries stay alert. Then, without warning, a massive explosion tears through one section of the camp. Soldiers are launched into the air as General Bondel barrels in, leading a vicious frontal assault. He roars at his troops to kill them all, his voice booming across the battlefield. Elsewhere, at Shutra's position, Carrick sees the signal and asks if it's time to move. They hold their position briefly, watching as orcs surge forward like an unstoppable wave. Bondel, after delivering the first strike, issues an immediate order for all units to pull back. From his cliffside perch, Chris sees the retreat and recognizes the opening. This is their moment. He turns to his team and orders everyone into position. He reminds Shutra and Caitlin to stick to their assignments. Destroy the supplies, and rescue Felicia if possible. Then he gives the order. Charge. The second wave hits hard. The red orcs, already scattered from the first attack, are thrown into confusion. Their lines falter. Their defenses crumble. Caitlin shouts for Shutra to stay alert. He tells her to do the same. Opening his minimap, Shutra scans the terrain, marking a path that cuts through the least fortified areas. He notes the safest route and points out their target, the supply depot. He says they need to move fast and hit it first, because once the chaos settles, their window will slam shut. Carrick barrels ahead, roaring that he'll tear through every last one of them. His massive frame slams into the front lines, cleaving a path through red orcs like a living battering ram. One of the orcs counters with a vicious swing aimed directly at Carrick's exposed flank. He realizes too late that he won't be able to deflect in time, until something flashes past him. A dagger spins through the air and slams into the attacking orc's skull with pinpoint accuracy. Carrick turns just in time to see Shutra lowering his arm, a small grin forming on his face. He says that it worked better than he expected. Carrick blinks and asks when he learned how to throw like that. Shutra shrugs it off, saying he got the skill last night after trying it once. Apparently, that was enough. Carrick nods, then gestures toward the supply depot ahead. He says they've located the food storage and asks if they should burn it down now. Shutra replies that they should follow the plan, but his mind drifts elsewhere. If Felicia is being held nearby, and they set fire to everything, there's a chance she'll be caught in the blaze. They need to find her first. He quickly opens his minimap and scans for markers. He explains that NPCs with neutral alignment are usually color-coded, blue or purple. After a moment, he spots her location. He signals Carrick to follow, and the two of them charge toward a nearby tent. Inside, Shutra announces that this has to be the place. From the shadows, a voice calls out to him. He spins to see Felicia, shackled and sitting on the ground, looking at him with disbelief. She demands to know what the hell he's doing here. Shutra tells her to stay still as he hurries over and begins working on the chains. He explains that this place is about to go up in flames, and if she wants to live, they need to leave immediately. All the while, he's thinking strategically. If he saves her now, she'll owe him a royal debt that could pay dividends later. Felicia remains confused, still asking why he, of all people, is here. Once the chains drop, they make a run for it. Shutra says they need to regroup with Chris and Caitlin. Felicia, still catching her breath, asks if they truly came to rescue her. Shutra answers with surprise, asking why she'd doubt that. She tells him that he doesn't understand how far removed he is from the internal politics. It's not that simple. Before she can elaborate, Carrick shouts from ahead, enemy reinforcements are swarming in. Shutra tells Felicia to stay close. She nods but hesitates for a moment, asking when he started using her name so casually. As they sprint, she notices a glint of danger, an incoming spear from behind. She shouts a warning, and Shutra turns just in time to take the full hit straight through the back. Blood erupts from his mouth, and his entire body ignites in sudden magical flames. Carrick and Felicia scream his name as they watch in horror. His figure is engulfed, collapsing into a burning heap. Felicia's breathing quickens, panic rising. One of the orcs charges toward her. Before it can reach her, a fireball crashes into the orc's face, blasting it off its feet. Felicia spins, shocked to see Shutra standing upright again, stepping forward slowly through the smoke. His body glows faintly. He now possesses mana control level 1 in the fire arrow skill. A confident smirk plays across his lips as he begins hurling fiery projectiles with rapid precision, torching everything in sight. He laughs to himself, saying this is exactly the power he was hoping to find. Real magic, raw, explosive, and satisfying. Even at level 1, the fire arrow spell hits like a meteor. Then, behind him, a frost blast erupts. Shutra turns and sees a red orc mage drawing another spell. This time, an ice arrow. He watches the projectile take shape, and sees it's aimed directly at Felicia. She rushes toward him, asking if he's okay. Shutra pushes her aside just as the arrows launch, telling her to stay back. In his mind, he says that he can't let her get hit, not when he's the one who triggered all this. This fight belongs to him now. The arrows strike. Ice detonates around him in a violent explosion, sending shards in every direction. As the mist clears, Shutra stands barely upright, an arrow embedded in his chest. His health bar drops to 13 out of 95. He gasps for breath, barely staying conscious. One more hit like that, and he's finished. Felicia runs to him, cursing him for being such an idiot. She demands to know who asked him to play the hero. Shutra watches her, amused. He wonders if she's acting like a tsundere or if she's genuinely concerned. She snaps at him again, calling him the weakest among the siblings and asking why he thought he had to protect her. He smiles weakly, thinking that her misunderstanding is working in his favor. He looks toward the enemy mage, ready for another attack, but finds the orc slumped over, unconscious. Felicia kneels beside him, asking where he learned magic. Shutra realizes she's much stronger than he originally thought, and now she believes he did all of this for her. A soft green light begins to glow around his chest. She's healing him. Her hands shimmer as the magic seeps into his skin, sealing the wound. Shutra is stunned. He just gained the heal skill, another ability to add to his growing arsenal. He muses that if he keeps surviving attacks like this, he'll eventually learn everything. He mutters that her healing magic is insane, but it's to be expected from the so-called genius mage of their generation. Felicia asks if he's feeling better, if he can move. Shutra says he's okay now, thanks to her. She starts to ask what he means by that, but before he can explain, thunderous stomping begins to echo through the cave. They turn in unison, and what they see sends a chill down their spines. A towering red-skinned brute storms into view, its size immense, its presence suffocating. Felicia demands to know what the hell that is. Shutra identifies it grimly. It's a blood ogre, a mutated variant, far more dangerous than the standard breed. Felicia asks if they have to get through that to escape. Shutra confirms it. The ogre towers above them, snarling and pounding its chest. They run. And Shutra, still bleeding, still recovering, wonders how in the world he's supposed to take on something like that this early in the game. The colossal blood ogre slammed its fist into the earth, the ground cracking under the impact. A shockwave burst outward, tossing the siblings through the air like ragdolls. The young prince reeled in disbelief, stunned by the creature's speed. He thought it impossible that something so massive could move with such terrifying swiftness. His sister shouted that he needed to distract it, promising she would use her magic if given the chance. Panic rose in him as he demanded to know how he was supposed to accomplish that. The blast hurled them both further back, his voice breaking into a desperate cry. Yet in that moment of fear, an idea struck him. He shouted to her to prepare her spell while he bought her time, though she only stared back, uncertain of what he meant. The youth called for Carrick, who appeared at his side in an instant. He told the orc to get ready, just like before. Sprinting forward, the prince summoned a translucent screen mid-stride, pulling open his inventory. He chose the dwarf dagger, reasoning that he should finally be able to wield it. A golden light flared as the weapon materialized in his hand, humming with radiant energy. The blade glowed so brilliantly it seemed alive. He crouched low, then drove the dagger into the ground. Golden energy erupted outward in a rippling wave. Under the king's banner, he funneled that power directly into Carrick. The orc roared as the aura wrapped around him, amplifying his strength and igniting his spirit. Carrick's eyes widened, marveling at the surge coursing through his body. Across from them, the blood ogre's expression hardened, recognizing that its foe had grown far stronger. Now wreathed in golden light, the orc squared his stance, refusing to yield before the monstrous red brute. With a thunderous leap, Carrick launched himself forward and swung his weapon with devastating force. The ogre bellowed, meeting the strike with its crude weapon. Steel and bone clashed, the impact echoing like thunder as Carrick skillfully turned aside the monster's blow. The battlefield shook as the empowered orc and the blood ogre locked into a furious struggle. Muscles strained, ground split beneath their feet, each combatant refusing to give ground. Meanwhile, the princess lifted herself into the air, her form glowing with soft pink light. Her eyes blazed with determination as she gathered her magic. She unleashed a concentrated blast of energy, striking the ogre's legs from behind. The spell detonated on impact, shattering its stance. With a roar of pain, the beast stumbled, its massive form collapsing helplessly. Carrick seized his chance. He vaulted high into the air, shadowing the fallen monster. His expression turned grim as he declared that this long and brutal battle was finally at its end. He descended like a meteor, weapon poised. The ogre's final cry split the air as the blade pierced its chest with unstoppable force. The golden energy surged through Carrick's strike, silencing the monster forever. When the dust settled, the prince walked calmly across the battlefield. Relief softened his features. He believed the worst foe in the camp had been defeated. But before he could savor the victory, a golden aura erupted around him. Startled, he glanced about as a translucent window materialized before his eyes. The system announced his advancement. He had finally reached level 10. Another prompt informed him that his unique protagonist buff had increased as well. A smirk crossed his lips as he thought of the new power in his grasp. The system then revealed an additional gift, a passive skill newly unlocked. Opening his present box, he froze in disbelief. The reward was none other than the legendary Stormtrooper effect. He thought to himself that this must be the very trope where bullets never hit the hero, and now, at last, he could embody it. The thought amused him until the sudden roar of a charging horde shattered his musing. Dozens of red orcs stormed forward. His sister snapped him back to focus, warning that the enemies were closing fast. The princess glared at the oncoming tide, her features etched with fury and resolve. She summoned a cyclone, commanding it to whirl and tear through the ranks. The prince stood his ground as the winds ripped past him, astonished by her strength. Within the storm he glimpsed ethereal butterflies flickering, realizing that she was channeling a spirit. He recalled then that Felicia was born a spirit user, a trait of her elven blood, even the corrupted dark elven kind. He watched her command the tempest as if it were alive, their foes powerless within its grasp. A sly thought crept into his mind. He wondered if he could summon spirits as well. But his musings ended when a bright yellow flare streaked skyward, exploding above the battlefield. The orc soldiers halted, gazing at the signal. Carrick demanded to know what it meant, and the prince explained that yellow was the order to retreat. A knot of worry formed in his chest. Someone, somewhere, was in grave peril. Carrick asked for orders, and the prince commanded him to rally the troops and withdraw. He then declared that he himself would seek out their sister Caitlin, which left his loyal companion stunned. Carrick protested, insisting he accompany him, but the prince repeated his order with finality. At that moment, Felicia stepped forward. She said she would join her brother, leaving Carrick in silence. She declared she despised owing debts and wished to repay him for saving her life. She added, saying that she too had unfinished business with the enemy and intended to settle it. The orc warrior finally relented, warning the prince to be careful while he waited. The youth agreed without hesitation. As they advanced, Felicia questioned the need to check on Caitlin. The prince explained that the retreat order had seemed suspicious. She fixed her eyes on him and asked if he was truly worried about their sister. He claimed that it was natural for siblings to worry about one another, though in his mind he only regarded Caitlin as a reliable ally. Felicia considered his answer quietly, her expression thoughtful and faintly skeptical. They pressed on through the shattered encampment, where flames and shadows flickered under the cold starlight. All around them the enemy camp was breaking into chaos. In another part of those grounds, a horde of red orcs roared with fury as they charged at a lone defender. Their target was Caitlin, who stood her ground against the overwhelming tide. Her gaze remained sharp, her composure unshaken as she prepared for the battle ahead. She unleashed a storm of energy blasts, halting the first wave of attackers in violent bursts of light. Orcs shrieked as the explosions ripped into their ranks, yet countless others surged forward. One hurled a weapon at her, but she avoided it with effortless grace. In response, she conjured a luminous blade of pure energy, ready to strike back. With a single, forceful swing, Caitlin released a crescent wave that tore through several foes at once. At that moment, the prince and Felicia arrived to find her standing amidst the fallen. Relief washed over him, a small smile tugging at his lips as he realized his earlier concern had been unnecessary. Caitlin turned on them sharply, demanding to know why he had come instead of obeying the retreat signal. She looked truly puzzled by his flustered explanation that he came to assist her. Then Caitlin rushed forward, throwing her arms around Felicia with a tight embrace. She exclaimed her sister's name, relief breaking through her composed exterior. She admitted how glad she was that Felicia had survived captivity. Felicia, cheeks tinged pink, replied that Caitlin worried too much over things that did not matter. The prince observed the reunion with a faint smile, remarking inwardly on how well they seemed to connect. He then glanced at his map, quickly noticing enemy units converging on their position. A system window appeared, confirming the danger. He urged them to retreat at once, and Caitlin instructed him to lead while she and Felicia guarded the rear. They reached a hidden portal guarded by allied orc soldiers who had been awaiting their arrival. The circle beneath them glowed bright blue as they stepped upon it, the portal igniting with power. Light engulfed them, carrying them far from the battlefield. As the magic faded, Felicia asked if Shutra had discovered the portal. Caitlin confirmed that he had played a crucial role. Carrick voiced his curiosity, wondering aloud how much the prince had changed in such a short time. His words carried the weight of genuine surprise. Their older brother Chris stood waiting as they emerged, his face stern and unreadable. The broad-shouldered warrior called to his younger brother, his voice echoing across the chamber. Caitlin eagerly reported that she had returned with Felicia safely in tow. Felicia greeted Chris, noting that it had been some time since they last saw each other. He remained silent at first, eyes fixed on her with an expression impossible to decipher. Then, after a while, he welcomed her back. Later, he informed them that General Vandal's troops had also secured victory. Chris stated that the enemy had abandoned the fight after witnessing their main base set ablaze. The prince repeated the name with visible confusion, prompting Caitlin to clarify that Vandal was the enemy's chieftain. Felicia asked if your cousin had surrendered, but Chris corrected her, saying that he had merely fled and remained a threat. The elder brother declared their next course. Tomorrow they would strike another enemy force before it had a chance to regroup. After laying out the plan, he turned to Felicia and questioned how she had been captured. She claimed she had been studying ruins nearby, heard the clash of battle, and was seized while trying to lend aid. Chris regarded her with open doubt, his skeptical eyes betraying disbelief. Felicia asked if he thinks she's lying. Unwilling to back down, the tension between them thickened, their gazes locked in silent challenge, hinting at a tangled past neither wished to voice. At length Chris dismissed the matter, saying that everyone was weary and should rest. Felicia accepted his words, and the siblings parted ways, each leaving for a night of long overdue sleep. Elsewhere in the camp, the allied soldiers savored their well-earned rest, gathered around fires with laughter and food. The young prince, however, sat apart, his attention fixed on the glowing system screen before him. He studied his newly acquired skills with fascination, yet he admitted to himself that, despite all the magic at his disposal, his most dependable weapon remained his aura. His thoughts broke when Felicia appeared at his doorway. She asked to speak with him, her voice even and steady. He asked what business she could possibly have at such a late hour, but she did not answer right away. Instead, she simply stood there with a serious look before repeating his name, her steps slow and deliberate as she moved closer to the puzzled youth. Then, without warning, she seized the front of his tunic and pulled him forward. He froze, startled into silence, his mind unable to keep up with her sudden boldness. She leaned closer and made a startling request. She told him to take off his clothes. His face flushed red as he stammered in disbelief, unable to process her words. She pointed calmly to his garments, repeating her demand without hesitation, showing not the slightest embarrassment. Still flustered, he asked why she would want something so outrageous. Felicia clarified in an even tone, asking if he truly did not want her to treat the wounds he had suffered during battle. His eyes widened with realization, relief replacing his panic as her intent finally became clear. She explained that the healing she had done earlier was only basic treatment meant to stabilize him. Concerned about hidden injuries, she insisted on casting a proper healing spell, though he could not help but feel slightly disappointed by the explanation. She then asked about his strange glowing body, but he brushed it off, saying it was nothing more than a natural occurrence. Taking advantage of the moment, he shifted the subject and told her he had a favor to request. He explained that this favor was something only she could provide, a mischievous spark flashing in his eyes. Through her cooperation, he succeeded in acquiring 3 new abilities: Cure, Cure Poison, and cure disease. Once dressed again, he admired the list of fresh skills with a triumphant grin. By having her cast spells directly on him, he had learned them as his own. Later, his training began under Caitlyn's instruction. She told him that Beast Fist branched into many paths, and now it was time for him to learn. She announced that he would start with the werewolf style, and as she spoke, a glowing blue emblem of a wolf appeared, symbolizing the martial discipline of the lycanthropes. This style, she explained, was the bedrock upon which the more advanced beast god Fist rested. Today's focus would be internal aura control. She instructed him to close his eyes and concentrate, and he obeyed, drawing his focus inward until blue and violet energy shimmered faintly around him. With unwavering effort, he connected to his inner power, the energy coursing through his limbs like crackling lightning. He envisioned it clearly, his aura, the raw essence of life, surging through him. At its peak, this energy drew dangerously close to the soul itself, capable of merging with it when forced to the limit. Just then, a system prompt appeared. He blinked in surprise, reading the message that announced he had acquired a new passive skill: Protagonist Body. The description revealed that it amplified training efficiency and granted new traits with every level gained. Shocked, he realized he had just unlocked another overwhelming, cheat-like ability. He compared it to the powerful passives of his rivals and understood that his own gift was equal, if not greater. The skill evolved continuously, transforming and adding new abilities each time it advanced. A confident, almost sinister grin spread across his face as he imagined the possibilities. He clenched his fists, savoring the rush, convinced this was the true mark of a protagonist. Caitlyn's sharp voice snapped him back, scolding him for letting his thoughts wander. He quickly apologized, and she reminded him it was time to continue the lesson. He agreed eagerly, channeling his aura until a system notification confirmed he had achieved Beast Fist, Level 1. His sister was astonished, remarking that he had mastered the fundamentals with flawless precision. The prince examined his glowing hands, the energy tangible, like holding a weapon forged of pure will. But before Caitlyn could continue, a werewolf soldier rushed in, urgency written on his face. He reported that a disaster had struck. Their brother Chris entered soon after, his expression grim, delivering the heavy news. Chiron's entire unit had disappeared. The siblings gathered quickly around a map, their faces set with determination. Chris reasoned that the enemy must have uncovered their strategy, and Caitlyn asked what their next step should be. Chris pointed to a location on the map, explaining that it was the most likely rallying point for the enemy forces. The prince analyzed the terrain and agreed that the assessment was accurate, concluding that decisive action was necessary. Chris then declared that they would unite their strength with General Vandal. The perspective shifted to the main army's base, a sprawling camp built against the jagged mountains. There, a towering red-skinned general greeted Chris, welcoming him to the headquarters of the subjugation force. Chris returned the greeting with a confident smile, remarking that the general seemed unchanged, just as formidable as ever. Vandal greeted the princesses warmly, but before the moment could linger, Felicia stepped forward, asking immediately about the status of his own subordinates. He replied that they are fine. As Shutra regarded the imposing general, the youth remembered that Vandal had once been his most used character in the original game, making the orc feel strangely familiar. With that memory fresh in his mind, he confidently introduced himself, extending a hand. The general froze for an instant, clearly taken aback by the boldness radiating from the ninth prince. Then, with a firm grasp, he accepted the handshake and formally welcomed the youth into his command. Far from the camp, a radiant light split the sky, from which descended a mysterious woman with long white hair and eyes of mismatched colors. Regal and fearsome, her gaze carried the authority of something more than mortal, an aura that pressed upon the world like divine judgment. From the opposite horizon came another figure. This one clad in fiery crimson armor, her presence scorching the air itself. Flames surrounded her, a living storm of heat, her power equal to that of the pale woman. The two forces of nature faced one another in silence, their auras colliding in an invisible clash that churned the heavens. Between them stood the young prince, sweat sliding down his cheek as he struggled beneath their overwhelming pressure. His heart pounded, his mind spinning at the impossible sight. The word conquest burned into existence with a glowing emblem, followed by a second emblem: war. Both symbols pulsed, marking the dawn of a conflict beyond comprehension. He awoke with a jolt, morning light spilling into his tent. Sitting upright, the prince realized that it had been nothing more than a dream, Still, the vision clung to him. He recognized the woman with mismatched eyes from dreams past, though the warrior in crimson remained an enigma. Carrick's voice called from the entrance, telling him it was time to depart for the battlefield. Rising quickly, the prince joined his loyal orc companion, stepping out into the frenzy of a mobilizing army. Soldiers rushed about, carrying provisions and readying weapons, the whole camp alive with anticipation and tension. Reviewing the battle plan in his mind, he noted his role. He would lead the left flank, General Vandal the center, Chris and Caitlin the right, while agile dark elf units secured the rear. Time slipped away, and soon the combined army marched in steady waves toward their foe. Moments later, he stood upon the battlefield, an ocean of warriors stretching across the plain. The roar of thousands filled the air, the enemy's massive horde mirroring their own numbers. From the front, General Vandal's voice thundered, commanding soldiers into formation. With grim resolve, the orc general lifted his axe high and swore that their foes would learn true pain. Then, with a bellow that shook the ground, he ordered the charge. The red orcs across the field surged forward with shields raised and blades drawn. Their chieftain, watching the advance, sneered and called them fools. His words had barely left his mouth when a colossal explosion erupted within Vandal's charging troops. Flames and shrapnel tore through the ranks, throwing bodies aside like leaves in a storm. Then, from the haze, a monstrous swamp mammoth emerged, its glowing red eyes cutting through the smoke. The ground trembled beneath its massive steps. Vandal's face paled, dread twisting his features as he named the beast. More magical explosions rained down upon the allied lines, chaos spreading like wildfire. The battlefield dissolved into fire and ruin. Soldiers screamed, flung aside by the mammoth's rampage and the relentless bombardment. The young prince and Carrick, holding position with their unit, watched in horror. Gritting his teeth, the youth understood they had marched into a trap laid with perfect precision. The enemy had anticipated everything. The mammoth loomed, its strength beyond that of any normal beast, its glowing eyes burning with unnatural power. A red aura crackled around the prince as he prepared himself to meet the monstrosity head-on. But before he could act, the earth split again as another horror emerged, an army of lizardmen. Clad in crude armor, their reptilian forms surged into the fray, blades gleaming as they cut into the disordered lines. Allied orcs faltered, their confidence broken as this new enemy tore through them with savage force. The prince turned, eyes widening, as the lizardmen charged directly toward his position. On the other side, cursed loudly, convinced that they're being toyed with. Caitlin called out to him, shouting that they should retreat and look for another opportunity. Chris argued that if they don't retreat successfully, they could suffer even worse casualties or even total annihilation. She fired back saying that if this keeps up, casualties will only continue to pile up, so they need to make a decision right now. Chris stared back, silent, unsure of what decision to take. A bit later, his voice rang out throughout the battlefield calling to all troops. He ordered the mage to form a defensive line at the rear and hold the enemy back for as long as possible. The rest should quickly form ranks and prepare to retreat. Back to Shutra, the battlefield became chaotic as orc and lizardmen fought. One massive reptile hurled itself at him, roaring, weapon poised to cleave him down. He stood frozen for an instant until Carrick's voice bellowed over the carnage, demanding that everyone snap back to reality before death claimed them all. Jarring back to his senses, the prince recognized the truth. This was no game, no simulation. This was war. On the right, Chris fought ferociously, his blade cutting down foe after foe, shouting that survival was their only duty now. His voice carried across the battlefield, demanding that his troops live to fight another day. Hours later, the remnants of the Allied force regrouped within a narrow canyon, transformed into a temporary camp. Healers worked without rest, green light spilling from their hands as they tended to the wounded. Within the command tent, Chris admitted his own arrogance, saying he should have been more suspicious from the start. General Vandal, grim but steady, told him that regrets were meaningless now. The choice left to them was retreat or reinforcements. Chris agreed, unwilling to throw away more lives for a lost gamble. But before he could seal that decision, Felicia interjected with quiet determination. She announced that she had another plan. She reminded them that her purpose here had never been battle alone but exploration. From her pack, she unrolled a detailed map of the Jashuka Mountains, pointing to a marked site. She revealed that she had been researching ancient ruins over 1,500 years old, the resting place of the earth dragon Enkidu. Born from molten lava, the dragon had ruled with overwhelming might, surrounding its lair with powerful guardians. Among them were the dwarves of the mountains, enslaved to forge weapons worthy of a beast god. From those legends came the most prized of all creations, the thunder-birthing anvil. Felicia explained with steady conviction that this artifact could command chimeras and unleash magic strong enough to annihilate entire armies. Her hand slammed down on the map, directly over the anvil's symbol, her eyes sharp as steel. She declared with unwavering certainty that if they wanted to win this war, they had no choice, the weapon had to be found. She added that this was precisely why she had come. Vandal raised an eye and asked if she knew its exact location. Chris crossed his arms as she admitted that she did not. He declared that in that case this information was useless. With a rueful look, he said it was hardly useful information, and added that with the enemy ready to strike at any moment, they could not gamble everyone's lives on a treasure hunt. She bristled and exclaimed his name, Chris. The young prince stepped forward, insisting the anvil was definitely here. Felicia turned to him, calling out to him, Shutra. He explained inwardly that when he played as the human hero Locke, he had encountered it, and later confirmed the story through dwarven rune lore. Drawing a breath, he looked at her and said that above all, he trusted Felicia. She began to speak his name, but he pressed on, saying that this was their chance to gain points. Chris cut him off, saying it was not about trust but about wasting time. The prince grimaced inwardly, thinking Chris was relentless. He placed a finger on the map and explained that among the Gandharva there was a legend tied to this place, meaning the entrance was likely nearby. He promised he could find it if allowed to scout, declaring that he would take full responsibility if he failed, so they should trust him, just this once. He vowed to go all out. Green light flared, and spectral horses materialized, a cheap but reliable field summon he remembered from the game. The mounts surged skyward, the riders streaming in formation. Settling into the saddle, he said at least they had succeeded in setting out to find the anvil. Narrowing his eyes, he added that now what remained was. Behind him Carrick cried that the speed was insane and warned him to hold on or he might fall. He stammered back that he should not worry. Leaning forward, he thought grimly that he would not fall. When he played as Zephyr, he had ridden like this constantly. Wind whipped his cloak as he calculated that they would reach the ruins in an hour, and with his minimap, finding the entrance would be easy. The real problem, he thought, was how to guide the group naturally without giving himself away. He hummed and decided to think it through during the flight. Later, as the moonlit range stretched beneath them, he recalled studying tunnel maps while activating the portal. He noted their consistency and reasoned that combining those patterns with the terrain would pinpoint the ruins. He glanced at his companions and asked himself if his bullshit explanation had worked. Caitlin and Carrick stared back in silence, eyes fixed on him. They then shouted that his explanation made no sense. The prince thought wryly that he should gloss it over, but then a firm voice told him to lead. He turned and said Felicia's name. She folded her arms, stating she understood and that he should take charge. He blinked, surprised his bluff had convinced her, then raised a hand and ordered everyone to follow. She gave a sharp exhale and muttered a quiet HMPH, but fell in line. They pressed through the forest until jagged rock barred their path. Someone pointed out the blockage, and Carrick asked if the prince truly knew the entrance, because this looked wrong. The prince chuckled and said he never claimed they were heading to the entrance. He walked along the cliff, placed a palm on a scarred patch, and told Caitlin to break through here. Startled, she asked if he meant her, then hesitantly said she could try. Felicia narrowed her eyes, then said in disbelief that he thought the anvil was inside this cliff. The prince tilted his head and explained that according to his calculations, if they broke through here they could bypass the dungeon guardians. He began to outline a plan, saying that if Caitlin struck the wall, when Felicia cut him off, calling him an idiot. She demanded how Caitlin was supposed to smash stone with her fists and asked if he thought she was a siege weapon. He blinked and asked how else, then. Felicia slid forward with a smile, pale energy swirling around her arms. She snapped her wrists and said ruin explorers always carried a sub-major in destruction. Blue-white blasts hammered the cliff, fissures racing across the rock until the wall crumbled in a roaring collapse. Smoke and shards filled the air as the team staggered back. Lowering her hands, Felicia whispered in disbelief that they had actually found it. Dust cleared to reveal a carved corridor, the black mouth of ancient stone. The orc squinted at the chamber and asked if the half-dome at its center held the thunder relic. Their steps echoed as they approached the crowned drum of metal latticed with arcs of power. The prince studied it and said that yes, this was most likely the final safeguard, and inside lay the anvil. Carrick asked whether they should smash it, but the prince said they could not. If they broke it carelessly, the relic might be destroyed. The elf examined the cage and said there must be a mechanism, then pointed to the statues around them. She noted that out of 9, 3 bore weapons while 6 did not. Caitlin suggested giving them arms, but the elf said it was not that simple. The weapons were dwarven-made, meaning the others needed dwarven arms as well. She asked where they were supposed to find such weapons. The prince raised his hands and said that, as it happened, he had 6. The elf exclaimed in disbelief. He explained he had stored them earlier because his level had been too low to use them, never imagining they would prove useful now. He added that he had also brought backup gear from the tunnels. Carrick eyed his small satchel and asked how he carried 6 swords in it. The prince grimaced inwardly, cursing the orc's instincts, but forced a laugh and told Carrick to just take them. Carrick grunted that the prince was weak, then agreed. They fanned out, sliding blades into stone palms. Statues shifted, gears grinding, eyes flaring with light. The final weapon locked into place, and a resonant clack echoed. A deep hum filled the vault. Power lines pulsed toward the half-dome as radiant light spread, cloaks whipping in the sudden wind. Someone gasped that the cage was opening. The prince stepped forward, lips parted, saying this was. The glow subsided to reveal a squat block of metal trembling with storm charge. He named it aloud as the anvil that gives birth to thunder. The party stood in a circle, faces lit by the blue glare, as the relic waited within its cradle. Felicia explains that there is one final procedure they must perform to properly operate the ancient device. She instructs the prince and Carrick to remain where they are while the others take their positions around the glowing disca. She tells them that the plan is to inject magic power into the platform, beginning with her and gradually increasing the flow clockwise. Everyone moves to their designated spots, forming a perfect circle around the artifact as they prepare to begin the ritual. Felicia orders them to focus. She stretches out her hands, gathering crackling blue energy that arcs like lightning between her fingers. The power spreads outward in a living web of energy, linking each of them together as they pour their magic into the device. The entire chamber begins to hum with resonant force. Suddenly, Felicia shouts at her brother, urging him to channel more energy into the ritual. He immediately obeys, pushing himself to match her pace. The princess encourages the group to maintain the flow, warning them not to let their guard down, not even for a heartbeat. Both siblings continue feeding their strength into the glowing disca, and the immense magical pressure grows heavier with every passing moment. The young prince grits his teeth, his face tight with strain, focusing every ounce of his strength into the demanding ritual. Then, without warning, a massive bolt of lightning erupts from the anvil. It surges upward like a spear of pure fire, shattering the mountain's peak in an explosion of thunder and light. When the brilliance fades, the prince finds himself dazed and no longer in the chamber. He now stands in a vast and fiery hall, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of countless fallen dwarven warriors. The devastation stretches endlessly in every direction, the air thick with the stench of ash and ruin. Then a commanding voice rolls across the chamber like thunder, and the youth stiffens in shock and confusion. He looks upward, desperate to locate the source. Through the choking smoke, he sees the colossal form descending. His eyes widen in disbelief. A black dragon, massive and terrible, hovers above the battlefield. Its scales shimmer like obsidian, its eyes glowing with molten red fire. The beast radiates a crushing presence that makes the air tremble. The dragon unleashes a flood of fire that consumes the chamber in an inferno. Its voice booms directly into his mind, commanding its servants to guard the great nest of Enkidu. It orders that the path between the demon and human realms must be sealed, and finally declares that he is to become the gatekeeper. The vision vanishes in a blinding flash. The prince crashes back into his body, lying dazed upon the cold stone floor of the ruins. He pushes himself up shakily, convinced beyond doubt that he has just seen the legendary black dragon, Enkidu. A voice calls his name, and he turns to see Felicia. She asks if he witnessed the same vision. She says that she saw a great black dragon, its body coursing with rivers of molten fire. Her words confirm his own experience. Then Carrick admits that he too saw the dragon. The prince realizes with a chill that all of them have shared the same vision. Felicia confirms this grimly, though she admits she does not yet know what it means for their mission. She turns to the anvil, declaring that the answers they seek must lie within it. With resolve etched on her face, she steps closer to the glowing artifact. But as she reaches for it, a violent burst of dark purple energy tears free from her body. The aura engulfs her in an instant, racking her with pain. Her features twist with agony as the wild energy whips around her, uncontrolled and merciless. The prince cries out her name, panic rising in his voice. He watches helplessly as the darkness overwhelms her. She weakly commands him to stop, but her words are drowned by the violent storm. He reaches out anyway, grasping her hand in desperation. The moment he touches her, the surge drags him into its chaos as well. A massive explosion of violet energy detonates outward from the siblings and the anvil, shaking the chamber to its foundations. Their companions can only watch in horror, shouting their names as the storm consumes them both. The prince screams in pain as the raw power tears through him, threatening to rip his body apart. Then a single word echoes within his mind: conquer. The earth dragon's voice reverberates inside him, declaring this to be a trial for those unworthy to touch the anvil. The word burns into his consciousness, searing itself as conquest. His vision is consumed by blinding light. When the eruption finally subsides, the chamber lies in ruins. A haze of purple smoke lingers in the air, drifting like ash. Carrick and Caitlin stare in shock at the devastation. Through the settling dust, the prince emerges, kneeling on the cracked stone floor. His body still flickers with tendrils of purple energy. He now clutches a strange, dark weapon. A shadowed aura spreads across half his face, and one of his eyes burns with an eerie violet light. Meanwhile, far from the ruins, the Allied soldiers rest in their temporary camp, unaware of the storm that has just been unleashed. High above, on the cliffs overlooking the canyon, Red Orc scouts watch them with cruel amusement. One peers through a spyglass, spotting the soldiers below. He laughs mockingly, remarking that their hiding place has been exposed. He turns to his superior, asking if they should attack immediately. The orc chieftain of the Red Lightning tribe, Yakuzan, listens with grim satisfaction. Then he declares that all warriors must ready themselves. He announces that the time has come to sweep aside the last of their enemies, time to clean up the remaining trash. Suddenly, the Allied soldiers in the camp look up in alarm, startled by a strange, rumbling sound from above. A cascade of fiery meteors tears through the night sky, descending upon their vulnerable position like a rain of burning death. In an instant, the camp is consumed by a series of cataclysmic explosions. Flames rip through tents, shattering weapons and scattering men in every direction as the magical bombardment devastates their defenses. From the cliffs above, the full force of the Red Orc army begins its descent. War mammoths thunder forward, their tusks gleaming in the firelight, while the Red Orc horde surges after them, their guttural war cries filling the canyon. They charge with murderous intent, eager to finish off any survivors left staggering in the blaze. Chris curses their situation bitterly, understanding that without their strongest fighters, their champions locked away in the ruins, the army stands on the brink of annihilation. He can do nothing but watch as fiery explosions continue to tear through their temporary camp, his face grim with the weight of impending disaster. Meanwhile, the Red Orc chieftain stands high on the cliffs, laughing at the chaos. He declares that the demons deserve this fate, that their arrogance has led them here. He commands his mages to slaughter the remaining soldiers, and his robed casters step forward, summoning torrents of crackling energy. One of the mages channels a surge of violet light into his hands, preparing to unleash a killing spell. But suddenly, his expression twists into confusion. He looks down, horrified, as he realizes his hands will not move. The power he gathered slips from his grasp, and then the swamp mammoth at his side is engulfed by that same ominous violet aura. Its eyes flare with a sinister glow, its massive frame trembling with unnatural force. The charging orc warriors falter in confusion, unsure why their own beast has stopped. Before they can react, the mammoth turns its fury upon them. A devastating blast of purple energy erupts from its massive tusks, obliterating entire ranks of the Red Orcs. Screams of terror rise from the ground as the once proud horde is torn apart by its own war beast. From the cliffs, the Red Orc chieftain's triumphant grin vanishes. He roars in outrage, demanding to know what treachery has twisted their war mammoth against them. His voice shakes with fury, echoing across the canyon. In the chaos below, Chris watches with wide eyes, utterly bewildered. The mammoth, their doom only moments ago, now wreaks havoc upon the enemy. He struggles to understand, his mind racing, until realization strikes him. He mutters to himself that the prince must have found the anvil. Back within the ruins, the young prince kneels, still crackling with violet energy. In his hand he grips a weapon glowing with dark, destructive power. It is the Thunderhammer, the legendary weapon paired with the anvil itself. A dark elf helps Felicia to her feet. She tells the youth that it seems Enkidu, the earth dragon, has chosen him. The prince stares at her in disbelief, his voice caught in his throat, unable to fully grasp her words. His sister steadies herself and tells him firmly that he must use the hammer. All eyes are upon him, his companions waiting silently for his next move. In that instant, he understands, the earth dragon's overwhelming trial, the power that had subdued and bent him, had not been meant to destroy him, but to teach him. The meaning of conquest had been carved into his soul. To conquer is to dominate. To dominate is to rule. This is the essence of the anvil's power. A smirk of confidence spreads across his face. He decides that his first act of domination will be the swamp mammoth. With firm resolve, he raises the thunderhammer high, its purple lightning coursing across his arm, then strikes it down upon the anvil. A massive wave of energy bursts from the ruins, racing across the land. On the battlefield, the mammoth bellows, its body consumed by the same violet aura. Now bound to the prince's will, it turns fully against the red orcs, trampling, goring, and annihilating them in a storm of destruction. Orc soldiers scream in panic, their cries of rage replaced with terror as their strongest beast ravages their own ranks. The red orc chieftain watches in disbelief from his vantage point. His once mighty army is being torn apart before his eyes. On the opposite ridge, General Vandal sees the mammoth's betrayal of its masters and understands at once. He declares that the prince and his companions must have succeeded and seizes the moment. He orders his forces to charge, rallying the allied army to crush the red orcs while they are in chaos. The clash is immediate. Allied orcs, fueled by vengeance and desperation, smash into the disorganized Red Lightning tribe. The battlefield erupts into a storm of steel and blood, but the tide has turned. On the cliffs, the red orc chieftain stands frozen, his face twisted with disbelief as he watches his forces crumble. A subordinate at his side stammers that they should retreat, but the chieftain snarls in rage, refusing the thought. He admits through clenched teeth that he does not know who wields such terrifying power. His fury is cut short when Chris appears behind him, striking with sudden force. The blow catches the chieftain off guard, sending him staggering. The prince's brother fixes him with a hard glare, his voice sharp as steel. He tells the orc leader that this is as far as his conquest will go. He offers him one last chance, surrender, and he will grant him a swift death. But the proud red orc chieftain only answers with a roar of pure fury, his defiance echoing into the night. The enraged orc chieftain roars as he leaps high into the air, declaring that he will tear Chris to shreds for daring to insult him with such an offer. His massive frame hurtles downward like a living weapon, his bloodlust radiating in every motion. But Chris is ready. He braces himself and unleashes his devastating Beast Lord fist, channeling all his strength into a single explosive strike to meet the enemy's charge. With a resounding crack like thunder, the chieftain is overwhelmed. The force of the blow sends the red orc leader crashing back, his body broken and his pride shattered. The remaining red orcs stare in horror as they watch their once invincible chieftain fall. Their morale collapses instantly, fear spreading through their ranks like wildfire. Without their leader, their spirit is broken. Chris lowers his fist, breathing heavily. He looks down at his bloodied hand, flexing it with grim satisfaction. He knows the battle is not entirely over, but with the head of the serpent cut off, cleaning up the rest of the enemy will be swift work. He thinks of his younger siblings. He admits with a rare honesty that they would have been in grave danger without their aid. His expression softens for a moment, but then his gaze drifts to the horizon. Concern flickers across his face as he wonders aloud if they are safe. Back in the ruins, the others stand before the anvil. A magical projection ripples above it, showing the swamp mammoth rampaging through the red orc army, tearing through their ranks with devastating fury. The dark elf stares at the vision, still awestruck. She says that with the anvil's power unleashed, the Red Lightning tribe is being completely annihilated. Her voice is filled with awe, but her expression hardens into grim satisfaction as she remarks that their enemies are being utterly destroyed. But her words falter. Her body trembles, and suddenly she collapses to the ground, weakened by the backlash of the artifact. Her companions rush to her side in alarm. She reassures them weakly, insisting that she will be fine after she has rested. The dark elf offers to prepare a resting place for her, but then suddenly notices something alarming: the young prince is gone. Moments later, they find him outside the ruins. He exhales slowly, relief washing over him. Then, before his eyes, a series of shimmering notifications appear. Signs of his growth. He blinks in surprise as the messages inform him that he has leveled up multiple times. The sudden surge in power is staggering, and he wonders aloud if it is because of the anvil. Another notification appears, declaring that his conquest skill has also advanced. Excited, he quickly opens his status window. His eyes widen as he sees that his Under the King's Banner skill has also leveled up. A confident smirk spreads across his face when he realizes his primary ability has grown stronger. He notes another discovery: a brand new skill, King's Knights. From its name, he guesses that it must be some kind of summoning power. Just then, a voice calls out to him, snapping him from his thoughts. He turns to see his sister Caitlin approaching, her face lined with concern. He greets her with a bright smile, admitting cheerfully that he had stepped out without telling anyone. But before he can apologize further, Caitlin delivers a sharp chop to his head. She scolds him angrily, demanding to know why he disappeared without a word and worrying everyone in the process. He rubs his head sheepishly and apologizes sincerely. She relents, saying that it is fine as long as he is safe, but then her tone shifts as she explains that they now face another problem. Confusion washes over him, and he asks what she means. Caitlin explains that Felicia has collapsed into a deep sleep and has not awakened since. She says that their sister had been captured and drained by the Red Lightning tribe, and even though Felicia insisted that she only needed rest, her body has clearly reached its limit. Without her, Caitlin explains, they cannot summon the phantom steeds needed to fly back to the main camp. The young prince nods in agreement, though unease gnaws at him. He cannot help but feel the weight of worry over Felicia's condition. That night, the group sets camp within the silent ruins. The fires burn low, the air heavy with unease, as they wait for Felicia to recover. The prince sits quietly, glancing at his status once again. His health is fully restored, likely due to the surge of levels he gained. What surprises him more is that he feels no exhaustion at all. He wonders aloud if he will remain like this until morning. Then a thought sparks in his mind. He glances around the ancient stone walls, the carvings faintly glowing in the dim light. A realization hits him. This is no ordinary chamber. They're deep within an ancient ruin, and that means there may be more hidden secrets buried further within. Perhaps treasures. Perhaps weapons. Perhaps answers. His eyes gleam with curiosity as he contemplates what might still lie ahead. Of course, he knows that such treasures never lie unguarded. Ancient ruins like these are built on foundations of death, with traps and guardians designed to slaughter any who trespass. Yet as he clutches the thunderhammer, a confident smirk pulls at his lips. The anvil's power thrums through him, a steady reminder that here, within these ruins, he is no longer a mere intruder. He is ruler. The dungeon's power bends to his will, and within these walls, he wields unmatched authority. It dawns on him that this makes the entire ruin his playground. The guardians cannot touch him. The traps cannot harm him. He has, in essence, been handed a free pass to explore every hidden corner without fear. With this thought burning bright in his mind, he turns toward Carrick, who is still sprawled on the cold stone floor, snoring. The prince nudges him awake with the toe of his boot, amusement flickering in his eyes. With a mischievous grin, he tells his groggy companion to follow him. As they walk deeper into the ruin's shadowed halls, Carrick rubs at his eyes, his steps unsteady. The orc admits nervously that he is unsure if they should be wandering this place so freely. The prince only reassures him with calm confidence, pointing out that ruins such as this always conceal treasures and weapons worthy of discovery. The moment he opens the door to the next chamber, Carrick's nervousness spikes into terror. He gasps sharply and points with a trembling finger. On the floor lies a massive, slumbering form. His voice shakes as he warns the prince of the beast before them. The youth, however, does not flinch. He explains that the creature is an arch golem, its stone-carved body shaped like a griffin. It is one of the ruins' guardians, a beast of overwhelming strength, capable of reducing trespassers to dust. He thinks to himself that if they had entered this place under normal circumstances, such a monster would have slaughtered them both in moments. Carrick admits with blunt honesty that he would rather never face such a creature. The prince only teases him with a smirk, calling him a coward. Before the orc can reply, his fear dissolves into wide-eyed excitement. His gaze locks onto something gleaming in the corner. A massive treasure vault, filled to bursting with wealth. Gold coins spill from open chests, jeweled weapons glimmer, and armor pieces rest upon stands. Carrick seizes a piece of golden armor and holds it aloft, marveling at its flawless craftsmanship. He exclaims that it must be a high-quality treasure. The prince nods, observing the faint magical aura humming from its surface. He confirms that it is indeed enchanted armor of great power. Then, with a sly grin, he asks Carrick if he wants it. The orc stares at him in disbelief, surprised by the offer. The prince laughs, saying that the piece is far too large for him anyway. Carrick, delighted, accepts the gift with gratitude, clutching it to his chest as though it were the greatest honor he had ever received. The prince, meanwhile, gathers a handful of ancient gold coins. Deciding to store the most valuable items within his inventory, he tells Carrick to claim whatever else catches his eye. He strolls leisurely through the glittering chamber, letting his gaze wander. Then, something unusual seizes his attention. A massive, ornate chest in the far corner, untouched and looming. Curiosity sharpens within him as he approaches. He unlatches it carefully, only to frown when he finds it empty, save for a single, small button embedded in its base. Without hesitation, he presses it. The far wall groans and shifts, glowing faintly before retracting with a grinding rumble. Slowly, a hidden doorway yawns open, revealing a pitch-black corridor. A wide grin spreads across his face. Something special is hidden beyond this door. He can feel it. With eager steps, he strides into the passage, his boots echoing against the stone. The tunnel is long and silent, but at its end lies a vast chamber, its ceiling arching high above. In the center floats an artifact, suspended in midair above a pedestal. It radiates a dark, crushing aura that presses against his chest. Recognition crashes into him instantly. Though he has never laid eyes upon it before, its name surfaces in his mind as though carved into his very soul. He whispers it with awe. It is Enkidu's gauntlet, Earthshaker. A legendary weapon spoken of only in myths, one of the most powerful artifacts in existence. Its armored form gleams with ancient strength, its aura pulsing like the heartbeat of a god. The aura of conquest within him stirs violently, resonating with the gauntlet. He feels it calling him, pulling him closer with irresistible force. His hand rises instinctively, drawn to it. But before he can touch it, a string of notifications appears before his eyes, warning him that his stats are insufficient. Shock roots him to the spot. Even after his recent surge in levels, he is not strong enough to wield this artifact. And yet, despite the warnings, the gauntlet continues to glow, its aura refusing to release him. A new message appears, stunning him. Earthshaker has acknowledged him as its master. The words barely register before a brilliant flash of golden light engulfs him. The gauntlet shimmers and dissolves into radiant energy, flowing into his arm. He gasps, momentarily blinded as the power fuses with his body. The ancient armor reshapes itself, materializing around his hand in a seamless, gleaming fit. He stares in wonder. The Earthshaker now rests upon his arm, its weight both physical and spiritual. Notifications confirm an immense surge in his stats, numbers skyrocketing far beyond his expectations. A confident smirk curves his lips as realization sets in. With each level he gains, his bond with this artifact will only grow stronger. He has not just gained a weapon, he has secured a piece of power that could shape the future itself. Enkidu's gauntlet is his. His thoughts race with visions of conquest, of how this artifact might change the course of his destiny. But before he can savor the moment, a voice startles him. He spins around, instinctively hiding the glowing gauntlet behind his back. Carrick stands at the chamber's entrance, his expression uneasy. The orc admits that he saw everything, his voice trembling as he points out that he witnessed the gauntlet itself vanish into the prince's hand. The prince feels a bead of sweat slide down his cheek, his chest tightening with unease. For a moment, he fears his greatest secret, the truth about his inventory, has been exposed. But Carrick only shakes his head with a calm, reassuring expression. He tells the prince not to worry, saying he understands perfectly well that such knowledge could cause trouble if revealed. With a grin both fierce and loyal, the orc vows that even if a blade were pressed against his throat, he would never betray the secret. The youth is struck by his companion's words, deeply moved by the unshakable loyalty. He nods in gratitude, silently acknowledging that Carrick is more than just a subordinate, he is a true brother in arms. Carrick then asks if they should head back. The prince agrees, his lips curling into a mischievous smile as he reflects on the treasures they've uncovered. The weight of accomplishment sits warmly on his shoulders, mixed with the thrill of knowing this is only the beginning of what lies hidden in these ruins. Together, they retrace their steps through the glittering treasure vault. Their footsteps echo softly in the silence, the air thick with the lingering hum of magic. Just as they near the exit, the prince halts abruptly. His sharp eyes catch something half buried among the scattered piles of wealth. He gestures quickly for Carrick to look, his voice alive with excitement. He points to a small vial resting in the shadows, its contents glowing with an ethereal light. With a grin of triumph, he declares that this potion is exactly what they need. The scene shifts. Felicia lies pale and motionless, her breathing shallow. Then, with gentle care, the magical potion is pressed to her lips. She swallows, and at once the liquid's radiant energy surges through her body. Color returns to her cheeks, her exhaustion melting away as the ancient elixir restores her vitality. Slowly, her eyelids flutter open. The prince leans over her, concern etched into his features, and asks softly if she feels any better. Relief floods his chest when she nods weakly, though her eyes still dart around in confusion. She asks what has happened, her voice faint and uncertain. Caitlin steps forward with a proud smile and explains that their brother brought her a recovery potion, praising his quick thinking. Felicia blinks in surprise, clearly baffled. She wonders aloud where he could have possibly found such a rare and valuable item. The youth only chuckles, reminding her with playful arrogance that they are standing inside a ruin, the resting place of treasures beyond imagining. For a moment she stares at him, then realizes he is right. A small, sheepish smile crosses her face as she admits she had forgotten. He straightens with a confident smirk, declaring that he is the ruler of these ruins now. He tells her that she has nothing to fear and only needs to rest. By the time she awakens again, he promises, her magic will be fully restored. His words bring a sudden warmth to her, and to his surprise she thanks him, her voice soft, her cheeks faintly flushed. The prince falters, caught off guard by her sincerity. But Felicia repeats her gratitude, this time with a genuine, glowing smile that leaves him momentarily speechless. The next morning, golden sunlight pours across the land as the small group makes their way back to the main camp. They are weary, but their spirits are lighter. General Vandal greets them at the gates with booming laughter and a triumphant grin. He exclaims that they have finally returned, congratulating all of them on their success. Chris emerges soon after, clearing his throat with awkward formality. The prince blinks in surprise at the sight of his older brother, who still seems weighed down by their earlier argument. For a moment, Chris struggles, his pride warring with his emotions. Words do not come easily to him. But at last, with effort, he admits that Felicia's performance had been splendid. Felicia only smirks, brushing off the rare praise with a mixture of confidence and quiet satisfaction. The prince watches this small exchange, his heart warming at the sight. For the first time in a long while, he allows himself to smile genuinely. Chris then tells them all to rest, assuring them that he will take care of the finishing touches. The prince tilts his head in confusion, asking what he means. His older brother explains that remnants of the Red Lightning tribe still linger in the surrounding region, and someone must deal with them. The youth considers this for a moment and smirks to himself, already imagining 2 weeks of rest as a well-earned vacation. But Caitlin suddenly seizes him by the arm, her expression sharp with anger. She tells him firmly that it is certainly not a vacation for him. Then, with a sly smile of her own, she adds that her younger brother has important tasks to carry out, tasks that will be done by her side. Sun spills over the jagged mountain line and sinks into the forest canopy as dust trembles across the training ground. The boy lunges forward, only to stiffen in shock as he is struck hard. He says that the strike caught him off guard, the air jolted from his lungs. She darts in, her movements a blur wrapped in blue force, and she says that if he loses focus now he will be in serious danger. A heel stamps, a hand sweeps, and a gust kicks grit across his face as she says that he must get up. Coughing a strangled coke, he wipes his lip, and he says that he knew it would be rough, but this is insane, beast fist training. He recalls that what Caitlyn had meant by things to do was none other than this brutal regime. He narrates that for the first 5 days he had done nothing but take beatings, his body broken and bloodied. He says that only after a week passed could he finally see Caitlyn's fists, her blinding speed no longer completely invisible to him. Boards shatter, rails snap, and by the 11th day their arms whip past each other like scythes. She slips inside his guard with a grin and says that he is finally keeping up. He resets his stance, knuckles wrapped in pale aura, and he says that after all the pounding he has endured he had better be. He reflects that maybe it is thanks to this merciless routine that both Beast Fist and Aura rose to level 5. Night settles over the leaves, cicadas rasping in the heat. She lowers her shoulders into a relaxed frame and says good. She taps her temple and says that at this pace he will soon be ready for initiation into Beast God Fist. His face brightens, fists clenched, and he says really? She flicks her ponytail and admits that she is honestly impressed, saying she has never seen anyone advance this quickly. He steadies his breath, saying that at last he will learn the secret technique of the lycanthrope's Beast God Fist. She steps closer, offering her hand. She says that from this moment forward she will teach him a new way to command his aura, that he must not miss a single detail, and that he must follow exactly. She asks if he understands, calling him Shutra. He answers that yeah. Their hands clasp. Cold light seeps between their fingers, swells, and detonates upward in a roaring pillar that shakes the clearing. Leaves whirl like sparks, the earth thrums like a drum, and their joined auras climb into the night like a blue comet. He closes his eyes against the blinding surge and he says that he can feel it, Caitlyn's aura surging through him. He drifts inside the torrent as coils of light wrap around his limbs, and he says that it is pulling him along. The current braids into serpents of radiance. He studies their motion and says that it resembles Beast Fist, yet it is fundamentally different. Depth unfurls beneath the flow, and he says that he can feel it, the depth within aura itself. A star glimmers far below. Words reverberate in his mind. He says that aura is the essence of life, and when driven to its limit it transforms into the power of the soul. The pressure coils around his heart, sharp and predatory, and he names what he feels. He says that it is conquest, a feral power of domination, the strength to seize and subdue. Light detonates. He spreads in free fall through the luminous dark and he asks himself if this is true aura. The pillar bursts outward into the forest, tearing leaves from the branches. Golden panes flicker, ringing like chimes. He watches and says that Beast Fist has leveled up. Another pane shimmers and he says that aura has leveled up. Caitlyn lands, smiling, and she says that it is incredible. Shutra actually did it. A new pane slides open, glowing. He reads and says that he has acquired Beast God Fist, level 11. He raises a hand charged with fresh power, steadies his breath, and he says Beast God Fist, an Earthshaker. Shockwaves spiral, lifting a vortex of dust toward the sky. Another chime crowns him. The pane declares his level has risen to 14. He exhales sharply and he says yeah. His eyes lift to the night sky where leaves whirl like sparks, and he says yeah. This is it, the real beginning starts now. From the tree line, Vandal watches, a gentle smile on his lips. By dawn, the camp wakes golden. Across a tent table, he scratches his head and says oh, right. He asks Caitlyn if he can ask her something. She asks what it is. He leans forward and asks what exactly is the deal between Chris and Felicia. Inwardly, he weighs the board, and he says that like Chris, Felicia is someone he needs on his side, and that if their bond is weak it could cause trouble. She thinks carefully and says that the two are not hostile, but there is distance between them. She hesitates, then says that it is not because of any single incident. He presses further and says then. She leans back, eyes measured, and says that it probably ties back to the problem between Chris and Sylvan. He blinks, saying Sylvan. She raps the table twice and says that he should watch it, that even if Sylvan is not here, he should not call him so casually. He rubs his neck, saying he is sorry, that she caught him off guard. His thoughts coil around the name and he says that Felicia's twin brother, Sylvan Doomblade. He recalls the game and says that when he played as Zephyr, Sylvan was one of his most formidable opponents. He raises his eyes and says so then. There is a problem between Chris and Syl, when the doorway fills with a broad-shouldered figure. A familiar voice cuts in, casual and bright, saying, "So, they are both here." They jolt upright, exclaiming in surprise. He twists in his seat and says, "Ch Chris." She tilts her head with a wry smile and says that he has come early, brother. The blonde warrior hooks a thumb toward the exit and says that they should pack. He grins and says the work wrapped up quicker than expected, so they are leaving this afternoon. The boy startles and says, "Huh?" He asks, "Leaving? Where to?" Chris arches a brow and says that he is seriously asking because he does not know. He explains that once a mission is complete, they must report it. The scene shifts to the yard where tents glow in the low sun. Vandal clasps forearms with them and says that they have done well, prince and princesses. He rumbles with a smile and says that he looks forward to meeting again, ninth prince. The boy returns the grip and says, "Same here, Vandal." Chris rolls his shoulders and says that, "Well then, shall they head out?" He pumps a fist and says, "Yeah." Chris' eyes sweep toward the horizon, and he says that they should move straight to the Demon King's castle. The world shifts to crimson spires and echoing halls. Footsteps hiss along a vaulted nave. A vast figure waits upon a throne, armor glowing faintly as shadows gather for the audience to begin. The return plan is already mapped out in his mind with crisp clarity. He explains to himself that the route back to the Demon King's castle is straightforward. First, reach the nearest teleportation circle capable of long-distance warping, and then use transfer magic to arrive directly at the castle gates. He runs the numbers and says that the journey will take 3 days in total. With a sigh, he notes that no inns line the road ahead, meaning yet another night spent sleeping under the stars. By the fire that evening, he idly turns a stick between his fingers. The flames flicker across his pale face as he admits that being so close to the Demon King's castle makes him oddly nervous. He scratches patterns into the dirt, drawing names as he lists them aloud. Zephyr, Baikal, and Anastasia, the 3 dominant factions within the court. He outlines the structure with a steady voice. The second prince, Zephyr Ragnaros, is called the Demon King's greatest enemy. The first prince, Baikal Ragnaros, is the eldest son and a towering figure in his own right. The fourth princess, Anastasia Nikrian, commands her own sphere of influence. He explains that in the struggle for succession, birth order has no weight. Only achievements and ability dictate who rises to claim the throne. He goes on, saying that Baikal and Zephyr are full-blooded brothers, both bearing the draconian bloodline inherited from their mother. Their power and prestige, he adds, are overwhelming. He weighs the matter aloud, remarking that if one were forced to choose, the moderate and level-headed Baikal would likely be the better candidate. But then he shrugs and says that in truth it hardly matters. After that fateful day, everything will change anyway. His voice lowers, more solemn. He says that this is why he must prepare himself now, raise his level high enough to truly wield Earthshaker, and harness the new power that destiny has handed him. He clenches a fist and declares the King's Order of Knights. A sharp ping from the system answers him, and he announces that the skill under the King's flag has been activated. His eyes widen as the golden pane unfolds before him. He admits aloud that he had expected a simple summoning skill, nothing more. But the interface tells another story. He reads it carefully. Order of Knights LV1. Knight Captain. Blank. Order Capacity. 0 of 2. Knight Training. Blank. Blessing of the Order LV1. Increases members' health by 5%. Special skill. Summon Knight Captain once every 3 days. He rubs his temples, muttering that this looks suspiciously like a guild system, buffs, training, summoning. Then laughter bubbles out of him, and he exclaims with disbelief that this skill is completely broken. He studies the pane longer, a grin spreading as he remarks that if it is this powerful at level 1, then the higher stages will be beyond imagination. Crunching footsteps cut across his thoughts. He glances up as Carrick steps into view from the shadows, a frown tugging at his features. The orc scolds him harshly, shouting that here he was again, awake when he should be sleeping. He warns the prince that if they want to leave early, he must rest first. He waves a broad arm impatiently and orders him to come over already. The white-haired prince straightens, coughing lightly into his fist, then says with a sly smile that Carrick has arrived with perfect timing. His eyes gleam as he leans closer, asking if the orc wants to help him test something. Carrick stiffens, rubbing at the back of his neck, and stammers nervously, demanding to know what exactly he means. Moonlight filters down through the branches as the prince raises his sword like a herald. His voice rings out with ceremonial weight as he proclaims that mighty orc warrior Carrick stands before him. A blade of radiant light flares into existence in his grasp. He rests the flat against Carrick's shoulder and declares him his knight. The air crackles. Light surges into Carrick's body. The orc reels as energy coils across his skin, his eyes widening in awe. He murmurs a drawn-out sound of wonder, then stammers that he feels strange, as though his loyalty to the prince has deepened beyond anything he can explain. A fresh system pane slides into place. Knight Captain, Carrick. Level: 24. Rank: Soldier. The prince's lips curl into an elongated, satisfied "oh." He says that this is it, exactly what he hoped for. Strength pulses off Carrick in waves, his chest rising and falling as he gasps for breath. The prince grips his shoulder, eyes burning with fierce intent, and calls his name. He tells him with unwavering conviction that he will make him the strongest orc in the world. He promises to raise him into an emperor of orcs, someone mighty enough to rival even dragons. He laughs with relentless determination, saying that at this growth rate, the future is limitless. Carrick's voice trembles. He glances toward him with concern and asks if he is feeling sick or something. The next day, the party gathers before the glowing teleportation circle, its runes humming with power. Chris offers a half smile, saying that they should get moving. He steps forward, cloak fluttering, and affirms with quiet certainty that yes, it is time. The group closes ranks around him as the blue light surges upward, swallowing them whole. The force tears them through space like a bolt, weightless and spinning. Gravity slips. He shouts for everyone to hold on before his voice warps into a wild, elongated cry as they plummet through the light. They crash down hard. He lands on his hands and knees, muttering in dazed confusion. Sweat beads across his brow as Caitlin leans down, asking if he is all right. He waves a hand, still shaky, and says haltingly that yes, he is fine. Ahead, the grand hall fills with voices. A young dark elf rushes forward, calling Felicia by name, hailing her as his elder sister. Attendants crowd around, praising her beauty and saying they have long awaited her return. Felicia greets them with poise, smiling gracefully amid their admiration. Watching the way they gather, he remarks to himself with wry amusement that it looks like she has her own idol fan club. He guesses privately that these must be half-brothers and their loyalists. The greetings continue. A man bows, declaring the arrival of Prince Chris. Another compliments Caitlin, saying she has grown even more beautiful. Others step forward, offering words of welcome, asking after their well-being. The prince glances around the swirl of attention and mutters to himself with a crooked smile, asking why no one seems to be here for him. Two elves nearby whisper to each other without sparing him a glance. His brow twitches as he says in disbelief that seriously, no one. He drifts toward the edge of the circle, measuring the hall. Slowly, he nods as clarity settles in. He realizes just how little footing he holds here, in the very heart of the Demon King's domain. But his mouth curls into a knowing smirk. He says that fine, he expected this much anyway. He turns to Carrick, eyes sharp with intent, and asks if his knight is ready. Sunlight streams through high windows, gilding his silver hair. With his cloak swaying like a banner of resolve, he declares that from this moment on, they will begin changing everything, one step at a time. Carrick and Shutra were shown to their small, unremarkable room. Shutra remarked with sarcasm that they should at least be grateful for having a room at all. Carrick mentioned that they had free time until the official events began the next day, though Shutra felt it was less a break and more like being left to rot somewhere. A sudden series of knocks startled him. Wondering who could possibly visit them, he opened the door to find a well-dressed woman standing there. She introduced herself as Flora Sevensword, an agent from the Real Estate Management Bureau. Shutra asked what brought someone from such a prestigious department to him, and Flora explained that his public merit level had risen dramatically. She informed him that he was now qualified to select a new residence suited to his status. The news left him in complete disbelief and awe. Later, he visited the Office of Public Merits, where a woman with the lower body of a serpent greeted him warmly. When he asked if this was the right place to claim his new home, the woman, Isabella, confirmed that it was. With a graceful motion, she summoned a magical display that listed his achievements. She revealed that his merit level had reached 5, granting him higher access privileges and an enormous salary of 500 gold. She added that no other prince had accomplished such a feat on their first mission, which left Shutra embarrassed yet secretly delighted. When he asked to see the available residences, Isabella agreed with enthusiasm. Not long after, Carrick stood frozen in front of a mansion so magnificent that he could hardly breathe. He asked if the golden-gated estate before them was truly their new home, unable to believe it was real. Inside, Flora awaited them in the grand foyer, commenting that they had arrived sooner than she had expected. Now dressed in a pristine maid uniform, she bowed deeply and said that it was her honor to serve him as his new butler. Carrick whispered to Shutra, utterly confused, and Shutra explained with a grin that he had used his new points to hire her. Seeing his friend's bafflement, he told him not to worry about the details, leaving Carrick muttering about his prince's odd choices. The next morning brought the day of the formal audience with the Demon King. In the lavish dressing room, Carrick nervously complained about needing to use the restroom. Shutra, holding a drink, told him with irritation to just go already, adding that his friend's whining was making him nervous too. A voice suddenly cut through the tension, praising how sharp they both looked in their formal clothes. Caitlin and Felicia entered, radiant in elegant gowns. Caitlin said that all credit belonged to Felicia, who proudly admitted that her efforts in choosing their outfits had paid off. Caitlin then teased Shutra, saying that he looked particularly good in the suit they had chosen for him. Flustered, he thanked her and added that both she and Felicia looked incredible. Caitlin beamed at the compliment while Felicia, trying to hide her smile, remarked that of course they looked good. Prince Chris then joined them, his presence commanding as always. He reminded Shutra that this was his first official audience ceremony and said that today he was the star, the one who had to prove his worth. Shutra met his gaze with determination, saying that he was ready. The great doors opened, flooding the hall with blinding light. Shutra knew many would think his success was just luck, that he didn't belong among them. But he was ready to silence every doubt. With unwavering resolve, he stepped forward, leading his siblings into the throne room. The vast hall was filled with the most powerful nobles of the demon realm. The royal children knelt before the throne of Demon King Nitra. Chris spoke first, introducing himself as the 7th prince and addressing their father with deep respect. The ancient king's expression was unreadable, his crimson eyes glowing faintly beneath a heavy crown. An attendant stepped forward to announce that the evaluation of the prince's achievements would now begin. As the report started, Shutra looked up at his father and was struck by a chilling realization. In his focus on ambition and plans, he had forgotten a fundamental truth. The Demon King was not just his father, but the one being no one in the realm could ever underestimate. A crushing, invisible pressure suddenly filled the hall. Shutra's body trembled as he struggled to stay upright under the sheer weight of his father's aura. Pain twisted his face, but deep within his mind, he heard the goddess of conquest. Her golden light appeared before him, whispering a single command, to conquer. He remembered the power he had grasped before, the light that symbolized his will. The goddess told him that a true king must endure the gaze of another and bend that pressure to his own will. With clenched fists and teeth, Shutra focused inward. A golden radiance erupted from within him, colliding with the Demon King's oppressive energy. The light spread like fire, forcing back the suffocating aura. His eyes glowed bright gold as he unleashed the full force of conquest, a defiant surge that shook the hall. For the first time, the king's stoic face shifted, a flicker of surprise breaking his calm. Then his deep, commanding voice filled the chamber as he spoke a single name, Shutra. The entire court froze. Every noble and sibling turned in disbelief. Still kneeling, Shutra lifted his gaze, stunned beyond words by what had just occurred. The Demon King's piercing gaze fixed on Shutra, his voice resonant as he declared that he looked forward to seeing the boy's future achievements. He spoke Shutra's name once more, his tone deliberate, ensuring that every soul in the vast throne hall heard the acknowledgement. Around them, the court erupted in whispers. Many stunned that the king had called one of his children by name, something he had never done before. Questions rippled through the nobles, wondering why the 9th prince, until now deemed irrelevant, had been singled out. Shutra understood the hidden message behind the simple words. In this court, a public acknowledgement from the king was no small gesture. It was a declaration of change. He silently vowed to live up to the king's expectations, his first audience ending with an impression that would echo throughout the kingdom. Back at his mansion, Carrick's frantic shouting jolted him awake. The butler urged him to get up, waving a letter that had just arrived from the Office of Public Merits. Still half asleep, Shutra wondered why they would contact him again so soon after his last reward. Breaking the royal seal, he scanned the letter's contents, his eyes widening in disbelief. Carrick, impatient for answers, asked what it said. Shutra confessed that he wasn't entirely sure how to feel, then revealed that the letter contained a personal mission from the Demon King himself. Later that day, Shutra gathered with his siblings in a bright, ornate chamber to discuss the assignment. Chris read the details aloud. It was a monster extermination mission. Caitlin immediately realized it meant Shutra would be heading to the Anger Plains. When he asked if that was the Centaur's territory, she confirmed it, explaining that she and Chris had trained there in the past. Chris regretted that he couldn't join, but Caitlin assured him that he would be fine on his own. Chris then turned serious, advising his younger brother to be cautious. He warned that from now on, everyone in the castle would be watching him, some hoping to ally with him, others seeing him as a potential threat. Shutra listened intently, knowing even the powerful Zephyr had never been called by name in the throne room. Chris offered his full support, telling him not to hesitate if he needed help. He also advised that before departing, Shutra should visit Felicia, who had something prepared for him. They found Felicia in the stables, standing beside two large reptilian mounts. She explained that he would need reliable transport to navigate Centaur territory. Shutra thanked her, clearly grateful, but Felicia wasn't finished. She extended her hand, revealing a necklace with a radiant blue gemstone. The legendary Dark Elf's tear. Shutra was stunned, recognizing it as a sacred relic that, in the game, could only be obtained by defeating her. Felicia explained that her people never forgot kindness and that this was her way of repaying him for saving her life. She wished him a safe journey, then surprised him by pulling him into a sudden, heartfelt hug. Completely flustered, Shutra almost called her by an affectionate nickname before she quickly stepped back, cheeks tinged pink. Embarrassed by her own action, she looked away while he smiled faintly, amused by the rare show of warmth. With a final wave, Shutra stood beside Carrick and their new mounts, ready for the road ahead. They stepped onto the teleportation circle, and a brilliant blue light enveloped them as Felicia watched silently. When the light faded, she smiled softly, whispering a quiet wish for his safety. A blinding flash marked their arrival in the vast expanse of the Anger Plains. When the glow subsided, Shutra, Carrick, and their mounts stood atop a stone platform surrounded by windswept dust and endless horizon. Carrick looked around, asking if this was truly the place. Shutra, smirking, confirmed that it was. They were soon approached by a woman who greeted the ninth prince with respect. Introducing herself as Karma, a ranger assigned to guide them, she bowed low. Shutra noticed that she had the upper body of a human and the lower half of a beast, identifying her as one of the Sati. Karma appeared pleased by his recognition and suggested that they begin moving immediately. Their journey across the barren plains began, their reptilian mounts stirring up plumes of dust as Karma ran ahead effortlessly. She explained that the trip would take 2 days and asked if he minded few breaks, which he didn't. Curious, she asked if any soldiers would be joining, and Shutra replied that it was only them for now, though they would later join the Centaur forces for a larger confrontation. He began analyzing the situation, deciding that a long spear would serve him best in a mounted fight. Then his sharp ears caught a faint, strange sound in the distance. He alerted Karma, who told him to stay back while she investigated. Moments later, the earth split violently before them, a burst of unseen energy tearing through the ground. Dirt exploded into the air as Karma dashed forward, her expression turning pale when she saw the source. A massive herd of Cassius beasts was pursuing a lone satyr across the plains, an attack that shouldn't have been happening yet. The monstrous pack surged like a wave of shadows and teeth. The satyr ran in blind panic, his terror clear as one enormous wolf lunged, jaws wide to strike him down. Just as the beast closed in, Shutra spurred his mount forward, colliding with the wolf in a flash of motion and knocking it aside, saving the satyr from certain death. The violent impact sent the shadow wolf crashing into the sand, erupting in a thick cloud of dust. Shutra's mount slammed its clawed feet into the ground, asserting dominance as it stood protectively between the fallen satyr and the rest of the snarling pack. Calmly, Shutra lifted a hand and remarked that the welcoming party had shown up earlier than expected. The legendary gauntlet, Earthshaker, shimmered into existence around his arm, its golden light pulsing with raw power. He dismissed the ambush as nothing more than a nuisance, grinning with a thrill that betrayed his excitement. He declared that he had been waiting for a proper fight. The satyr, still trembling, looked back to see the ninth prince standing tall upon his reptilian mount, facing the pack alone. The largest of the shadow wolves stepped forward, its muscles rippling as it let out a thunderous roar, clearly asserting its role as the pack leader. The beast lunged with terrifying speed, its glowing red eyes fixed on the prince. Karma shouted to ask if he was all right, and Carrick warned that charging in alone was madness. Shutra waved off their concern, insisting that they stay back and simply watch. Then, with a burst of movement, he launched himself from his mount into the air to meet the charging beast head-on. He decided this was the perfect moment to test the power of the beast god fist technique. As the wolf leapt, jaws wide and eyes blazing, he met it mid-air, his gauntlet shining like molten gold. His aura flared violently as he gathered power into his fist and unleashed the fist of explosion. A brilliant burst of golden light detonated through the air, the shockwave rippling across the plains. The alpha's head vanished in a spray of energy and shadow, its massive body slamming lifelessly into the sand. Shutra landed with effortless grace, his gauntlet still smoking from the strike. The remaining wolves froze, their snarls replaced with whimpers of fear as they backed away from the boy who had just obliterated their leader. Shutra studied his gauntlet in awe, wondering if it had amplified his aura. A confident grin crossed his face as he realized that the strength he'd unleashed rivaled even Caitlyn's power. Karma and Carrick were speechless, their shock slowly turning into admiration. The rescued satyr, recovering his breath, introduced himself as Swift Wind, a scout assigned to escort them. Now indebted, he offered to guide the group to their destination. But before they could depart, the alpha's headless body began to glow faintly with a strange purple light, a sign of lingering corruption. Ignoring the unsettling sight, they continued on, and after a long trek across the harsh plains, they reached a ridge overlooking a vast centaur settlement. Below them stretched the homeland of the four great centaur tribes: Fierce Wind, Heavy Rain, Raging Flame, and Rough Night. The Raging Flame tribe held dominance, led by their high chieftain, Savage Eyes, who soon emerged to greet them. The towering centaur warrior introduced himself with calm authority. Shutra immediately recognized the name, an infamous character from the game, one who had been an enemy rather than an ally. Carrick whispered nervously that the chieftain's glare could kill, while Shutra confidently introduced himself as the ninth prince. Savage Eyes studied him silently, his sharp gaze assessing the young demon's poise. Shutra met the look without flinching, asking for an evaluation of the situation. Inside the main yurt, Savage Eyes stood over a large map and admitted bluntly that the circumstances were dire. The Cassius herd had migrated south far earlier than usual, a troubling omen. He explained that some claimed it was only a splinter group, though Shutra quietly remembered from the game that such optimism was always misplaced. The chieftain outlined his plan. In 3 days, warriors from all 4 tribes would unite to annihilate the herd. Shutra agreed, hoping events would unfold differently this time than they had in the game. As the meeting ended, Savage Eyes called out to him again, asking with a sly grin if the rumors were true, that the prince had crushed a Cassius beast's skull with his bare hands. Shutra's smirk returned as he confirmed it and offered to demonstrate his strength later if the chieftain desired. A rare flicker of intrigue crossed the warrior's face before he accepted the challenge, saying he looked forward to witnessing that power himself. As Shutra walked through the settlement that evening, murmurs followed him. The centaurs whispered about the ninth prince, the young demon whose feat had already become legend. Carrick noted that his popularity was soaring, joking that it must be due to his irresistible charm before realizing he'd said too much. He advised Shutra to rest before the coming battle. That night, Shutra fell into a deep, peaceful sleep, unaware that something extraordinary was stirring beside him. A soft green glow began to pulse from the gauntlet resting on his arm. The light intensified until it woke him. Blinking in confusion, he looked down at Earthshaker, now fully manifested, and called its name aloud. A serene voice echoed through the room, and when he looked up, he saw the ethereal image of a beautiful, elf-like woman surrounded by a gentle emerald radiance. His eyes glowed faintly as she addressed him, stating that she needed his help immediately. Still disoriented, he asked who she was. The spirit's gaze softened as she introduced herself as the Green Wind. The name struck him like lightning. He remembered it well from the lore. The green wind was one of the great nature spirits, guardian of the plains and source of their life. Before he could react further, his surroundings vanished. His consciousness was pulled into a vibrant green realm filled with swirling energy. Floating beside the spirit, he heard her explain that this place was her home, the heart of the Engel Plains, and also where a fragment of her creator, the Watcher Enkel, resided. As he took in the breathtaking sight, a realization hit him like a storm. Something about this divine presence was not just familiar but dangerously connected to what awaited him next. The mention of the name Enkel sent a chill down Kshatra's spine. The memory surfaced instantly. Enkel was one of the 6 elder dragons, godlike beings so powerful that players in the game could never hope to encounter them. He glanced at his gauntlet, a relic forged by another ancient being, realizing that this new meeting couldn't be mere coincidence. The spirit of the green wind broke through his thoughts, her tone urgent. She warned that monsters from the north were advancing toward her sanctuary, their purpose to steal the life of the plains itself. If they succeeded, her home, and her very essence, would be destroyed. She insisted that he alone could stop them. Kshatra protested, saying that he wasn't strong enough for such a task. The spirit countered, reminding him that he already carried the power of Enkidu. Golden light flared around him in confirmation. She assured him that the fragment of Enkel within her temple would grant him the strength he needed. As her form began to fade, she instructed him to show her token to her children, the tribes who still worshipped her. In the next instant, he was back in his bed, breathing hard. A glowing green symbol shimmered on the back of his hand, and a brilliant green crystal materialized in his palm, the spirit's divine proof. Outside, Savage Eyes was shouting, demanding to know what the prince was saying about the green wind. When Kshatra explained that the sacred temple was about to be attacked, the chieftain's skepticism was obvious. But the moment the prince raised his glowing hand and revealed the divine crystal, the light reflecting across the chieftain's eyes, all doubt vanished. Savage Eyes' expression hardened with conviction as he asked what needed to be done. Soon after, under the blazing sun, the united Centaur army thundered across the plains. Spears and banners glinted in the light as hundreds of warriors galloped forward with unshakable purpose. Kshatra rode at their center, small in stature but commanding in presence, his reptilian mount keeping pace with the Centaur ranks. Consulting his magical map, he confirmed they were heading straight toward the Temple of the Green Wind, its distant outline shimmering in a halo of soft emerald light. He knew he never could have found it without the map. A scout's alarmed shout broke the wind's calm. Dark shapes were gathering ahead. A massive horde of Cassius beasts stretched across the horizon, their glowing eyes burning like scattered embers. Kshatra realized with unease that the creatures should not have known the temple's location. Someone, or something, must have betrayed them. Savage Eyes grimly noted that the enemy was far larger than expected and asked for orders. Recalling the spirit's words, Kshatra declared that he must reach the temple and draw power from Enkel's fragment sealed within. The chieftain was to hold the line and ensure no beast reached the sacred site. He turned to Carrick and Karma, saying it was time to move. Both nodded in readiness. Savage Eyes raised his sword high, his booming voice commanding the tribes to stand firm. A roar of unity swept across the field, followed by the thunderous sound of charging hooves. Archers released their first volley, black arrows streaking across the sky and raining death upon the advancing horde. The clash was immediate and violent, swords, axes, and claws meeting in chaos. Centaur warriors struck with unmatched ferocity, cutting down beasts 2 at a time. Amid the raging battle, Kshatra and his companions broke through the front lines, racing toward the temple. Carrick shouted that their only mission was to get the prince there safely, which Kshatra affirmed. Bellowing a fierce war cry, Carrick charged forward, his massive axe sweeping through shadow wolves in wide, devastating arcs. Karma darted alongside him, twin daggers flashing as she fended off attackers with precision and speed. Kshatra spurred his mount ahead, praising their efforts as the temple loomed closer. Then, without warning, a massive shadow tore through the air. A hulking minotaur crashed down before him, shaking the ground and crushing his mount beneath its weight. Kshatra was thrown violently, hitting the dirt with a groan. The towering creature raised a crude wooden club and roared in triumph, stomping toward him. Cursing himself for letting his guard down, Kshatra struggled to his feet, but before the minotaur could strike, Carrick intercepted the blow. His axe clashed against the club, sparks and golden light exploding from the collision. Shutra called out to him in relief as Carrick barked that now was no time to lie around. The Minotaur swung again, but Carrick held firm, blocking each strike with sheer strength. The ground trembled under the force of their battle. Gritting his teeth, Carrick refused to yield even an inch. Shutra, smirking despite the danger, told him that after boasting so much, he had better not lose now. He raised his glowing hand and activated a supporting skill. A golden pillar of light erupted around Carrick, flooding him with radiant energy. The warrior let out a thunderous roar as the power coursed through him, his muscles glowing with divine strength. Shutra's expression hardened. He declared that from this point on, they were no longer defending, they were taking the fight to the enemy. Empowered by the light, Carrick drove his axe forward in a massive push, sending the Minotaur staggering back. Golden shockwaves rippled through the battlefield, marking the beginning of their counterattack. The Minotaur staggered backward, eyes wide with disbelief as Carrick's strength exploded beyond anything the beast could match. Seizing the moment, the orc roared and leapt high into the air, bringing his massive axe down in a golden, energy-charged arc. The strike crashed into the Minotaur with crushing force, shaking the ground beneath them. The battle ended in an explosion of dust and silence. Breathing heavily, Carrick called out that the prince should keep going. Trusting his knight, Shutra sprinted toward the temple, his crimson cape whipping behind him as he raced up the massive stone steps and into the glowing sanctuary. Inside, the spirit's voice urged him to hurry. His gauntlet pulsed with green light, releasing a stream of energy that wound deeper into the temple, guiding him through ancient, cracked corridors. The trail of light led him to a vast inner chamber where enormous roots covered the floor. At its center stood an immense, ancient tree radiating divine green energy. The air vibrated with life, and shimmering leaves swirled around him as the spirit of the green wind appeared again, extending a luminous hand toward the tree. Within the trunk, a brilliant object pulsed, a dragon heart. Shutra's breath caught as he realized this was the fragment of Ankle, the source of an elder dragon's power. The spirit explained that peace in the Engel plains endured only because of the Watcher Ankle's protective magic, which flowed from this sacred place. If the temple fell, that balance would collapse. She asked him to awaken the magic and stop the horde. Outside, savage eyes rallied his troops, shouting that they must protect the temple at all costs. Carrick's axe carved through another Minotaur in a storm of sparks, while Karma fought off waves of shadow wolves, her daggers gleaming. Even one of the tree guardians nearby sensed the overwhelming enemy presence. The spirit's voice trembled with urgency as she pleaded for him to defend the plains and her children, offering him the dragon heart. Shutra placed his hand on the artifact, accepting the responsibility. Instantly, a surge of green energy exploded outward, flooding through him like a living storm. His head snapped back as his vision faded into blinding light. He suddenly found himself standing within a vast star-filled void, facing a colossal, serpentine form, the elder dragon Ankle. Its three ancient eyes gleamed with cosmic wisdom, and as it gazed down at him, its voice rumbled through the heavens, commanding him simply to take it. Back in the physical world, the temple erupted in a burst of green brilliance. A pillar of light shot skyward, visible for miles. The battlefield fell silent as friend and foe alike stared at the sight in awe. Carrick, bloodied and panting, looked toward the temple, realizing it could only be the prince's doing. Then the earth trembled. Thorn-covered vines tore through the soil, coiling and twisting together. From within the storm of magic, a massive wooden foot slammed down, followed by towering figures of bark and stone. The ancient forest guardians had awakened. The newly risen titans stormed the battlefield, their branch-like arms crushing beasts by the dozen. A minotaur's roar was silenced as a guardian's blow smashed it into the ground. The battle turned instantly. Where chaos had reigned, now nature itself fought alongside them. Inside the temple, the green wind sighed with relief, declaring that Ankle's magic had finally been reawakened. She turned to Shutra with gratitude, thanking him for saving the Engel plains. But her relief quickly turned to horror. The Dragonheart's energy was not stopping, it was still pouring directly into the prince. Her eyes widened as she demanded to know why the mana was flowing into him instead of fortifying the temple. Realization dawned with fear. He was absorbing the Elder Dragon's power. Shutra's body convulsed violently, white light flooding his eyes as the raw energy tore through him. She screamed for him to stop, warning that his mortal form would be destroyed. But amid the agony, a golden radiance erupted from within him. Notifications echoed in his mind. His level had risen. His wounds sealed instantly, skin glowing as the divine light mended his body. The spirit could only watch, stunned, as the impossible unfolded before her eyes. The golden aura grew brighter, his strength surging again and again as his level climbed higher. Deep within his consciousness, the goddess of conquest appeared, her voice powerful and commanding. She ordered him to subdue the Dragonheart, to conquer its ancient power and make it bow before his will. Shutra clenched his fist, determined to claim the ancient dragon's power, no matter the cost. The goddess's voice rang in his mind, proclaiming that even the remnant of an elder dragon would bow before his indomitable will. Back in the temple, the glowing green Dragonheart sank into his chest, fusing with his body. The ancient tree at the chamber's center pulsed one final time before releasing a magnificent burst of light. The brilliance slowly faded, leaving the room bathed in a calm, green radiance as motes of light drifted through the air. Bent over, gasping from the ordeal, Shutra steadied himself. His body was surrounded by a shimmering emerald aura as the transformation completed. Straightening, his shadowed face revealed the sharp glint of new power. The goddess's fading voice named him anew, the Knight of Conquest. A cascade of notifications appeared before him. Dragon body, dragon blood, immunity to all poisons. His level had risen to 17, and his title now read Dragonborn. He knew what it meant. A being who had awakened dormant dragon genes, capable of wielding true draconic magic. The realization struck him. His rival, Zephyr, had possessed the same power through inherited dragon lineage. Now, he stood as his equal. The green wind spirit reappeared, her tone filled with awe. She said she could feel Enkel's essence flowing within him, proof that he now possessed the spirit and body of a dragon. Though she admitted this power had been sealed for 1,000 years, she expressed no regret in seeing it reborn through him. Calling him the successor of the Watcher, she gave him one final plea, to protect the Engel Plains and her children, the centaurs and satyrs. A confident smile crossed Shutra's face as he accepted without hesitation. Outside, the battle still raged. The tree guardians crushed the horde with thunderous might, tearing through monsters like weeds. Yet amid the chaos stood a colossal minotaur commander, larger and fiercer than the rest, its aura commanding the enemy forces. The creature bellowed orders, rallying its army against the centaurs and guardians. Emerging from the temple, Shutra immediately fixed his gaze on the beast. Recognizing it as the leader, he crouched, then launched himself from the temple steps in a burst of power. Landing amid the battle, he called out to Carrick, who turned in shock to see him alive and transformed. The commander snarled, its crimson eyes glowing with fury as it swung a massive axe toward the intruder. Shutra met its glare without fear and countered with a golden, energy-infused punch aimed straight at its chest. The beast dodged swiftly and retaliated, striking him with a brutal backhand that sent him skidding across the dirt. It leapt forward, axe raised high, but Shutra steadied himself, eyes burning with focus. He promised the beast that this time, it would not withstand his power. Channeling energy into his fist, he unleashed the Fist of Explosion once more, sending a massive wave of golden energy crashing into the commander. The attack struck dead on, yet the Minotaur only staggered slightly, its hide was too thick. Gritting his teeth, Shutra realized brute force alone wouldn't be enough. The beast swung again, forcing him to dodge back as sparks and dust filled the air. Then he smirked. It was time to show the commander something entirely new. He activated Dragonblood. A violent surge of purple energy erupted from him, twisting around his body like living flame. A system alert rang in his mind. His gauntlet, Earthquaker, had unlocked its true form. Its surface crackled with lightning as power flooded through his arm. Focusing all his might into the gauntlet, Shutra vowed to stake everything on one decisive strike. The Minotaur roared and charged, raising its axe, but he met its fury head-on, unleashing an immense blast of golden and violet energy. As the two powers collided, he shouted for Carrick, telling him it was his turn. With the skill summoned the King's Knight, Carrick materialized behind the commander in a flash of light. Before the beast could react, Carrick's axe came crashing down onto the back of its skull with explosive force. The commander roared in agony, stumbling from the unexpected strike. Shutra's gauntlet flared, the purple light intensifying as he warned the beast to face him. The commander turned, rage and fear flickering in its crimson eyes as it sensed the overwhelming energy gathering before it. A fierce grin spread across Shutra's face as he promised that this attack would be unlike any before. He channeled everything, Dragonblood, Conquest, and the Earthquaker's power, into one devastating strike. Then, with wings of swirling gold and violet energy flaring around him, he shot forward like a meteor. The air cracked under the force as he unleashed the Earthquaker's secret art, a single overwhelming blow that tore through the battlefield, ready to end it all. A massive detonation of gold light swallowed the bull-headed foe, tearing a crater into the battlefield and sending shockwaves through the air. The ground split open, rocks hurled skyward as warriors shielded their faces from the blast. In the heart of the explosion, system messages appeared before him. His level had increased, the boss Drake Ogre Mustafa had been defeated, and a new title, Drake Ogre Slayer, was his. Shutra stood at the crater's edge, cloak fluttering as smoke and golden motes drifted through the air, the monster's remains hissing away into shadow. Breathing hard, he muttered in exhaustion, noting how much aura he had spent and how close he'd come to collapse. He mused that controlling Earthshaker's true techniques clearly required an advanced aura mastery skill, something he didn't yet have. That meant Gigantic Piston wasn't even the weapon's ultimate form. A sharp grin cut across his face as light shimmered faintly on his knuckles. There was more power waiting to be unlocked. Carrick shouted that the enemy was retreating. Startled, Shutra looked up as the centaurs surged forward with renewed vigor. Warriors roared their war cries, cutting through the fleeing monsters while the commander bellowed for none to be spared. Blades flashed crimson under the sinking sun as the pursuit swept across the plains. Night soon cloaked the battlefield. Beneath a sky of cold stars, the land lay scarred and silent, save for the distant flicker of torchlight from the centaur shrine. At the camp, laughter and song filled the air. Warriors celebrated their victory with sloshing mugs and shouts of triumph, their joy echoing across the plains. Amid the noise, Shutra slipped quietly away, drawn toward the ancient tree where green motes floated like fireflies. From the tree's glow emerged Green Wind, smiling as she teased that he had seemed to be enjoying himself earlier. He explained that he had come to ask her a few questions. She agreed, saying she owed him answers for fulfilling her request, but first, she asked if he would release the dominion he now held over her. Confused, Shutra repeated the word, and she clarified that because he had absorbed Ankle's magic, she, being born from that same power, was now bound to him. Realization dawned on him, and he awkwardly admitted he didn't know how to release her. She stared in disbelief, calling him a careless master who might turn permanent out of ignorance. He protested that no one had ever taught him such things, prompting her to accuse him of pretending otherwise. Flustered, he asked her to calm down and explain her current condition. She answered that she was entirely his, body, magic, and will, and that she was now bound to him as her master. Waving his hands, he clarified that wasn't what he meant and asked instead if she felt any discomfort. She assured him she didn't but warned that if she vanished, the Engle plains would lose their life and color, as she was the essence of its magic. He pondered this and suggested she could remain there, saying she didn't need to follow him. Her expression fell, hurt by the implication, and she asked if he was abandoning her. He quickly denied it, asking if she wanted to go with him. She replied earnestly that she did. It was only natural for a spirit to stay with her master. He nodded, realizing he had accidentally formed a spirit contract. Remembering her earlier words, he asked if they could create something to sustain the plains in her absence. Her eyes widened. She said it was possible, though it would take time and much of her strength. The great tree behind her shimmered in agreement. He declared that was perfect. They would leave a substitute behind so she could come with him. She hesitated, saying that doing so would weaken her for a while, but he brushed it off cheerfully. A nature spirit as a companion, he thought, was more than a fair trade. Relief softened her features as she clasped her hands and called to him fondly as Master. He smiled and said that if that matter was settled, he had questions. Looking up at her, he asked when and how Ankle had died. Her glow dimmed as she admitted she didn't remember everything. She was only a fragment, reborn as a spirit. Still, she recalled one thing. 1,000 years ago, Ankle had been murdered. Shutra froze at the word, stunned. She continued that she didn't know the killer, only that it hadn't been another elder dragon. He whispered the word, murder, chilled by the thought that someone could slay a being worshipped as a god. Green Wind drifted closer, her voice softening as she said he should speak more casually. It was awkward for a master to sound so formal. Rubbing his neck, he agreed and changed the subject, asking if, as Ankle's successor, he could also absorb the powers of other elder dragons. She tapped her lips thoughtfully and said that, normally, it would be impossible, but in his case, it might be. He was already wielding the opposing powers of Watcher Ankle and Great Enkidu, proving his body could contain both. Therefore, she reasoned, he might also withstand the strength of other elder dragons. Amazed, he laughed to himself, calling it a typical protagonist's advantage. Then, growing serious again, he asked one final question: what she knew about the strange power within him. She replied that her memories were incomplete, so her understanding was limited. Before he could ask more, her form blazed with sudden light. Shielding his eyes, he shouted in surprise. Her voice deepened, echoing with divine resonance, proclaiming that he was a knight of conquest, a being born with the destiny of a king. She declared that his power was that of dominion itself, the authority to conquer and rule all things under the heavens. And as the words echoed through the night, Shutra stood beneath her radiant glow, the truth of his terrifying potential finally beginning to sink in. Morning sunlight spilled across the temple columns as soft footsteps echoed against the stone. Shutra stirred with a faint groan, pushing himself upright and blinking blearily. He muttered that he remembered speaking with the green wind, though the memory felt distant and hazy. A soft emerald glow descended from above, and the spirit materialized before him, her voice calm as she asked if her master was finally awake. He breathed her name, recognizing her gentle presence. She explained that a trace of Ankle's consciousness had surfaced through her the previous night, likely overwhelming him and causing him to faint. As she spoke, faint visions rippled through the air, images of swirling leaves and an echoing voice proclaiming that a knight of conquest is born with the destiny of a king, meant to rule all creation. The words faded like wind through branches, ending with a vow of loyalty as she declared herself bound to him. Piecing the fragments together, Shutra realized this was the power of the king, the very essence of conquest. Startled, he wondered if Ankle had foreseen his awakening all along. The green wind bowed her head and said that since he was now her master for eternity, she must share something she had withheld the day before. A grid of glowing runes formed in the air, and she revealed that at the northernmost edge of the Engle Plains lay one of Ankle's lost relics. He repeated in awe that it was Ankle's relic. She continued, explaining that it was an artifact imbued with an elder dragon's power, an item known as the Shield of Life. The spirit recounted how, over a millennium ago, the Watcher Ankle bestowed the shield upon the bravest centaur warrior, one who led his people to countless victories and never suffered a single wound. Yet, despite his valor, the warrior met his end not in battle but in betrayal, stabbed in his sleep by a woman sent by those who coveted his power. Because only its chosen wielder could carry it, his followers buried the shield alongside him in the frozen north. As centuries passed, the relic became legend, renamed after its fallen owner, White Suri. At the mention, Shutra's eyes widened. He recognized the name immediately. It was the mythical artifact that only appeared in the Night Saga's lore, a shield no player had ever found. He thought with exhilaration that it truly existed, and that it was an elder dragon's relic. The green wind asked if he knew of it, and he nodded, quickly inquiring about the tomb's location. She replied that she could guide him there once she finished creating her replacement in the plains. He asked how long the process would take, and she estimated 2 days. Shutra agreed that they would depart then, deciding that reaching the far north would be difficult but possible. Excitement flickered through him. If they obtained White Suri, their path ahead would become much easier. As he paced the temple grounds beneath the brightening sky, his mind raced. Traveling north could easily be justified as a mission to hunt the last Cassius remnants. The real issue, he reasoned, was that the temple's activation likely drew the Demon King's attention. He suspected an inspection team would be dispatched soon and calculated that they had less than a week before it arrived. Leaving early would be best. His thoughts were interrupted when savage eyes rushed over, reporting that someone from the Demon King's castle had already arrived. Shutra froze, muttering in disbelief that it was too soon. Moments later, a familiar white-haired woman strode into the hall with attendants, remarking that his expression looked as though he had seen a ghost. He recognized her instantly, Felicia, and demanded to know why she was here. Before he could continue, she reminded him that introductions came first and called over someone to introduce themselves. A blue-green woman stepped forward gracefully, bowing as she introduced herself as Daphne, daughter of Echo, the fifth concubine. Kshatra's mind raced. He recognized her as the Dryad-born druid and one of the half-siblings he knew from the game's lore. Someone invaluable to secure as an ally. Felicia folded her arms and explained that Daphne was a skilled druid whose abilities would be useful, given the connection to the spirit of the plains. Daphne smiled warmly and said she looked forward to working with him. Kshatra decided he would need to make a strong impression. Turning to Felicia, he asked why she wasn't at the Giska Mountains studying the thunder-forging anvil as planned. She replied that she had intended to go, but he had completed his mission too quickly. She added that his rapid success had drawn attention. What was supposed to be a simple Cassius subjugation had taken him only 2 days instead of 2 weeks. Because of that, she said, his name was spreading, and under normal circumstances, someone else would have been sent to interrogate or observe him. When he asked if that was why she came, she admitted that was part of it, though she was also curious about the temple's magic and the strange behavior of Cassius. Kshatra silently noted that beneath her sharp demeanor, Felicia had a thoughtful side. He thanked her for her concern. She clapped her hands lightly and asked what his next move would be. He said he planned to head north to check for the remaining Cassius and inwardly added to locate White Suri. Savage Eyes, the centaur chieftain, stepped forward and declared that he would accompany him. Startled, Kshatra hesitated, but the chieftain insisted that as leader, he couldn't let others go in his stead. Kshatra rubbed his head, conceding that it made sense. Felicia then raised her hand and said she would go too, reasoning that studying living Cassius was better than studying corpses. Nodded in agreement, saying that more people meant more strength. Kshatra sighed inwardly. Hunting Cassius had only been an excuse, and now it was turning into a full expedition. Watching the horizon, Carrick muttered that he had a bad feeling things were about to get complicated. Days later, the northern mountains stretched beneath a wide, cloudless sky. A monstrous wolf's roar shattered the silence as the party formed ranks. Carrick grinned, saying his instincts had been right all along. Shadows surged from the rocks, fangs flashing, as the group braced for battle. Cloak snapping in the wind, Kshatra stepped forward, eyes sharp and ready, as the howling pack closed in from every side. Immediately, the elf and centaur warriors move into formation, ready to meet the beasts head-on. One of the wolves suddenly charges straight at the prince, who braces himself for the impact. Yet the young man slips aside with ease, wondering how these creatures appeared so suddenly. He thinks that they wiped out every monster the last time, so their return makes no sense. Things worsen when winged, stone-skinned creatures that resemble gargoyles swoop in from above. Kshatra recognizes them as geists and understands that this group will be a serious problem. With a green glow rising in his eyes, he says that the enemies are not the only ones who can fly. He activates his wind blessing, his body growing light until he lifts off the ground, moving faster and higher. Greenwind, still in her tiny fairy form, watches in shock and asks how he can use her magic. He ignores her question and shoots forward in a burst of speed toward the geists. One of the creatures stares at him, stunned, as if unable to understand how that kid is flying straight at him. The young man channels his explosive fist and slams his punch into the monster's face. The blow hits with such force that the geist is hurled away violently. Hovering in the air, he glares at the rest of the monsters and tells them to stop being annoying and vanish already. Down below, the little fairy Greenwind watches the scene unfold and wonders what the purpose of her existence even is. On the ground, Daphne is caught alone in the chaos. She looks up with pure panic on her face as a flying monster dives toward her. She screams, trapped with nowhere to run. Carrick reaches her in time, shoving the creature away with brute strength and yelling at Daphne that she must focus and fight back. Felicia, meanwhile, unleashes her own magic and says that everything is going exactly how she planned. With a hard leap, she casts her spell and crushes several monsters under massive falling stones. When the dust clears, the battlefield is littered with defeated beasts. Felicia steps closer and draws attention to a faint purple aura around the monsters that Kshatra had not noticed before. He asks what it is, and she explains that the aura is likely a type of curse magic. It strengthens the creatures, but at the cost of their life force, leaving their emotions dull and empty. The elf concludes that someone must be controlling the monsters from afar with this spell. Kshatra feels lost because they already defeated the last manipulator, and he wonders who the new one could be. Carrick then calls his attention to Daphne, pointing out that she has been tense through the entire fight. He suggests that this might have been the girl's first real battle. The young man agrees, realizing that this version of Daphne is far less experienced than the one he knew. The Dryad says she can sense the spirit's fear and that the sinister energy keeps growing stronger the farther north they travel. Greenwind confirms it, saying she also feels a dark force coming from that direction. Savage Eyes proposes that they reach the northernmost point and learn more. Shutra admits he only wanted to grab the White Eagle and that things have grown unnecessarily complicated. Still, he agrees and decides they should head to the observation tower on the northern border. A tall stone tower rises under a starry sky as the group gathers on its upper platform, staring at the distant horizon. From there, they spot a massive cluster of purple energy, with hundreds of enemies gathered around it. Felicia explains that only a high-level undead like a lich could command such a force. Suddenly, Daphne drops to her knees, overwhelmed by the crushing weight of the dark energy. Carrick helps her stand and asks if she is all right, and she stutters that she is. The elf explains that the sinister energy is direct and harsh, and that because Daphne is half-spirit, it hits her harder than the others. The prince sees that they are outmatched and suggests they retreat. Before they can act, Felicia senses something approaching and goes completely rigid. She warns everyone that someone is coming straight toward them, leaving Shutra confused by her alarm. He checks his holographic map, wondering who would be approaching in a moment like this. He spots multiple red enemy dots surrounding them. Then Carrick points upward and tells the prince to look immediately. Several enormous fireballs are falling from the sky right toward the tower. Shutra looks up with a face of absolute panic as the attack closes in. Realizing it is a trap, he shouts that everyone must get out of the tower at once. The meteors crash into the structure, triggering a devastating explosion that wipes out the tower in seconds. The stone frame buckles and collapses in fire and smoke while enemies watch from a distance. The tower crumbles completely under the impact of the flaming meteors. Carrick cries out as debris slams into him, though he still shields his teammates with his own body. Felicia reacts instantly, her expression sharp with determination. She uses her wind control magic to soften everyone's fall and keep them safe from the explosion. Debris continues to crash around them, but no one is harmed thanks to her quick intervention. After the dust finally settles, Felicia asks if the prince is all right, and he confirms that he is. Savage Eyes thanks the sixth princess, saying that they only survived because of her magic, but she warns that it is far too early for gratitude since the enemy numbers are overwhelming. They are surrounded on all sides, and the elf tells them to hold the line while she creates an opening in the enemy formation. She gathers her magic, her focus sharpening as she prepares to cast something powerful. Shutra watches her with a mix of admiration and worry, whispering her name under his breath. He draws a glowing dagger and says that he will buy as much time as he can as well. The young man then activates his skill under the king's banner, granting a boost to all his allies. The warriors feel a sudden surge of strength rushing through their bodies, shocked by the sensation. Greenwind asks if he truly plans to fight, and he confirms it with firm resolve. Shutra says that he has no choice but to trust Felicia while she prepares her spell. His Earthshaker gauntlet manifests on his arm, glowing with raw force. He shouts for everyone to brace themselves for the fight as a golden aura spreads across him. The group charges together toward the rapidly approaching horde. With a fierce cry, he leads the advance, refusing to retreat no matter how dire things look. Carrick, energized by the prince's skill, storms forward with his axe held high. Savage Eyes rushes in as well with his sword ready, fighting without hesitation as he slashes through the skeletons. Shutra uses his explosion fist, sending a shockwave that obliterates several enemies in front of him. Bones scatter in every direction, but the undead quickly reassemble. A floating skull with glowing purple eyes reforms midair, preparing to strike again. Shutra clenches his teeth in frustration, realizing that even his strongest hits cannot keep the enemies down. At this rate, the fight will never end because more and more of them continue to rise. Fresh skeletons push out of the ground in endless waves, ready to attack without mercy. The young man knows he must locate the leader controlling them before they are overwhelmed. Suddenly, bolts of purple energy rain from above, hitting everyone across the battlefield. The prince's allies are caught off guard and cry out in pain as the dark magic surges through them. Carrick tries to shield himself but still takes the hit, shouting in frustration at the burning pain. The purple bolts spread chaos, leaving the warriors disoriented and vulnerable. One elf drops to the ground, groaning as the purple magic clings to his body like poison. From amidst the debris rises a tall, imposing figure wrapped in sinister purple energy. It is a giant skeletal knight wearing a crown and full black armor, an enemy meant to intimidate. Shutra spots him immediately and recognizes him as the commander of the entire undead force. Savage Eyes seizes the opening and charges with a fierce cry at the towering knight. With unwavering resolve, he leaps in and strikes with all of his strength. But the skeletal knight blocks effortlessly and knocks him away with a single brutal swing. Carrick sees this, cries the knight's name, and rushes to help his ally. The orc is struck down just as easily, sent flying by the monster's crushing blow. He grits his teeth in agony and frustration at being overwhelmed so quickly. Shutra uses the momentary opening and sprints toward the giant knight at high speed. He thanks the enemy for approaching and says that this is where the monster's path ends. He jumps and hits with an explosion fist aimed directly at the knight's core. But the skeletal knight catches the blow effortlessly and throws him to the ground like nothing. Shutra rises slowly, coughing, shocked by the sheer gap in strength. He realizes that the knight is facing them from a completely different tier. Felicia steps forward then and tells him to stop fighting and rest. The knight stares at her silently, almost curious about her presence. Shutra is startled by his sister's intervention and struggles to guess her intentions. She positions herself in front of him and declares that she will be the monster's opponent from here on. With a bold glare, she mocks him by calling him Skullface and invites him to come at her. She rises into the air as a glowing magic circle appears above her. Then she unleashes a powerful blast of energy that strikes the skeletal knight directly. The creature howls in pain but refuses to fall, its armored frame holding firm. Enraged, it charges straight at her, ready to tear her apart. Felicia stays calm, directing the wind to launch another crushing blast. The knight rushes forward, its purple aura burning fiercely as it prepares to overwhelm her. But Felicia does not back down and meets its fury with equal determination. With her blink skill, she teleports above him holding a concentrated sphere of energy and catches him off guard. She releases several energy spheres in rapid succession, each one hitting the knight with punishing force. The monster roars in agony as the barrage continues. Shutra watches in awe, stunned by how easily his sister dominates the fight alone. Suddenly, he senses a new presence and turns to see Daphne standing beside him, wrapped in a green aura. She asks if he is all right, her voice filled with concern. She then activates her Dryad's blessing, sending healing and strength flooding into every ally. Savage Eyes feels his wounds closing and his arms growing steadier with renewed power. Carrick is also enveloped in green light, invigorated and stronger than before. Shutra grins, excited to see Daphne finally using her unique owl blessing. A notification flashes, informing him that he has gained boost level 1. Confused, he finds himself wrapped in blue light as small energy orbs circle his body. Another notification appears, saying he has obtained Spirit Blossom level 1. The new skill fills him with spirit power, enhancing all of his stats. He realizes that both the spirits of life and wind are flowing through him at once. Shutra then charges and strikes the skeleton knight with a series of golden energy blows. Felicia gasps for breath, clearly exhausted, but she keeps attacking with all the force she has left. She uses her blink again, preparing another strike. Felicia forms purple energy blades and sends them slicing toward the knight. She calls him a stubborn brute and tells him to just vanish already. She pushes forward with a fierce attack, but the monster manages to defend with his sword. She is stunned to see her assault fail to bring him down. Suddenly, Carrick, powered by the green aura, bellows the knight's name. The orc charges and smashes his axe down with a blow so strong that the knight struggles to hold it back. The skeleton knight is caught off guard by the force but manages to stay upright. Shutra praises his sister's effort as he floats beside her, ready to continue the fight. Felicia turns in shock when she notices her brother floating beside her, ready to deliver the final strike. He tells her to let him handle the finishing blow as his gauntlet burns with intense light. With a fierce shout, he unleashes his explosion fist, landing a crushing hit on the enemy. The skeleton knight takes the impact head-on and begins to crumble under the sheer force of the blow. Carrick cheers loudly, saying that victory is theirs, but the prince laughs and corrects him with a confident grin. Fired up, the orc announces that he will finish the job and charges with his axe raised. Before he reaches the knight, the creature's body detonates in a violent burst of purple energy, sending energy strikes at everyone present. Shutra screams his friend's name, fear tightening around his chest. He tries to understand what just happened. Wide-eyed and stunned, he struggles to process the sudden blast. All around him, his allies are struck down by the explosion, lost in the swirling chaos of purple light. Felicia stares at the disintegrating figure, unable to believe the enemy is still standing tall. She focuses again on the skeleton knight, expecting a deadly counterattack at any moment. Meanwhile, far from the main battle, the tiny fairy Greenwind darts through the dark forest in frantic search of something crucial. She pauses mid-flight, having sensed what she was looking for. She soon discovers a fragment of floating land with a glowing weapon embedded in it. It is the legendary warrior's tome, and the white eagle resting there radiates unbearable power. Back at the battlefield, the skeleton knight lunges toward the fallen prince. Felicia intercepts him with her magic, glaring fiercely and ordering the monster to face her instead. With fury burning through her voice, she prepares a devastating spell. She fires her triple explosion, a massive burst of raw energy that crashes into the knight. The skeleton knight teleports away from the blast, reappearing right behind her and swings his sword at her. She tries to blink out of the way but is caught by the attack. The knight follows up with a brutal punch that sends her flying. Felicia barely manages to shield herself with a magic barrier, but even so the impact hurls her back. She clenches her teeth in anger, realizing this enemy is far tougher than she expected. The skeleton knight answers with a purple energy blast that smashes her barrier to pieces and knocks her down again. He then summons another wave of undead, unleashing them across the battlefield. Amid the chaos, Shutra lies unconscious after being struck by the bat of bones. As he drifts in darkness, a mysterious voice calls him master and tells him to rise. He awakens in a serene green space and stares around in confusion, unable to grasp what is happening. Greenwind appears and insists that he must hurry and awaken Enkel's power inside him. He asks how he is supposed to use Enkel's power when he has no idea how to activate it. A tremendous green light flashes overhead, making him lift his gaze in shock. The forest spirit warns him of something important, holding a glowing artifact in her hands. Meanwhile, his unconscious body murmurs the words dragon blood as if struck by sudden insight. A stream of green and blue energy descends from the heavens like a falling comet. Felicia and the warriors, trapped in a sea of undead, keep fighting desperately. The green energy spills across the battlefield, healing wounds and empowering allies. Felicia looks behind her and notices her brother rising from the ground, wrapped in a shining green aura. He stands with effort, confused as the energy coils around him. Suddenly, the white eagle shield materializes before him, glowing with overwhelming force. He asks how this is possible, and Greenwind appears at his side. She explains that she searched for the tome and managed to make the shield recognize him as its new master. He thanks her, but she tells him to save the praise for later because something far more urgent is happening. The skeleton knight turns to face him, sword in hand, ready to end everything. The creature charges forward with blinding speed, trailing purple energy behind him. The prince tries to react, startled by how impossibly fast the monster has become. He wonders why the knight is moving with such speed. The skeleton knight fires a bolt of purple energy, but Shutra blocks it with the shield. Felicia screams his name, terrified as she sees the knight's headless form through the smoke, but the prince rises into the air, glowing green, shield steady in his hands. He grips the white eagle and feels its immense power flow through his veins. Greenwind explains that Enkel's fragment has turned his body into a hybrid. She asks if he notices the additional strength coursing through his transformed body. A millennium of Enkel's magic, preserved within the shield, now surges through him. He marvels at the sensation and says that the power feels unbelievable. The skeleton knight watches him, purple eyes blazing with hatred. Shutra insults him, calling him bonehead, and invites him to keep fighting. With full confidence, he says that this time he will crush him for real with no mistakes. He fires a green energy blast from the shield, wiping out several undead nearby. The green force expands across the field, obliterating the enemy horde. Felicia stares in disbelief, unable to grasp the magnitude of what her brother is doing. The skeleton knight roars with fury and charges again, sword held high. Shutra blocks the strike with the shield, which responds by glowing brighter. It splits into multiple green energy blades that shoot toward the enemy. The blades twist together, forming a massive energy bird that speeds across the battlefield. The skeleton knight pivots to strike the bird, but the prince distracts him with a taunt. Taking advantage of the opening, he slams an explosion fist into the knight's side. The monster howls in agony as the impact lands, and though the surrounding fire washes over Shutra, he shields himself with the white eagle. He pushes forward with a green aura radiating from his body, preparing a counterattack. With a swift motion, he launches a blast of green energy that slams into the knight. The shield blazes as the power spreads outward. Several green blades pierce through the skeleton knight's armor, making him scream in pain. The prince leaps into the air, his gauntlet glowing fiercely, gathering energy for the final strike. With unwavering resolve, he uses his giant piston skill and drives a punch into the knight's chest. The skeleton knight grinds his teeth and recoils as the crushing impact tears through him. The young man says that it all ends there and prepares to deliver the mercy kill. With a precise flick of his fingers, he gathers the green energy into a single blazing point. He releases an energy beam that tears straight through the monster's chest with overwhelming force. The skeleton knight begins to crumble, his entire form dissolving as the energy devours him. The surrounding undead stare in shock, witnessing their commander's downfall. A notification flashes before Shutra, informing him that he has defeated the boss, Skeleton King Valkarova. He levels up twice, feeling new strength flooding his body. Wearing a satisfied smile, he obtains the title Kingslayer level 1. Felicia quickly warns him about the Bad of Bones curse and says that they should flee. That night, the group gathers around a crackling campfire to rest and talk. Felicia asks if the shield he carries is truly the White Eagle's relic, and the prince nods. Savage Eyes and Carrick stare in amazement, impressed that the legendary weapon actually existed. Daphne says she senses an immense life force radiating from the shield and believes it still has not revealed its full strength. Shutra realizes the shield is holding back its power to stay in sync with him. Felicia tells him the relic is his now and promises not to report anything to the castle. Savage Eyes then steps forward and acknowledges him as the successor of the great warrior White Eagle. The Centaur chief pledges that they will stand with him whenever he calls. Shutra smiles and says he will rely on them in the future as well. Then a thought hits him, something he nearly forgot completely. He remembers that they still had not checked the warrior's tome for loot. Inside, he finds a chest overflowing with treasures and gold coins. Before he can enjoy it, the Green One appears and says that something is not over, because he still has not praised her. Carrick jumps in fright at her sudden appearance, and the prince apologizes for forgetting. He pats the small fairy on the head, thanking her sincerely for her help during the battle. She forgives him but insists he must praise her properly as compensation. He agrees and tells her she is the best of them all and absolutely incredible. With the fight finished and the treasure claimed, the incident in the north finally concludes. Yet Shutra cannot shake the uneasiness in his heart. He wonders if Valkarova was truly the origin of the purple aura or if something else was behind it. He also questions how the enemy knew about the small sanctuary hidden deep in the forest. With a serious expression, he understands that several mysteries remain unsolved. He tells himself that someday he will uncover the true source of the purple aura. Once they return from the northern border, the days pass quickly for the group. Savage Eyes prepares his warriors to head north and eliminate the remaining Cassius. The prince joins them and, after 15 days of work, the entire pack is wiped out. Back at the Demon King's castle, life continues normally within the dark and towering fortress. Felicia watches her brother and comments that he seems even stronger than before. He grins and says that he is in his growth spurt, so gaining strength is natural. He then asks how the sanctuary investigation turned out, and she replies that the results were average. However, the elf says she discovered something remarkable during her search. She found evidence that the sanctuary's magic was cast by Enkill, one of the 6 ancient dragons. Shutra feigns surprise and says that the discovery is incredible, trying not to look suspicious. Felicia eyes him closely and asks if he already knew that, but he quickly denies it. Greenwine suddenly appears and says that he looks strange trying to pretend ignorance. The scene shifts to the Demon King's castle, its Gothic towers rising ominously. When Felicia arrives, a group of elf girls rush toward her, calling her name excitedly. They greet her warmly, asking how she is and if she has eaten yet. Carrick watches the cheerful scene and comments that nothing has changed here, and the prince agrees. Greenwind asks if it is fine to leave the plains in that state, and Shutra replies that the only ones who changed were them. Carrick approaches the prince and asks if he did something wrong to attract so much attention. He gestures toward a group of female elves glaring at them with obvious hostility and suspicion. Shutra identifies them as succubi and wonders if they belong to Anastasia's faction. Anastasia Nekrian, the fourth princess, leads one of the three major factions in the castle. Her faction is the largest, and even Felicia and her twin brother Sylvan were once part of it. Shutra realizes word of what happened in the plains has already reached her. With a confident grin, he tells Carrick to get used to this kind of attention. The scene shifts to the merit office inside the Demon King's castle. Isabella, the office representative, announces that the prince's merit rank has risen to 10. She adds that he now has access to the treasure vault, which excites him immediately. Smiling, he asks if they can go spend some money for the first time. They head to the arsenal, where they are granted permission to enter the first treasure vault. Iger, the arsenal manager, explains that they can purchase equipment with cash instead of merit points. He invites them to explore and choose whatever they want from the collection. Shutra tells Carrick to pick what he needs, and the orc asks if he is serious. When Shutra confirms it, Carrick rushes off excitedly to find new gear. He chooses a chest armor and says it is durable, resistant to elemental attacks, and light enough not to interfere with his beast god fist art. He decides to wear it under his usual clothing. Next, they visit a blacksmith named Cater to commission new greaves. Shutra explains he needs special ones because his martial style relies heavily on footwork. The blacksmith says the design is simple and should be ready in 2 days. He suggests crafting the greaves with leather and dragon scales, stunning Shutra. The young man asks if he is joking since those materials are extremely rare. But the blacksmith explains that a shipment of such materials arrived earlier that day in the prince's name, and he intends to use them. Still confused, Shutra asks how something like that could be delivered to him without his knowledge. The blacksmith reveals that Lord Ishgard personally ordered the materials for him. Shutra is startled at the mention of Ishgard, the greatest swordsman and blacksmith in the kingdom. Ishgard is an elder of the Sura race and the legendary warrior who trained the Demon King himself. Carrick wonders why such a figure would support the prince, and Shutra admits he finds it strange too. In the game, he never received any help from the Shura side, so he cannot understand why things are different now. Suddenly, a man arrives running, breathless with urgent news for the 9th prince. Carrick demands to know what is wrong, and the man bows while catching his breath. He announces that there will be an audience ceremony the next morning, surprising the young man. The messenger explains that the ceremony will honor 3 people for their achievements in the plains. Shutra wonders who the third individual could be besides him and his sister Felicia. The messenger then reveals that the second prince, Zephyr Ragnarok, has returned to the castle. From the sunlit street outside the Demon King's castle, a herald announced that the second prince, Zephyr Ragnaros, had returned. Far below the walls, Carrick and Shutra halted. The orc muttered in surprise that the second prince was already back, while Shutra stood frozen, the words sinking into him with heavy force. His eyes began to glow blue, his muscles tightening as though an old memory clawed its way up from the dark. Carrick asked if he was all right, but Shutra only raised his head slowly, gaze sharpening. Inwardly he repeated the name, thinking that this was the second prince, Zephyr Ragnaros. A vision flooded his mind. A towering knight in black armor standing beneath a blood-red sky, crimson eyes burning like embers. In that phantom memory, Shutra's own body lay broken at the knight's feet. He remembered clearly that this man would one day kill him and destroy everything around him. The idea of meeting that person again, in this life, sent a chill running through him. The scene shifted to the dim corridor inside the fortress. Carrick walked beside the prince, still worried, saying that Shutra had seemed off since yesterday. Shutra gave a faint sigh, trying to still his trembling fingers. He knew this meeting was inevitable, but he had not expected the fear tightening in his chest. Trying to ease the tension, Carrick asked about another prince who was supposed to arrive. A servant answered that the second prince would enter directly, bypassing the waiting chambers. A smooth female voice then chimed in, saying that Zephyr was special in more than one way. Felicia approached, her stride poised and fluid, eyes gleaming with confidence. She stopped before her brother and remarked that his own achievements were not insignificant. Shutra quietly told her not to feel overshadowed, and she replied with certainty that they would simply show their best. Soon the grand audience hall glowed red beneath the tall windows. An attendant announced the start of the ceremony. The Demon King sat on the throne, armored and imposing, his hair lit by the backlight as he surveyed the hall. Another herald declared the entry of the 6th princess, Felicia Doomblade, and the 9th prince, Shutra Ignis. They walked down the crimson carpet. Shutra's steps were controlled yet tense, his cloak brushing the floor. He told himself that if he was already this nervous, he could not imagine what would happen next. He forced his eyes ahead, ignoring the balconies full of nobles and the horned woman watching him with cool arrogance. He reminded himself to endure, since this moment was a wall he was destined to face. Then the herald announced the next entrant. Silence fell. The 2nd prince, Zephyr Ragnaros, stepped through the radiant doorway. His pale hair and crimson eye caught the light as he walked with slow, steady confidence. Shutra's heart hammered as Zephyr crossed the threshold. He thought that at last, the moment had come. This was the protagonist of Night Saga's Demon Realm arc, the 2nd prince Zephyr Ragnaros. When Zephyr reached the center of the hall, another official raised a scroll and began listing the achievements of the royal children. Time blurred as the three knelt on the carpet. Shutra thought that Zephyr's feats alone justified the entire ceremony. Soon the northern border incident involving Felicia and himself was announced, drawing murmurs from the hall. But the true focus was not the achievements. The Demon King leaned forward, eyes narrowing, and called Shutra by name. His deep voice echoed as he announced that he would personally assign Shutra his mission. Felicia stiffened, another demon noble glanced sharply, and Zephyr bowed his head in silence. Shutra felt every gaze lock onto him, realizing this situation had never occurred before. He stepped forward, stammering as he asked for pardon, stunned that the Demon King had assigned a mission in the middle of the ceremony. Later, before a glowing rune-covered map, he listened to the details. The official pointed to a marked region and stated that Shutra's mission was to explore the Thunderdome fortress of the Dwarven Kingdom. A light box displayed excavation routes where miners had discovered a path leading to the fortress. Shutra was told to secure the passage and investigate the interior. The official added that the mission had originally gone to the 27th Exploration Unit under General Kashubal, but the general had died during the investigation, the cause being toxic gas. He advised Shutra to prepare countermeasures and ultimately secure the fortress. Shutra muttered under his breath, unable to believe it. He thought that Kashubal, of Draconian descent, had failed this mission, and wondered why they expected him to succeed. He questioned why the task was not simply handed to Zephyr, whose lineage made him more suited for it. That evening, under the red-stained sky, Felicia walked with Shutra and Carrick through the streets. She stopped suddenly, eyes narrowing, and announced that something felt wrong. She pointed at Shutra and demanded to know if he had somehow angered their father. Shutra flinched, asking what she meant. Felicia explained that normally, a mission like this would be given directly to Zephyr. Carrick crossed his arms and added that even the general had failed, meaning the danger was enormous. Felicia agreed and said the mission was far too risky for Shutra. She stepped closer, calling his name with worried intensity and insisting that he must feel the same. Shutra scratched his cheek awkwardly, caught off guard, but finally admitted she was right. Her expression shifted, determination breaking through her worry. Light shimmered faintly around her as she announced that she would go with him. She reached toward him, saying that they would face the Thunderdome fortress together, side by side. Felicia pretends to be irritated, though Carrick teases her for inviting herself along without hesitation. Shutra sees through the act and responds with a warm smile, clearly grateful for her loyalty, and he gladly accepts her decision to join them. At the same time, a blue-haired siren steps forward with an intense smile, seeking Prince Shutra's permission to join the group as well. Felicia immediately recognizes him and states that his name is Kodorov. With mild surprise, Shutra responds courteously but firmly, explaining that the team is already complete. Kodorov bows in understanding, excuses himself, and walks away without protest. Felicia questions Shutra's choice afterward, pointing out that the male siren is exceptionally capable. Shutra admits to himself that she is right, acknowledging that he is an extremely powerful magic user. As Kodorov departs, however, he discreetly activates a teleportation spell and vanishes from sight. Shutra understands the truth though, knowing Doriv is a fanatically loyal spy serving Princess Anastasia. In another location, Kodorov kneels within a darkened chamber and reports back to his master. Shutra smirks elsewhere, realizing that Anastasia must be deeply concerned if she is willing to deploy her finest spy. He silently challenges his sister, daring her to keep watching him from the shadows. Anastasia calmly sips her wine while admitting that her younger brother is more cautious than she anticipated. Later, within Kshatra's quarters, Felicia asks what information he has about the fortress they are heading toward. He explains that it once belonged to dwarves, a people renowned for waging brutal wars against dragons. Felicia clarifies that this dwarven high kingdom fought dragons to protect their vast treasures. Carrick is left stunned by the thought, while Felicia continues by describing the various types of dragons that once threatened the realm. Carrick innocently asks whether she could defeat a dragon herself, which immediately flusters her. Carrick bluntly states that she could not, prompting Felicia to angrily remind him that dragons are overwhelmingly powerful creatures. Carrick merely laughs and compliments her impressive knowledge of history. She responds by puffing out her chest proudly and explains that the fortress is famous among scholars. Her eyes gleam with greed as she suggests they could strike it rich. Carrick points out that she is practically drooling, though Kshatra agrees with her assessment, stating that it truly is a jackpot. From his past life, he knows the fortress is a legendary high-risk, high-reward dungeon. Because of the ancient wars, countless priceless treasures were buried within its depths. More importantly, Kshatra knows there is something inside that he must obtain at all costs. The legendary Dragonslayer's sword rests there, a weapon capable of killing Dragonkin. To defeat Prince Zephyr, who carries dragon blood, Kshatra knows the sword is essential. At the entrance to the northern region, he stands ready for the mission ahead. His newly acquired A-rank greaves, crafted from dragon scales, gleam brilliantly in the sunlight. Kshatra smiles with satisfaction, clearly pleased with his powerful, custom-made armor. His party stands assembled behind him, alert and awaiting his command. He pulls up his mask, his eyes sharp with focus, and signals that it is time to move. They enter the dark, dust-filled opening of the newly discovered mine. The group advances carefully through the vast and ancient dwarven hall. Carrick observes that the fog ahead is growing thicker, realizing that it is actually a dangerous toxic gas. Felicia suggests that they proceed slowly, and Kshatra agrees that caution is their best option. Carrick notices the odd coloration of the gas and wonders aloud whether it should be yellow. Without warning, several members of the party begin choking and gasping for air. Carrick and a female attendant collapse to the stone floor, overwhelmed by the poison. Felicia and Kshatra are stunned by the sudden turn of events. Felicia curses as she realizes that the composition of the toxic gas has changed. She quickly summons a powerful vortex of wind, attempting to create a pocket of clean air. However, her magic reacts violently with the unfamiliar poison. The clashing forces trigger a massive and unstable magical explosion. The resulting shockwave tears through the chamber, hurling everyone off their feet. Kshatra slams into the ground and weakly calls out Felicia's name. Slowly, the dust and poisonous fog begin to settle. The entire party lies scattered and unconscious across the cold stone floor. From the lingering mist, three massive, shadowy figures emerge. One of the monstrous beings steps forward with slow, deliberate weight. The creature towers over the helpless group, its silhouette dark and terrifying. It releases a deep, guttural roar that echoes throughout the hall. At that moment, Kshatra's eyes snap open. He immediately recognizes these creatures as the same ones that killed the general. The white Suri shield suddenly materializes and launches itself toward the monsters. In a burst of light, the shield slices one of them cleanly in half. The shield continues its assault, effortlessly cutting through the remaining creatures. Green Wind comments on how convincing Kshatra's acting was, but he sharply tells her to remain silent. The shield then releases a wave of purifying light, causing the monsters to scream in agony. One of the creatures emits a piercing shriek as its body begins to dissolve. The holy light proves fatal, completely vaporizing its dark form. Kshatra stands his ground, his new armor gleaming as he grips the shield. He surveys his fallen companions and notes just how potent the poison must have been. A smirk crosses his face as he reflects on his unique constitution, which grants him complete immunity to poison. Suddenly, the entire fortress begins to tremble violently. Huge chunks of stone rain down as the ceiling starts to collapse. Kshatra looks upward in alarm, wondering what new disaster has been triggered. He curses the fortress for its seemingly endless array of lethal traps. He orders Green Wind to stay behind and protect the unconscious party members. His eyes glow with a purple hue as he activates his dragon blood power. Surrounded by a powerful aura, he gently lifts Felicia and the others into his arms. With incredible speed, he leaps through the collapsing cavern, narrowly avoiding falling debris. He desperately searches for a way out and spots a massive structure ahead. He lands safely before an enormous sealed gate. It is the fortress's true entrance. The white Suri's wings spread wide, forming a barrier that shields the party from the falling rubble. Green Wind calls out urgently, warning her master that the situation is rapidly getting worse. Shutra discovers Carrick pinned beneath an enormous pile of shattered stone and rubble. He looks down at his unconscious friend and silently promises that he will return for him. Without hesitation, he begins carrying the other fallen party members away one by one, placing them somewhere safer. He lands with a heavy thud, his new dragon-scale greaves absorbing most of the impact. After taking a short breath, he realizes that he has managed to save nearly all of his unconscious allies. As he turns back to retrieve Carrick, his body suddenly stiffens and his eyes widen in shock. The wall of debris trapping Carrick violently explodes outward. Fear grips him instantly, and he cries out his friend's name in pure panic. The white Suri moves to block his path and urges him to calm himself, but his thoughts spiral out of control. The spirit reminds him of the powerful summoning spell he had used earlier. He clenches his teeth as a spark of hope flares in his chest, the memory returning clearly. With renewed resolve, he shouts the command to summon his knight. A green portal tears open in midair, and Carrick's head emerges from the glowing space. Moments later, his entire body tumbles through the portal and crashes safely onto the ground. Carrick remains unconscious, but alive. Behind them, the passage collapses completely, sealing them inside the ancient fortress. Carrick breathes heavily, though it is clear that he has not suffered any severe injuries. Shutra sits beside him, overwhelmed with relief. As his heartbeat steadies, Shutra wonders about the strange shadow creatures they encountered, knowing they were not supposed to exist according to the game. At that moment, Felicia begins to stir, coughing weakly as the poison fades from her system. Shutra realizes he has no time to lose and must detoxify the others immediately. Before he can move, a massive shadowy foot slams down in front of him, blocking his path. He looks up and finds himself completely surrounded by a horde of monstrous figures. He curses his misfortune as even more creatures crawl out from the darkness. Another wave of the monsters roars in unison, preparing to attack. Shutra channels a surge of power into his gauntlet, his expression hardening with fierce determination. He throws a devastating punch, completely annihilating the first creature. He raises his shield and complains inwardly that this situation is a massive nuisance. The remaining monsters roar in fury, unfazed by the loss of one of their own. Shutra's eyes burn with anger. He declares that they are wasting his time. The horde answers with a shrill collective scream and charges toward him. His gauntlet shines with brilliant golden light as he braces for their assault. He slams his fist into the ground, releasing a powerful shockwave that ripples through the cavern. As the monsters stagger and lose their footing, he follows through with a sweeping strike. His shield releases a crescent of green energy, cutting down dozens of creatures at once. Standing unmoved amid the destruction, he becomes the center of a storm of holy power. With one final, furious surge, he unleashes a last explosive wave of energy. When the golden light fades, the cavern falls completely silent. Felicia's eyes slowly open, her vision unfocused and hazy. Shutra kneels beside her, asking if she is all right as she weakly calls out his name. She looks around at the destroyed monsters in confusion while he begins healing her injuries. He offers her a gentle, reassuring smile and downplays the situation, insisting that nothing serious occurred. After fully reviving the rest of the party, they prepare to begin a full assault on the fortress. They are forced to choose between a longer but safer route or a much shorter path riddled with traps. Felicia asks which route he intends to take, the safe one or the risky shortcut. Before he can respond, a piercing alarm echoes through the ancient halls. Shutra's expression instantly turns grim. Caution is no longer an option. An attendant explains that the alarm signals an attack on the fortress's main facility. Shutra quickly realizes that another group has already entered the dungeon and is progressing ahead of them. Without hesitation, he orders a visibly stunned Carrick to take the dangerous shortcut. He gives his guard a confident look, assuring him that he will survive. A stone dragonhead embedded in the wall suddenly activates, its eyes glowing with blazing energy. The dragonhead releases a torrent of fire, which Carrick manages to block. Moments later, the floor collapses beneath him, revealing a deep pit lined with deadly spikes. A storm of sharp projectiles fires outward but clatters harmlessly against Carrick's shield. The corridor becomes a brutal gauntlet filled with swinging maces and relentless traps. When Carrick finally emerges, he is drenched in cold sweat and gasping for breath. Shutra cheerfully congratulates him, while the terrified orc insists that he nearly lost his life. Thanks to Carrick's efforts, the party now stands before the massive doors of the control room. An attendant observes that the gargoyles meant to guard the entrance are nowhere to be seen. Felicia agrees that the situation is suspicious, but insists that they must proceed to uncover the truth. They step carefully into the enormous control room, which is filled with dust and unnatural silence. Shutra's attention is drawn to a lone figure slumped against the far wall. It is the skeletal remains of the last dwarven city lord, still clad in armor. The attendant points out another unusual object nearby. A large, perfectly smooth sphere. The dark sphere rests quietly in the corner, absorbing light rather than reflecting it. Felicia wonders aloud whether it is a dwarven device that requires activation. Shutra calls to her after discovering a golden key on the skeleton. He lifts the ornate key, its surface gleaming faintly, and inserts it into the sphere. Instantly, blue electricity surges across its surface. The sphere hums to life, glowing with soft blue light. Dozens of holographic screens burst into existence, filling the room with shifting images. The party watches in stunned silence, awed by the sophistication of dwarven technology. Suddenly, Carrick cries out in alarm, sensing something wrong. A distant noise draws his attention as Daphne points toward one of the screens. The image shows a violent battle raging elsewhere within the fortress. They see shadow monsters clashing with a massive army of stone gargoyles. Shutra's expression darkens as he realizes these forces are the true invaders of the fortress. As he scans the projection, a colossal figure in the background catches his eye. His breath catches as realization strikes. The hologram zooms in on the corpse of a massive monster pierced by a glowing golden spear. Shutra struggles to breathe as he whispers that they have finally found their true prize. The weapon is revealed to be Ascalon, the legendary Dragonslayer's spear, a relic of terrifying power. The screens begin displaying the fortress's past, recounting the story of the wicked dragon Partisan. Partisan and his monstrous legion laid siege to the fortress without mercy. After breaching its defenses, the dragon unleashed his full strength, confident in his invincibility. That arrogance proved fatal when he exposed himself at a critical moment. The greatest warrior of the fortress seized the opportunity and drove Ascalon straight into the dragon's chest. With their leader slain, the dragon's army descended into madness. Unable to contain the chaos, the dwarves were forced to abandon their home. The fortress became a vast tomb, sealing away both the fallen dragon and countless dwarves. Carrick confirms that the corpse belongs to Partisan and that the weapon is indeed Ascalon. The holographic screens continue to show the ongoing war between the gargoyles and the shadow monsters. The party quickly realizes that the shadow creatures are also pursuing the legendary spear. Felicia scoffs at the idea and declares that she will never allow them to steal such a prize. Shutra asks whether it is possible to command the gargoyles, but Felicia states that controlling them is completely impossible. At that moment, a massive dwarven golem awakens, its enormous hammer crackling with violent arcs of lightning. The construct brings its weapon down with devastating force, instantly obliterating a cluster of shadow creatures. Felicia explains that the city lord must have transferred his authority to the golem before his death. She suggests that they wait and observe, but Shutra immediately rejects her cautious approach. His eyes shine with excitement as he states that this chaos is exactly the opportunity they need. He explains that there are far too many unknown variables for them to remain idle. He tells Felicia to stay where she is, then sprints out of the control room without hesitation. With the map firmly memorized, he charges straight into the battlefield, moving with purpose toward his objective. Shutra knows that if he can claim Ascalon first, victory is guaranteed. He visualizes the outcome clearly in his mind. No matter how the battle unfolds, he is certain they will come out on top. As he races across the battlefield, he checks his minimap and realizes he is already close. Soon, the massive corpse of the dragon Partisan comes into view. While sprinting past the golem, he briefly marvels at how invaluable the minimap has proven to be. Suddenly, the golem turns and swings its massive, lightning-charged hammer directly at him. The sheer force of the blow sends him flying backward. He recovers quickly and shouts that he has no intention of fighting the construct right now. The golem ignores him completely and smashes its fist into the ground, releasing another powerful shockwave. Its glowing eye remains fixed on Shutra, recognizing him only as an intruder. The massive construct hesitates briefly, tilting its head as if confused. A flash of green light streaks past the golem, drawing its attention away. Shutra surfs forward atop his shield and jokingly thanks Green Wind for her perfect timing. She angrily protests the nickname, while he insists that it sounds fashionable. Ignoring their brief exchange, Shutra makes a final sprint toward the dragon's corpse. He plants his feet firmly and prepares to claim his long-sought prize. Standing before the spear, he is struck by how much more dazzling its golden light appears up close. With a broad grin, he grips the shaft and expresses his gratitude to the fortress itself. He places one foot against the dragon's body and pulls with all his strength, but the spear does not move. He strains harder, yet the weapon remains firmly embedded. Grinding his teeth in frustration, he realizes just how impossibly heavy the spear truly is. Letting out a roar, he pours every remaining stat point into strength. The dwarven golem watches as a blinding pillar of golden light erupts around him. With one final, overwhelming pull, the legendary spear tears free. Shutra stands tall, Ascalon now firmly in his grasp. He swings it once, releasing a devastating wave of energy that wipes out nearby monsters in an instant. Felicia and Carrick stare at the holographic screen in absolute awe. Daphne and the others are equally stunned by the sheer scale of his power. Hidden within the shadows, a lone hooded figure observes everything in silence. A system notification appears, detailing the history and immense power of Ascalon. Shutra feels a surge of triumph, knowing he has achieved his primary goal. That feeling is shattered when a massive, monstrous dragon head rises from the darkness behind him. The hooded figure raises a hand, revealing a glowing orb pulsing with energy. The orb is thrust directly into the corpse of the ancient dragon, Partisan. A violent eruption of purple energy surges outward, reviving the dragon. Shutra cries out in disbelief, unable to comprehend what he is witnessing. He spots the hooded figure and wonders who they could possibly be. The figure remains calm amid the chaos, the dark orb throbbing with power. Shutra braces himself as the ground beneath him glows with the same eerie purple light. The undead dragon launches into the air with a terrifying, unholy roar. It unleashes a massive beam of dark energy straight toward him. He immediately recognizes the attack, breaking into a cold sweat. It is the same sinister purple death energy he encountered on the Engel Plains. The beam tears through the ancient dwarven cavern with catastrophic force. The remaining shadow creatures are instantly erased by the overwhelming power. The white Suri materializes at once, its holy light forming a protective barrier. Shutra is hurled backward as his thoughts race to understand this new and terrifying threat. Looking up, he sees the massive dwarven golem advancing toward the dragon. He watches in stunned disbelief as the construct prepares to confront the reanimated beast. The golem slams its lightning-charged hammer into the dragon's side. The two colossal beings clash, locked in a violent and destructive battle. Shutra can hardly believe what he is seeing, unable to understand why the fortress's guardians are fighting each other. His party soon arrives, rushing to his side amid the chaos. He explains that someone used dark sorcery to revive the ancient dragon. Felicia reacts with horror, while Shutra admits that he does not know who is responsible or why. He is certain, however, that the purple death energy is the key to the mystery. He states that the unstable dragon must be destroyed quickly, though the method remains uncertain. Shutra explains that as an undead creature, the dragon must possess a magical core. He believes that destroying the glowing purple core is the only way to stop it, and he prepares to test this theory in the midst of battle. A bead of sweat slides down his face as he curses the situation. He shouts a warning for his allies to evade as the dragon unleashes another massive torrent of purple energy. The blast shakes the entire fortress. The destructive force rips through the cavern, flattening everything in its path. When the dust settles, the dragon stands amid the devastation, its dark aura noticeably more stable. It has absorbed energy from the fortress itself, becoming even stronger. Carrick questions Shutra's earlier judgment, and Shutra can only offer an apology. He realizes the dragon will continue growing stronger, and a sense of despair begins to creep in. Suddenly, glowing golden runes spiral around the spear in his hands. Ascalon begins to change, its blade retracting as it reshapes itself into a massive candle-like form. Felicia and Carrick stare in stunned silence, awed by the weapon's transformation. Shutra asks Felicia to create a brief diversion for him. He tells her with complete confidence that he believes he can end the battle. The undead dragon turns its gaze toward him, sensing the shift in threat. Felicia steps forward and conjures a powerful fire spell. Her spell detonates in a massive explosion that temporarily blinds the dragon. The undead beast roars in fury, disoriented and unable to locate its target. Shutra feels the will of the ancient spear guiding his movements. He knows that one precise strike is all he needs. Before he can act, the dragon recovers and unleashes a shockwave that knocks him off balance. Felicia and Carrick cry out as they rush toward him. Shutra coughs and curses his own impatience, realizing he may have acted too quickly. As the dragon looms over him, an unexpected ally intervenes. The massive dwarven golem crashes into the dragon, saving Shutra from certain death. He looks up from the ground in shock, his vision blurred, yet clearly able to see the two towering guardians locked in combat. He does not understand why the golem is helping him, but he knows one thing with absolute certainty. This is his second chance. The dwarf golem tightened its grip on its hammer and shoved the dragon back with raw force. It followed immediately with another heavy swing, releasing a lightning-infused strike that tore through the air toward the dragon. Partisan roared in fury as it was pushed back. The dragon retaliated by unleashing its dragon's breath, flooding the battlefield with destructive power. Even so, the dwarf golem continued hammering it relentlessly, refusing to yield. Nearby, Greenwind asked Shutra if he was all right, his concern clear in his voice. Felicia rushed to Shutra's side as well. She healed his wounds while scolding him sharply, saying that he had been reckless. Shutra told her that he believed he could end the fight quickly, but admitted that he had only managed to get himself injured instead. He openly acknowledged that he had no excuse for his mistake. Felicia suggested that they retreat, explaining that the dragon was far beyond what they could reasonably handle. Despite his injuries, Shutra insisted that they could still win. She shouted at him to stop being stubborn, especially given his current condition. Shutra admitted that he had rushed things earlier. He explained that the more urgent the situation became, the less they could afford to turn back. He asked for her help once again. He promised that he would not make another mistake. Felicia was about to respond, but before she could say anything, Shutra had already returned to the battlefield. He leapt onto his shield, riding it like a surfboard as he plunged straight into the center of the fight. He planned to circle around the dragon so it would not notice him at first. Greenwind followed his instructions without hesitation. At the same time, Partisan smashed the dwarf golem's arm apart and began preparing another blast of dragon's breath. The dwarf golem took the attack head-on, and its entire body was obliterated in an instant. Almost immediately after, the dragon was struck again. Felicia summoned her flames and detonated them, causing a massive explosion. Even while engulfed in fire, the dragon noticed something streak past it. Shutra flew around it from different angles, repeatedly striking as he built momentum. He continued circling, carefully increasing his speed. Partisan grew increasingly irritated and began charging another dragon's breath. Greenwind judged that this was the perfect opportunity. The dragon's attention was drawn elsewhere. Shutra attacked from a different direction, activating dragon blood. While the dragon focused on the shield above it, Shutra charged upward from below. He reminded himself that he did not need to rush. He knew he had only one chance, and he needed to be precise. The dragon began to sense his presence. Shutra copied a technique he had once seen Tiny Spark use long ago. In that single opening they created, an overwhelming burst of power erupted from below, tearing straight through the dragon's body. The beast roared in agony as the violent force shattered it from within. This devastating attack was known as Gigantic Piston. Felicia stood frozen in awe. When she realized that Shutra had actually succeeded, Partisan collapsed. The system notified Shutra that he had defeated the zombie dragon Partisan, and his level increased as a result. He felt genuine joy at having wielded the Dragonslayer spear, Ascalon's power. He also received the title of Dragonslayer. At that moment, a mysterious man spoke to him, saying that he could not believe Shutra had truly taken the dragon down. The voice startled him. The mysterious man wondered aloud if he had miscalculated, noting that it was not the second prince who had arrived. Shutra realized that this was the one who had revived Partisan earlier. The man stated that it no longer mattered. He raised his spear, now covered in blue flames, and unleashed that fire towards Shutra, intending to wipe out whatever remained. Shutra was completely caught off guard. The blue flames surged like a raging tide, crashing into the fortress and ripping its walls apart. Stone and steel vanished into the inferno as the structure collapsed under the sheer force of the attack. Even so, Shutra stood calmly amid the ruins. Surrounded by dust and debris, he could only open his left eye to see what had happened. When the smoke finally cleared, his vision returned, but confusion remained. The attack had vanished without explanation. It was then revealed that the mysterious man had been cut cleanly in half. To Shutra's shock, the man fell to the ground. Shutra stood there, unable to understand what he was seeing. Suddenly, another voice appeared, saying that he had arrived just in time. Shutra's eyes widened when he saw who it was. He immediately recognized the figure as the Sword Lord. The man smiled and greeted him, addressing him as the Ninth Prince, the final bulwark protecting the sanctuary of Asura, and the master of the Demon King Mitra. Sword Lord Ishigard was a being in Night Saga comparable to an elder dragon. He was an extraordinary and overwhelming presence, yet he existed only in the background of the story, making him impossible to encounter during the actual narrative. Even when Zephyr Ragnaros became the Demon King, Ishigard never stepped into the spotlight. When Locke invaded the demon realm, Ishigard still did not reveal himself. He was a hidden powerhouse of Night Saga, shrouded entirely in mystery. He was a monster whose strength was so great that even the Demon King had sought guidance from him. Ishigard commented that the sixth princess had grown considerably. Without warning, he lifted her into the air and remarked that the last time he had seen her, she had been nothing more than a tiny child. Embarrassed, she screamed at him to put her down. Amused by her reaction, he teased her further, saying that she was throwing a tantrum and proving that she was still a child at heart. Shutra could hardly believe that Sword Lord Ishigard was standing right in front of him. Meanwhile, Felicia felt both annoyed and embarrassed by the scene. Ishigard then asked the Ninth Prince whether he liked his gift. Shutra realized that he was referring to the dragon hide. He replied that he did, thanking him sincerely. He explained that the gift had allowed him to craft excellent equipment. While they were talking, Shutra failed to notice several monsters approaching from behind. A sudden flash of light caught his attention. Moments later, the light released a violent surge of power, followed by a chain of explosions. Carrick asked why everything was suddenly exploding. Shutra admitted that he had no idea what was happening and suggested that they move away immediately. The man from earlier began glowing intensely before exploding himself. When the chaos ended, only ruins remained. Fortunately, Ishigard had erected a barrier to protect them. He asked calmly whether everyone was all right. Shutra replied that they were, thanks to him. Felicia, however, could not understand why the explosion had occurred at all. It left her wondering what their enemy's true objective had been. Shutra recalled the man mentioning the second prince, and the more he thought about it, the stranger it felt. Ascalon clearly was not their objective, since the man had shown no interest in it at all. That realization made Shutra question what they were truly after. Then the answer finally clicked. His expression hardened as the pieces came together. He told Felicia that their real target might have been the second prince. The statement shocked and confused her. She questioned why he would suddenly come to that conclusion. Shutra explained that the man wielding the spear had mentioned they were watching because the second prince did not appear. He added that those enemies chose to show themselves now, even though half a month had already passed since General Kashubal failed his mission. To Shutra, it felt as though they had been lying in wait for someone all along. Felicia's expression darkened as she understood the implication. She stated that General Kashubal had likely been killed from the very beginning as bait to draw out the second prince. She further pointed out that Zephyr was usually the one assigned to missions of that nature. Because of that, she reasoned, those people probably assumed it would be the same this time. That realization made her wonder who would specifically target Zephyr and for what reason. Shutra replied that whoever orchestrated this was extremely meticulous. He noted that they even chose to self-destruct, completely cutting off any chance of information being traced back to them. Ishigard commented that the story they were piecing together was quite interesting. Felicia, clearly irritated, snapped that this was not something to comment on lightly, emphasizing that the situation was serious. Ishigard replied calmly that he was being serious as well. With no energy left to argue, she could only sigh. She then asked what had brought him here in the first place. Ishigurd answered that the Demon King had taken a deep interest in the ninth prince, which had made him curious enough to come and see Shutra for himself. Shutra was left speechless that someone like him would show up just to look at him. Ishigurd continued, explaining that the Demon King never acted without reason. If he had done something unexpected during the audience ceremony, then there was meaning behind it. Now that Ishigurd was facing Shutra directly, he said that he could roughly understand what the Demon King was thinking. Shutra felt the atmosphere subtly shift as Ishigurd studied him. Then Ishigurd asked whether Shutra would like to learn from him. The question stunned both Shutra and Felicia. Ishigurd clarified that he was not asking Shutra to become his disciple. He explained that he was not in a position to raise a student, and more importantly, Shutra had already learned the Beast God Fist art. Felicia was visibly surprised by that revelation and asked when Shutra had learned such a thing. Shutra, equally surprised, asked Ishigurd how he even knew about it. Ishigurd explained that Shutra's body contained numerous kinds of energy layered together, including the Beast God Fist art. He admitted that he could not clearly distinguish every single one of them, but he could tell that they were not rejecting each other. Instead, those powers were coexisting, even embracing one another. He said that the phrase mutual coexistence described Shutra perfectly. Ishigurd stated that this was why he had taken an interest in the ninth prince and wanted to pass on some of his insights. He then asked Shutra what he thought. Shutra knew how unprecedented this was. Aside from Demon King Matera, Ishigurd had never offered his teachings of his own accord. With no reason to refuse such an opportunity, Shutra agreed. Ishigurd was clearly pleased with the answer. He explained that he would teach Shutra one method of aura manipulation along with several techniques, adding that how those techniques evolved would depend entirely on Shutra's own skill. He placed a hand on Shutra's shoulder, and in that instant, Shutra began to emit a golden light. That glow marked the beginning of the instruction. The golden aura surrounding Shutra was Ishigurd's own. Shutra closed his eyes and focused on the sensation. It felt completely different from when he learned the Beast God Fist art. Ishigurd's aura seemed to fill every corner of his body, leaving no space untouched. The system then notified him that he had acquired Asura Cultivation Technique level 11. Additional notifications followed. Asura Cultivation Technique Wind God level 11, Asura Cultivation Technique Great Mountain level 11, and Asura Cultivation Technique Lightning level 11. Ishigurd remarked that Shutra was remarkable, noting that his rate of learning far exceeded expectations. Suddenly, golden and blue energy collided, exploding in a blinding flash of light. Shutra was swallowed by the radiance, leaving Ishigurd frozen in disbelief. Felicia and the others stared in shock, fear tightening their expressions as they worried about Shutra. Ishigurd could hardly believe what he was seeing. He had never imagined such a phenomenon was even possible. Slowly, the blue and gold energies began to merge, forming a single, radiant core. New notifications appeared. First, the Asura Cultivation Technique and the Beast God Fist art were now working in harmony. Second, Shutra's physique level increased. His immunity to 100 poisons at level 1 also increased, with the system noting that once it reached level 3, it could evolve into immunity to 1000 poisons. He acquired Harmony level 1, and the S-rank martial art, Beast God Fist art, evolved. A massive pillar of golden light shot skyward, slamming into the fortress and shaking the land. Shutra emerged from within the glow, floating calmly as the fused energy flowed around him. His eyes remained closed, his body steady, as though the power had completely accepted him. When Shutra finally opened his eyes, he had acquired rank martial art, Asura Divine Fist. As the light faded, he dropped unceremoniously onto the ground, landing on his backside. Carrick and Felicia rushed over, urgently asking Ishigurd what had happened to Shutra. Ishigurd explained that he had only intended to teach the Asura Cultivation Technique. However, Shutra had unconsciously merged it with the Beast God Fist art, creating something entirely new, that in Night Saga, the only rank martial art was originally the hero Locke's sword art. Now, the Beast God Fist art had evolved into the Asura Divine Fist Strike, standing at the same rank level as the hero's technique. Ishigurd admitted that Shutra was far greater than he had imagined. He stated that he would not pry further and told Shutra that no explanation was necessary. What truly interested him was Shutra himself. He then asked whether Shutra had already given the technique a name. Shutra answered affirmatively and revealed the name he had given it, calling it the Asura Divine Fist Strike. Ishigurd commented that the name was simple, yet fitting. He then advised that what had happened should be kept secret whenever possible. He explained that Shutra had already drawn more than enough attention, and there was no need to further attract the scrutiny and suspicion of the royal court. Shutra agreed, saying that keeping it quiet would indeed be best. With most of what they had come to accomplish now finished, all that remained was to pack everything up and get some rest. Felicia asked what exactly they needed to pack. He asked her whether this was her first time exploring ruins. He then suggested that they should completely harvest the dragon before the expedition team arrived. That suggestion left the siblings visibly shocked. He explained that if they divided everything into 3 portions and shared it equally, it would work out perfectly. He then asked what they planned to do with the materials. They replied that they had only thought of sending everything to the forge at the Demon King's castle. He said that it was not a bad idea, but since they had obtained such high-quality materials, he proposed entrusting them to an acquaintance instead. He personally guaranteed that this person's skill was exceptional. He asked whether they knew someone named Amida. Felicia replied that she had never heard the name before. Shutra, however, suddenly became excited and exclaimed the full name, Amida Ignatia. He explained that Amida Ignatia was the greatest blacksmith in the demon realm, a master who wielded the last flame. Ishigurd realized at that moment that the 9th prince already knew of them. Shutra was confident in his knowledge, explaining that encountering Amida was considered a true hidden event even within Night Saga. Amida Ignatia was a mysterious existence. Sometimes they appeared as a man, and other times as a woman. There were rumors that Amida was a shape-shifting mage capable of freely changing form, and other rumors claimed that Amida was not a single individual at all, but a shared name used by a clan or group. Meeting Amida was considered extraordinarily rare, and even Shutra had only managed to encounter them 3 times across 10 full clears. Ishigurd was pleased that he did not need to explain further. He said that he would tell Shutra where Amida had been staying recently, which made Shutra genuinely happy. Ishigurd explained that Amida frequently changed residences, so once Shutra was ready, he should seek them out immediately. He added that Amida was reclusive and disliked meeting people, but if Shutra mentioned Ishigurd's name, they would agree to meet him at least once. Shutra felt deeply satisfied, realizing that in addition to gaining an rank martial art, he had also obtained Amida's whereabouts. In such a short span of time, the rewards had been extraordinary. Eventually, they descended a staircase. After taking some time to rest, they conducted a thorough search of the treasure vault. Their next destination was the archives, which Felicia insisted they absolutely could not skip. As soon as Shutra entered, he began coughing due to the thick layer of dust. Felicia challenged him by asking whether his curiosity could really be defeated by something as trivial as dust. Carrick remarked that, to begin with, the 9th prince did not possess even a trace of curiosity about dwarf culture. When they reached the archive room, Felicia's eyes sparkled as she excitedly showed Delia, the black-haired elf, a book. She expressed her delight that the records had been preserved so well and praised the dwarves for their meticulous nature. Shutra quietly watched as she enjoyed herself wholeheartedly. Delia continued bringing more books while Carrick fell asleep in the center of the hall. Shutra looked around, growing curious about just how old the archive room was. He noticed that some records were even preserved on stone tablets. One of the tablets slipped and fell. He picked it up. The image carved into it depicted several people, led by a woman, standing before a group of dragons. The scene felt strangely familiar to Shutra. He recognized Einkel and Enkidu, and opposite them stood the 6 elder dragons. He then examined the figure of the woman more closely. He recognized her immediately. She was the same woman who had once told him to conquer, declaring that all would kneel before him. The realization made his heart tighten with unease. It represented conquest. Shutra wondered why that woman appeared there. He was confused, because the tablet seemed to be more than 1,000 years old. The image showed 4 people and 6 dragons gathered together. He could not help but wonder what kind of connection could have brought them all into the same place. Suddenly, Green Wind appeared upside down in front of him, startling him. She asked what had made him look so serious. He questioned where she had come from so suddenly. She told him to follow her, saying that she had done something worthy of praise. Shutra remained by the table, calmly examining the book she handed him. He was surprised when he realized what it was. Green Wind proudly presented it to him. It was a record detailing the elder dragons. Each elder dragon had a nickname that reflected their personality. Enkidu, who wielded destructive power, was known as a tyrant. Einkel, who showed kindness to all, was called the gentle mother. Kien, wise and thoughtful, bore the title of sage. Kaltine, intense and ferocious, was known as a warrior. However, despite his fierce nature, Kaltine was closer to ice than fire. He was described as a cold flame, a silent warrior who rarely drew his blade. But once he did, his ferocity was said to burn the world to ash. Shutra noticed that most of the records focused on Kaltine, including legends about him and the location of his lair. Something specific caught his attention. On one of the maps, a location was marked clearly. It was the Lake of the Sun. He had never imagined that an elder dragon with a fire attribute would make its lair beneath a lake. At that moment, he understood why veteran hunters had never been able to find it. Green Wind grew impatient, pointing out that he still had not praised her. As he studied the map further, he realized something else. The location was close to Amida's residence, the one Ishugard had mentioned. He recalled that Amida had been staying near the spider forest. The area was also close to the lycanthrope region. Shutra had already been planning to find Caitlin and Chris along the way, so everything aligned perfectly. He gently patted Green Wind on the forehead and praised her for a job well done. That made her visibly happy. Shutra's plans were now clear. He would meet Amida first, then obtain the armament of the elder dragon Kaltine. If everything went smoothly, the next stage of his journey would be an unparalleled gain. They remained at Thunder Doom Fortress for 4 days. Felicia's enthusiasm was astonishing, as she showed no sign of exhaustion despite spending nearly all her time in the archives right up until the day before they departed. Shutra also spent most of his time there, searching for information about the elder dragons. Unfortunately, he could not find records on any dragons other than Kaltine. Still, there was one small consolation. Carrick had grown stronger. Shutra noted his promotion within the King's Knights and asked whether he felt any stronger. Carrick replied confidently and punched the air to demonstrate. Carrick also stated that all the intense training he had endured had paid off. His rank as Knight Captain Carrick had advanced to Barracks Commander. The following morning, a new mission plan sent by Felicia arrived at the Demon King's castle. A report was delivered alongside the others, stating that there was a high probability that General Kashubal's death itself had been a trap designed to draw out Zephyr. By the time the report was finished, the sun was already high in the sky. Shutra was fully prepared to depart, but Felicia stopped him and told him to wait. She suggested that they look around a bit more before leaving, pointing out that there was still a great deal she had not seen yet. Shutra refused, explaining that the Sword Lord had warned them they needed to find Amida quickly before they disappeared again. Since time was limited, he urged her to get into the carriage. Once everyone was seated, he told Carrick, who had taken on the role of coachman, that they could depart. With that, they set off. As the carriage moved forward, Shutra looked back and reflected on how many dangerous moments they had faced. Still, this was a mission where the rewards far outweighed the risks. He found himself looking forward to seeing Caitlin's reaction when she witnessed the Asura Divine Fist strike. He wanted that moment to come soon. 3 days later, a new expedition party was formed to investigate traces of those who had targeted Zephyr, and Zephyr himself stepped forward to take command. Zephyr went to the archives room. There, he noticed a stone tablet that Shutra had previously picked up. He immediately recognized the depiction of famine. He also saw death and war. However, he could not identify the woman standing at the forefront. This was the same woman Shutra had identified as Conquest. Meanwhile, deep within a volcano, a dragon and a woman stood facing one another. The dragon told her to begin. She was addressed as the Knight of Conquest. She was the same warrior who had appeared in Shutra's dream before. Back with Shutra, he released an arrow. Only a small flame formed in his hand, abruptly changing direction and burning him instead. Carrick commented that he had never witnessed training like that in his entire life. He expressed concern that Shutra might end up damaging his body if he kept going. Felicia replied that, surprisingly, Shutra was completely fine. Shutra healed the burn on his body. His fire arrow level, heal skill, and mana control proficiency all increased as a result. Though he was panting heavily, his expression was filled with excitement. He attempted the technique once more. Carrick remarked that no matter how he looked at it, the training did not seem normal at all. Still, since Shutra's magical abilities were clearly improving, Felicia suggested that they leave him alone for now. They traveled during the day and trained at night. Their destination was the spider forest, where Amita Ignatia was said to be staying. To reach it as quickly as possible, they chose to cut straight through lycanthrope territory. Suddenly, they were ordered to stop. The road ahead had been closed. Carrick asked what was going on. The guards explained that it was official business of the lycanthrope royal family and ordered them to withdraw. Felicia found it strange that official royal business was taking place in such a remote location. When the guard repeated the order to withdraw, her patience snapped. She stated that she had had enough and forced the road open, declaring that she wanted to speak to whoever was in charge. The guard became angry and demanded to know whether she thought she was some kind of royal. Felicia calmly replied that she was. The guard, confused, asked her to repeat herself. She did so. Growing increasingly nervous, the guard asked for clarification, and Felicia glared at him and answered yes for the third time. Moments later, the guards were being punished back at the camp, kneeling with their hands raised high. Caitlin was visibly happy to see both Felicia and Shutra and ran toward them, with Chris following close behind. Caitlin asked what they were doing there. Felicia replied that she should be the one asking that question and demanded to know why they were blocking the road in such a place. Caitlin hesitated before answering. Chris then mentioned that he had heard rumors that Shutra had turned the Demon King's castle upside down and asked what he had been doing. Shutra replied that the timing was perfect, as he had been meaning to show him something anyway. He told everyone to step outside for a moment. Soon after, a loud explosion echoed in the distance. The explosion was caused by sparring between Shutra and Caitlin. Both of them were completely serious. Shutra focused all his power into his fist. When their fists collided, the impact caused a massive explosion. The ground cracked beneath them, and the surrounding trees were obliterated. Caitlin immediately noticed that Shutra's technique was different from the beast god fist art. She asked what it was. Shutra revealed that it was the Asura divine fist strike. Felicia added that it was a martial art formed by combining the beast god fist art with the Asura cultivation technique taught to him by the Sword Lord. Chris was shocked, both by the fusion itself and by the fact that the Sword Lord had taught Shutra. He questioned why the Sword Lord would do such a thing, and Felicia simply replied that it was because Shutra was a genius. Caitlin was amazed and wondered aloud if she could learn it as well. Shutra apologized, explaining that he had not created it as a structured technique and did not believe he could pass it on. Chris commented that a martial art even its creator could not teach made Shutra absurd. Shutra wondered whether that was meant to be a compliment. Deep down, Chris found Shutra's growth rate terrifying. If he did not want to fall behind, he knew he would have to train even harder. Now that they had seen how much Shutra had grown, it was time to discuss their own situation. They went inside a tent and sat down. Chris warned them that what he was about to say needed to remain strictly confidential. Felicia wondered what could have made him so serious. Chris revealed that a prisoner who had been locked on the lowest floor of the Grey Tower had escaped. Shutra knew that the Grey Tower was the prison reserved only for the most vicious lycanthrope criminals. If the escapee had been imprisoned on the lowest floor, Shutra already had a guess as to who it was. Chris revealed the name: Gerard Moonlight, their maternal uncle. Felicia was shocked to learn that the two of them even had a maternal uncle. Chris explained that Gerard had been imprisoned 20 years ago, so it was natural she would not know. He added that Gerard had once been a powerful warrior of the lycanthrope royal family. If he had not gone insane, the throne would have gone to him instead of their mother. Gerard had pursued strength obsessively. Unsatisfied with the beast god fist art alone, he turned to countless heretical methods. Eventually, he completely lost his sanity. Gerard's madness became a catastrophe, costing the lives of hundreds of lycanthropes just to subdue him. Fortunately, the incident ended within the palace, allowing it to be buried internally. Felicia asked whether this meant that a highly dangerous individual was now roaming free. Caitlin added that according to reports, Gerard appeared to have headed east. Chris reassured them that Gerard had lost half of his aura in his final battle, so there was no need for excessive worry. He pointed out that east was in the opposite direction from where they were headed. Shutra asked how Gerard had managed to escape. Chris replied that the investigation was still ongoing, but it appeared that he had received help from outside forces. There was a sub-event in Night Saga during Zephyr Ragnaros's storyline where the player could free Gerard to weaken the lycanthropes. Shutra wondered if that event had somehow been triggered. That night, a man was being strangled. A rugged figure told him that if he wished to live, he should speak. The man had already killed the others. He demanded to know the location of the moonlight herb. Shutra felt a sudden sense of disorientation, unsure of where he was or how things had reached this point. Conquest appeared before him without warning. He asked her what was happening. Instead of answering directly, she pointed toward a black hole forming behind him. When he focused on it, he saw a figure trapped inside. He recognized it instantly. It was Famine. Shutra suddenly jolted awake, gasping for air. His heart was pounding, and the image of that black aura refused to fade from his mind. The hostility he had felt from it lingered, clinging to him like a shadow. What disturbed him even more was that the name Famine kept echoing in his thoughts. Before he could sort through it, Carrick burst into his tent, urgency written all over his face, and announced that something terrible had happened. Shutra demanded to know what was going on, and Carrick hurriedly reported that an enemy had broken into the camp. He described a man with a long scar stretching across his left cheek, radiating strange black energy, slaughtering soldiers with his bare hands. There was no weapon involved. Shutra understood immediately who it was. It was Gerard Moonlight. Chris and Caitlin had already seen the destruction left behind. Shutra and Carrick rushed to join them. Shutra was confused. Gerard was supposed to have fled east, yet he had returned here. He could not understand why Gerard had come back. He demanded the truth and pressed them for the real reason they were in this area. Caitlin finally revealed that it was because of the moonlight herb. Chris was surprised that she spoke so openly. Caitlin explained everything, saying that their true objective had always been the moonlight herb. They had only learned about Gerard's prison break afterward. The herb was a rare medicinal treasure that bloomed once every 100 years and was one of the lycanthrope's most prized relics. It was a consumable item with an absurd effect, capable of pulling someone back from the brink of death. In Night Saga, it was an item obtained by defeating either Chris or Caitlin. Everything fell into place. Gerard was here for the moonlight herb to restore the aura he had lost, nearly half of it. Suddenly, golden light lit up the sky. It was Felicia's magic. The opposite side of the camp had already turned into a battlefield. Felicia raised her staff and unleashed a massive wall of fire. Her exhaustion was clear, but she pressed on regardless. Even so, Gerard forced his way straight through the flames. Felicia's heart sank as she believed this was the end. At the last possible moment, Shutra arrived and hurled his shield at Gerard with full force. He asked Felicia if she was all right. The impact forced Gerard to stagger backward. Chris and Caitlin immediately followed up, leaping toward him. Gerard recognized them instantly as Elaine Moonlight's children. He steadied himself and raised his arm. Caitlin ordered him to surrender quietly. Instead, he sneered and declared that he had inherited their mother's will. Caitlin hesitated for only a moment, but it was enough. Gerard's punch sent her flying. Chris rushed toward his sister in panic. At the same time, a wolf soldier crept up behind Gerard. Gerard caught the soldier by the throat without even looking. He drained him dry. Thick black mist was ripped from the wolf's body, sending a chill straight through Shutra's spine. The wolf's eyes turned pitch black as the dark energy continued pouring out. In that moment, Shutra understood what the black energy truly was. It was famine. When Gerard finished, the wolf soldier vanished completely. Gerard then slammed his fist into the ground, shattering it and throwing Chris off balance. The black mist surged forward and struck Chris head-on. Shutra could not believe what he was seeing. In Night Saga, Gerard had never been this powerful. After such a long imprisonment, his body should have been completely broken. Gerard noticed Shutra's moment of distraction and mocked him for it, saying that he had some nerve. He grabbed Shutra by the throat. Shutra struggled desperately, pouring every ounce of strength into resisting him. Gerard smothered him in black mist and whispered that he should dry up. Suddenly, there was movement behind him. It was Chris. Chris struck Gerard from behind, forcing him to release Shutra. Shutra screamed as pain tore through his body. Gerard turned immediately, prepared to counterattack. Chris stopped him, declaring that Gerard was his opponent. He lunged forward, his body engulfed in raging blue energy, and slammed into Gerard with crushing force. The impact drove Gerard into the ground and shook the surrounding area. Gerard blocked the barrage and mocked him, saying that Chris did not even greet his uncle first. Chris roared back, telling him to shut up. To him, Gerard Moonlight of the lycanthrope royal family had died 20 years ago. What stood before him now was nothing more than an escaped convict. Shutra summoned a golden dagger and activated under the king's banner on Chris, catching him completely off guard. Chris felt a surge of exhilaration as overwhelming power flooded his body. Energy overflowed through him, and he wondered if this immense strength truly came from Shutra's magic. Gerard immediately noticed the change in Chris's movements. At the same time, Caitlin, also empowered by under the king's banner, slipped behind Gerard and landed a solid punch. Gerard groaned as the blow connected. Chris followed up instantly with another strike. Felicia and Shutra watched from a distance, barely able to track the battle as it moved so fast that only streaks of light remained. Felicia admitted that she could not see anything and asked Shutra what was happening. Shutra calmly replied that Chris and Caitlin were winning. They moved in perfect sync, forcing Gerard to block with his forearms. For the first time, Gerard acknowledged it. They truly were Elaine's children. With that realization, he decided there was no reason to hold back any longer. He released his wolf form. Massive wolf-like hands emerged as he grabbed Caitlin by the head. He dodged Chris's incoming punch while dragging her along. Then he slammed her violently into the ground. Chris's face drained of color as he saw how badly injured Caitlin was. Rage exploded within him, and he swore that he would kill Gerard. Gerard answered by casually slapping him aside. The blow sent Chris crashing through several trees before he finally slammed into the ground. The instant he hit the ground, Gerard lunged after him. The white Suri erupted with a brilliant glow as Shutra brought it up to block the incoming strike. He immediately called out to Carrick, summoning the king's knights. Gerard reacted at once, turning sharply and intercepting Carrick's axe before it could reach him. At the same time, Shutra gathered power into his fist. He drew his arm back as golden energy compressed tightly around it, then unleashed his technique, Gigantic Piston. Gerard took the blow head-on. In response, Gerard countered with the Beast God Fist secret art, Wild Wolf Fist Strike. The clash sent Shutra flying through the air. The sheer shockwave made it difficult for Carrick to keep his footing, panic flooding his expression as he looked toward the prince. Eventually, Gerard's aura calmed. He appeared satisfied, admitting that he had not expected Shutra to rise again after being struck by Wild Wolf Fist Strike. Shutra suddenly coughed up blood. Gerard stepped toward him, unmistakable killing intent radiating from his gaze, but Shutra stopped him. This time, Shutra declared that it was his turn. He unleashed the same technique, the Beast God Fist secret art. Gerard froze in disbelief. The attack landed squarely. At that moment, Shutra saw a system notification appear, informing him that he had learned the Beast God Fist secret art, Wild Wolf Fist Strike. It was a wolf skill. Shutra thought that it was finally time for Gerard to taste his own power. Gerard groaned in pain, unable to comprehend how Shutra had learned the Wolf Fist Strike. Shutra pulled his fist back once more and struck again, this time using Fist of Explosion. The intense heat forced a growl from Gerard. Gerard retaliated immediately, sending Shutra flying backward once again. Shutra clicked his tongue in frustration, thinking that he had aimed to blow Gerard's head clean off. Gerard released a surge of black mist that locked directly onto Shutra. Shutra summoned the white Suri just before the mist detonated, his only reaction being disbelief at what he was seeing. When the smoke cleared, Gerard had vanished. Shutra wondered if he had managed to escape. The system notified him that his level had increased. Shutra exhaled in relief, at least knowing that the immediate danger had passed. He asked Felicia how Caitlin was doing. Felicia's expression darkened as she explained that the situation was dire. Caitlin's injuries were far too severe, and she did not believe magic alone would be enough to save her. Suddenly, Shutra groaned and clutched his chest. Felicia hurried to his side, alarm clear on her face. Despite the pain tearing through him, Shutra's thoughts remained fixed on Caitlin. He reasoned that although her external wounds had healed, the inside of her body was completely ruined. He suspected she had pushed herself too far by forcefully drawing out aura. Seeing his condition worsen, Felicia asked what was wrong. Shutra brushed it off, telling her that he would recover with some rest and urging her to focus on Caitlin instead. Chris appeared carrying a box and told Felicia to use it on both Shutra and Caitlin. Felicia asked what it was. When she opened the box, she froze. Inside lay a single flower. It was the moonlight herb. Felicia laid Shutra and Caitlin side by side and placed the box between them. She began her work while Chris and Carrick stood guard. She carefully removed the moonlight herb from the box and split it in half, placing one portion above each of them. The fragments dissolved and flowed into their mouths. Caitlin's body began to glow with a brilliant light. Felicia frowned in confusion, but that confusion immediately turned into panic when Shutra's body started to levitate. Chris had never seen anything like it before, but he remembered the legend surrounding the moonlight herb. Long ago, the primordial Wolf King had gathered the scattered lycanthrope clans and united them into a single nation. One day, a ferocious red dragon named Castellon invaded their lands. The battle lasted 7 days and nights, ending only when the Wolf King slew the dragon. However, the endless fighting destroyed his entire herd, and death soon followed. In his final moments, the Wolf King encountered a pure white flower. Trusting his instincts, he consumed it. The flower, which held moonlight itself, became his new heart. With a heart forged from moon essence, the Wolf King declared that his life was bound to moonlight and took the surname Moonlight. It was said that he protected the kingdom for countless generations. Yet that miracle happened only once. In the generations that followed, many lycanthropes consumed the same flower, but none could withstand the moonlight as the Wolf King had. No one else ever gained a new heart. That was the legend of the moonlight herb. And now, that very legend was unfolding before Chris's eyes. It was happening to Shutra, a being of an entirely different race. Shutra's chest glowed intensely as a pillar of light shot into the night sky. The system notified him that a protagonist setting adjustment had strengthened the enchanted encounter. His protagonist physique reacted to the moonlight herb. He now possessed 2 hearts, meaning 2 starting points. Eventually, Shutra opened his eyes, greeted by a radiant golden light. Caitlin was lying beside him. Startled and embarrassed, he immediately sat upright. Still disoriented, he scanned his surroundings and realized that he was in an elegant bedroom. A knock sounded at the door, and several soldiers entered. They escorted a commanding woman forward. She asked Shutra whether he had slept comfortably and addressed him as the 9th prince, Shutra Ignis. He recognized her immediately. He had seen her countless times in the game. She was the 4th queen, Elaine Moonlight, queen of the lycanthropes, and the biological mother of Chris and Caitlin. She said that she had heard her children survived because of him and asked how she should repay such a debt. Shutra answered honestly, saying it was nothing and that he had only done what he believed was right. She told him not to be modest, stating that what he had done deserved proper recognition. Shutra thanked her. Then, without lingering on pleasantries, she went straight to the point. She asked him directly whether he intended to become the Demon King. Shutra was clearly confused by her question. Elaine quickly realized that the thought of becoming the Demon King had never even crossed his mind. Considering his position and circumstances up until now, that reaction was completely understandable. Even so, she pointed out that his situation had changed, and that he could no longer afford to ignore the possibility. She advised him to start weighing every action carefully from this point forward and to think about which choices would benefit him the most in the long run. Through Greenwind, Shutra learned that he had been unconscious for 4 full days. Greenwind added casually that she had remained by his side the entire time. Now that he understood, Shutra urged her to continue explaining everything that had happened. She told him that they were currently staying in a villa reserved exclusively for the lycanthrope royal family. She also explained that he and Caitlin had been placed in the same bed to maximize the healing effect for both of them. Shutra asked what she meant by that. Greenwind questioned whether he truly did not remember consuming the moonlight herb. Shutra was stunned by the revelation. He immediately opened his status window to confirm it. At the same time, he could feel something new within himself, an unfamiliar layer of power resting atop his existing aura. It felt as though a second heart of aura had formed inside him. Greenwind explained that Chris had told her the closer the two of them were, the more strongly his life force would activate. She suggested that if he tried holding Caitlin's hand, he would understand. So he did. In an instant, power surged violently through his body, overwhelming his senses. Greenwind explained that thanks to the moonlight herb, the two of them were now connected, in a way similar to how he was connected to her. Later, while walking through the hallway, Shutra learned that no one knew whether Gerard was alive or dead. Chris explained that there had been casualties during the pursuit. They had recovered Gerard's lower body, as well as part of his upper body. Even so, Chris stated that he intended to continue the search until he could confirm Gerard's death without any doubt. Shutra agreed, believing that it was the safest possible course of action. Chris then brought up something he had heard, mentioning that his mother had made Shutra an offer. Shutra immediately understood that he was referring to the question about becoming the Demon King. Chris admitted that while he himself was strong, he was not overwhelmingly so. At best, he placed himself around Sylvan's level. Even after nearly 10 years, he still could not close the gap with the first prince, by call. As for the second prince, who could only be described as a monster, the difference between them was so great that comparison felt meaningless. However, Chris believed that Shutra could eventually catch up to both of them, and even surpass them to become the Demon King. Shutra was completely caught off guard by that belief. Chris continued, explaining that unlike himself, Shutra had the ability to gain the support of other races. On top of that, he had the backing of the Sword Lord. If Shutra's public achievements continued to accumulate, even the Gandharvas, who were currently imprisoned, might be granted amnesty. It was at that moment that Shutra realized why he had not seen a single Gandharva until now. He could not help but wonder what they had done to warrant such imprisonment. Chris clarified that he was not asking Shutra to make a decision immediately. He only wanted him to think about it, because there was a vast difference between giving something serious consideration and not thinking about it at all. Shutra stood by the window, gazing outward as he silently contemplated the path of becoming the Demon King. Meanwhile, a carriage traveled through the night. Ludwig Moonlight, captain of the Bloodwolf squad, asked Her Majesty Elaine whether she truly believed the ninth prince had the potential to become the Demon King. Elaine replied that the Demon King never acted without purpose. There was no such thing as a meaningless action. She stated that she was certain he was not the type to intervene twice, especially during an audience ceremony, without a deeper reason. She suspected that he had seen something in the ninth prince that everyone else had overlooked. After all, they were father and son. Ludwig admitted that he still did not fully understand why the situation was considered so drastic. Elaine responded by calling him naive. She explained that to the Demon King, even if his own son were to kill him and inherit the throne, he would rejoice. To him, that would mean that a Demon King stronger than himself had been born. That was simply the kind of man he was. She acknowledged that it was a dangerous gamble, but she also admitted that a future where the ninth prince became the Demon King was the best possible outcome for them. Ludwig finally understood. In the demon world, strength ruled above all else. Everything flowed according to the will of the strongest. Elaine confessed that this truth unsettled her, and yet, at the same time, she found herself drawn to it. That night, wolf soldiers continued their search. Given Gerard's condition, he could not have gone far. One of the wolves sensed something. They found him. A voice spoke to Gerard, stating that he must have had enough time to sort out his thoughts. A shadowy figure asked whether he would accept. Gerard placed his hand against the ground. Black mist exploded outward, washing over the approaching wolf soldiers as he commanded them to dry up. In an instant, all of them were defeated. Cornered and desperate, Gerard finally agreed to accept the offer. The mysterious figure smiled, revealing sharp teeth. It declared that it was time to begin again, to reach an ending different from the one before. A few days later, Caitlin finally woke up. Because of Gerard's situation, Chris returned to the main palace. The very next day, Shutra and the others set out for the spider forest to find Amita. A man named Robin guided them along the way. Robin explained that once they reached the twin bridges ahead, they would need to dismount and continue on foot. He was a boar lycanthrope introduced by Chris before their departure. Shutra asked Robin what the spider forest was like and whether he had been there before. Robin replied that he had visited once about half a year ago, and that it had been quiet, just as expected. According to him, it was a peaceful place, so peaceful that there were no wild beasts or monsters at all. To Shutra, that sense of peace felt deeply wrong. It was the first time in a long while that he had encountered such calm. When they finally arrived at the forest, they were greeted by bones scattered everywhere. Robin asked what could have happened there. Shutra was not surprised. He already knew that this place would never be peaceful. He only wondered what kind of trouble awaited them this time. The group spread out in a clearing, all facing the same direction with their guards raised. Broken branches and scattered bones littered the ground. Greenwine sensed the presence of the forest's guardian spirit, but its power was extremely weak. Because of that, the spirits feared that the guardian spirit of the spider forest might soon disappear entirely. Shutra asked Robin whether the spider forest had a guardian spirit. Robin replied that old stories mentioned one, a legend about a gigantic spider said to dwell at the very heart of the forest. Shutra grew quiet, deep in thought. After a moment, he instructed Kit to inform the lycanthropes about what was happening. Immediately hurried off to carry out the task. At the same time, Green Wind sensed something alarming. Powerful magic at the center of the forest had been destroyed. She understood that something terrible was about to befall the forest. As night descended, they set up camp. Shutra shared what Green Wind had told him, explaining that the guardian spirit's energy was rapidly weakening. He then asked what would happen if the guardian spirit were to disappear entirely. Felicia explained that there were two ways a guardian spirit could vanish. One was if the guardian spirit itself was destroyed. The other was if the source it existed to protect disappeared. In other words, if the origin that had manifested the guardian spirit was lost, the spirit would fade as well. She added that although Green Wind appeared small, she was actually a fairly high-ranking guardian spirit. Even if her source vanished, she would weaken but likely not be destroyed outright. Most guardian spirits, however, vanished together with their source once it was destroyed. That was especially common with artificial guardian spirits found in dungeons or ruins. In simple terms, the reason the spider forest's guardian spirit had weakened was because its source had already taken damage. Felicia suddenly stopped speaking, her attention drawn upward. She pointed out that the moon's color looked strange. Before anyone could react further, Caitlin suddenly attacked. Shutra reacted instantly and restrained her, subduing her with force. He demanded to know what had possessed her. He shook her shoulders and called out insistently, forcing her to snap out of it. To everyone's shock, the other lycanthropes also began behaving strangely. This time, Carrick became their target. He panicked, shouting at them and demanding to know what was wrong. He desperately tried to make them remember who he was. Felicia released a burst of blinding light. The flash halted the lycanthrope's movements temporarily. Even she admitted that she did not understand what was happening. Daphne stepped forward and explained that it was the spirit of madness at work. She quickly cast a spell. The purple mist clinging to the lycanthropes was torn away. One by one, they collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Shutra checked on Caitlin and confirmed that she had returned to normal. Carrick demanded an explanation for what had just occurred. Daphne explained that they had driven the spirits away for the moment, but the effect would not last. They needed to locate the source as quickly as possible. Suddenly, a loud tremor shook the area. Carrick asked what that sound had been. Daphne replied that the defensive barrier had fallen. She warned that something serious was happening nearby. Green Wind added that illusion and reality were beginning to overlap. She explained that the spirit's power was so overwhelming that it was becoming impossible to distinguish what was real anymore. Shutra cursed under his breath. Without warning, monsters began pouring out of the darkness. Shutra immediately ordered everyone to prepare. For the moment, all they could do was fight. He crushed a charging bear with Fist of Explosion. Carrick and Delia pushed back the advancing monsters together. Felicia unleashed wide-area magic that struck several enemies at once. The battlefield descended into chaos. There were simply too many monsters. Shutra called out to Green Wind and ordered her to take to the air and report what she saw. She protested that her name was not GW, but still obeyed. Green Wind shot upward, her body glowing green as she leapt into the sky. At that same moment, a blue beam erupted from the ground below. The collision of energies lit up the night sky. Standing before that beam was a massive figure. Green Wind froze in midair. It looked like a giant. The ground trembled beneath them. Shutra wondered what kind of disaster this was supposed to be now. Carrick shouted that it looked like even more monsters were approaching. Then, without any warning, the monsters suddenly retreated. Everyone stared in confusion as the creatures pulled back. Relief followed shortly after, but Shutra sensed something else approaching. He demanded to know who was there. Something small struck Carrick on the head and rolled across the ground. Shutra stared at it in disbelief. It was a raccoon. The raccoon stood upright and began speaking, sounding deeply offended. It demanded to know whether Shutra could not see how incredible it was. Daphne, Shutra, and Carrick all froze, their jaws dropping at the same time. The raccoon puffed out its chest and loudly declared that his name was Amida. He proclaimed that he was the artisan who protected the last flame.
The sight of a raccoon boldly proclaiming himself as Amida surprised Shutra, and that very surprise seemed to irritate the raccoon even more. He asked sharply whether Shutra found it disturbing that he happened to be a raccoon. Shutra hurried to correct himself. After all, in Night Saga, Amida's appearance had always changed. Sometimes he appeared human, other times as an animal. The raccoon pointed at Shutra and questioned him and the others about who they were supposed to be. Shutra introduced himself, revealing his name and his title as the 9th Prince. Felicia Doomblade, the 6th Princess, also introduced herself with polite composure. Felicia stepped forward with a friendly smile and explained that they had come looking for him on the recommendation of the Sword Lord. She added in a gentle tone that they apologized for not recognizing him at first. Then she asked if he could explain what was happening. The raccoon snorted irritably and crossed his arms again, his furry cheeks flushing red. Given the situation, he said that he would explain. Amida revealed that a few months earlier he had begun staying in the center of the spider forest. He needed to gather materials to work there. Amida explained that he had planned to remain for another half-year before moving on again. That was when a group of people wrapped in dark purple energy invaded the spider forest. Shutra reacted with surprise at the mention of the energy and asked about it. Amida noticed his reaction and questioned whether he was familiar with such people. Shutra revealed that he had fought them before while protecting the guardian spirit of the angel planes. After learning that Amida was in the forest, Shutra asked whether he was also protecting the guardian spirit. Amida did not deny it. He admitted that he owed a few favors to the guardian spirit of the spider forest. Looking away, he added that the lycanthropes regularly patrolled the area. He had assumed that if he built a barrier and stayed put for the time being, they would eventually handle the problem. Greenwind stepped forward and placed a hand on Shutra's shoulder when he asked about the barrier. He said that it would be faster if his master saw it for himself. Greenwind then led Shutra above the treetops. From there, they saw the white giant striking the center of the forest. The giant's fist was charged with immense power as it smashed into the barrier created by the raccoon and shattered it. Shutra was stunned by the sight and quickly informed Amida that the barrier had been broken. The raccoon crossed his arms and stated that there was still one barrier left. The real problem, he explained, was that those who had long sought the last flame had begun to unite. He revealed that the moon turning green and the forest spirits going mad were their doing. Daphne approached Amida and asked who exactly these attackers were. The raccoon explained that they had once been guardian spirits, but now they were natural spirits driven insane. He shared his thoughts, saying that he believed they thought that if they absorbed the last flame they could return to what they once were, before they lost their origins and descended into madness. He then revealed the core of the problem: these spirits had joined forces with the men of dark energy, making them even stronger. He went on to explain that the guardian spirit of the spider forest had even used the power of the ley lines to reinforce the barrier. The result, however, was that the last flame had fused with the ley lines. Now they were trapped in a situation where escape was no longer possible. Felicia asked what would happen if the last flame were taken. Amida admitted that he did not know, since it had never happened before. He said that perhaps the world might truly end, adding that this was what the rumors claimed. The raccoon then turned to Shutra and declared that they would need to help him. Shutra was taken aback by the request. Before he could respond, someone stepped between him and the raccoon. Karak interrupted and warned the raccoon that nothing came for free. He demanded, with a sly laugh, that Amida craft a piece of equipment for each of them, adding that surely he could manage at least that much. The raccoon bristled with outrage and shouted that Karak had no idea what kind of situation they were facing. He reminded him that this was an unprecedented crisis in which the last flame could be extinguished. Karak casually cleaned his ear as if he did not wish to hear any of it, and remarked that perhaps the flame would simply fade and nothing would happen. He added that since they would be risking their lives, perhaps they should just give up instead. Fury overtook Amida. He ground his teeth, trembling with anger. In the end, he accepted the deal. He muttered that it was fine and that he had already spoken. He told them to simply follow him. Karak looked satisfied, and even Greenwind requested a piece of equipment for himself. The next day, Shutra explained the entire situation to the 3 lycanthropes in their group, who had been unconscious the whole time. Caitlin and Sierra were stunned, shaken by what they had done. As the situation spiraled after they sent Karma away, Shutra decided to send Robin back to the base as well, instructing him to inform the lycanthropes of the current crisis and request reinforcements. The rest of the group remained in the forest, gathering to form a plan. Amida opened the meeting. He explained that up to this point, the enemy's pattern could be divided into 2 main phases. In the first phase, monsters and beasts driven mad by the spirit of madness hurled themselves at the barrier. He clarified that it was exactly what it sounded like: brutal, mindless body blows meant to weaken it. He added that, due to their latent ferocity, the lycanthropes were especially vulnerable to the spirit of madness and advised them to prepare countermeasures. After hearing this, Sarah and Daphne admitted that they could already feel that influence in the air. Amida then described the second phase. He explained that once the barrier weakened, a white giant would appear and destroy it. He revealed that the giant was formed when the insane guardian spirits fused into one being. It was already powerful, but it became even worse when those men wrapped in purple death energy joined in. He stated that he would deliberately open a hole in the barrier and funnel the first wave of attackers into a single point. He stressed that they would need to strike with full force. According to him, if they could eliminate the weakened section before it fully collapsed, the white giant would be unable to destroy the barrier. He added that in the morning, when the barrier remained intact, the giant always retreated. During the day, they would restore the damaged portion and repeat the cycle. Before he could finish explaining, Caitlin suddenly pulled the raccoon Amida into her arms. She declared confidently that if they could hold out for 2 days, they would win. The raccoon found himself unable to continue speaking as Caitlin squeezed his fluffy cheeks as if he were a pet. Karak leaned toward Shutra and whispered that it did not seem like Amida was enjoying that treatment. Shutra quietly replied in a teasing tone, wondering if Amida might be weak against beautiful women. Felicia, seated close to Caitlin and Amida, asked whether he intended to win within 2 days by relying on reinforcements. Amida clarified that he viewed reinforcements more as support than as the main solution. He crossed his arms while forcing a smile, even as Caitlin continued tugging at his cheeks. He revealed that at the center of the last flame, a weapon he had crafted was charging. Once it finished charging, they would be able to use it to defeat the white giant. That night, with the moon high in the sky, the group headed toward an altar in the middle of a ravine. Karak gripped a golden axe, the weapon Amida had given him. He admitted that he was eager to test it. Daphne handed a tiara to both Sarah and Caitlin. She explained that wearing it would block the influence of the spirit of madness. The group then blocked the bridge that connected the ravine to the forest. From the trees, sinister sounds began to rise. Heavy footsteps echoed like those of a massive army. Soon a vast horde of monsters burst from the forest, charging straight toward them. Shutra shouted for everyone to take their positions, declaring that they could not allow the enemy to pass. He stepped into a battle stance and declared that they only needed to hold for 2 days for victory to be theirs. The sheer number of monsters filled the forest horizon. They surged toward the barricade on the bridge. The first to act raised a magical staff and unleashed a powerful spell. Felicia wielded the new weapon Amida had given her and called down a fierce storm of lightning upon the front lines. She halted the initial charge, though the amount of energy she expended made her sigh. In her mind echoed the raccoon blacksmith's earlier advice. He had told her that when she truly understood the power of all things, she should attempt to use the staff he lent her, and that she would then be capable of casting magic stronger than anything she could currently wield. Trusting his words, the elemental mage gripped the staff crowned with a red crystal and closed her eyes. When her incantation ended, she invoked the flames and commanded them to burn. A blazing cannon of fire erupted from her staff, tearing through even the blockade before her. The roaring inferno swallowed the monsters attempting to cross the bridge, triggering a massive explosion that vaporized them entirely. Shotra praised Felicia for her spell and rushed onto the battlefield, with Caitlin following to confront the monsters beyond those her sister had destroyed. On Shutra's fist rested the dragon gauntlet. Gathering energy into it, he charged forward and declared that from that point on, the rest was up to them. He unleashed the explosion punch, and the first monster struck was obliterated completely. At his side, Caitlin mirrored him, executing the beast god fist. Yet the area around Caitlin remained dangerous. Several giant insects swooped toward her, fangs and claws poised to kill, but she was not alone. Using the tiara Daphne had provided, Sarah activated her lycanthropic transformation. Taking on a bestial form, she tore apart the monsters that dared approach her princess. Karak also joined the fray. The orc roared fiercely and swung his axe. When he slammed it into the ground, the shockwave triggered a powerful explosion that consumed the surrounding monsters. His axe glowed with energy, and even after that devastating blow, it bore not a single scratch. Karak declared that the weapon the raccoon had lent them was no joke. The battle raged on with Shotra and the others holding the front line. During a brief retreat, Shotra turned to Daphne at his side and remarked that they were performing impressively. Amida, overhearing, recalled that the prince's name was Shutra. Watching the prince fight with worn equipment, Amida commented that the boy's gear clearly needed improvement. A measure of respect for Shutra formed in his heart. He admitted that if they survived safely, he would like to craft at least one piece of equipment for him. Together, they defeated the first wave of monsters and the battlefield grew quiet. As they pulled back, Amida warned that the white giant was about to appear. He ordered everyone to retreat inside the barrier. The barrier rose quickly, forming a dome of energy above them. At that same moment, the white giant began to rise, and the moon shifted color, turning green. A brilliant glow emerged in the forest's center. The white giant had taken shape directly before the barrier, its clear target. Seeing it in person, Shutra finally grasped just how enormous it truly was. The white giant wasted no time. It launched its first attack, driving its elbow into the barrier. Karak stared up at it and admitted that it was massive, large enough to crush anyone in a single strike. Despite the orc's fear, Amida reassured him. He insisted that the barrier would not break and that all they needed to do was wait until the giant disappeared. The white giant continued its assault, even hurling its shoulders and full weight against the barrier. Inside the dome, the group stood watching. Only Shotra sensed that something was wrong. He stated that this was different from yesterday. Felicia looked confused, prompting him to explain. He pointed out that the previous day, the white giant had not possessed that blue aura surrounding it. The blue aura gathered into the giant's palm. Then an overwhelmingly powerful strike crashed down on the barrier, making it tremble violently. Cracks spread as the barrier began to fail under the aura, infused attack. Fragments of the energy dome started to fall around Shutra's group. Amida stared at the power the giant wielded and felt shock grip him. He questioned in disbelief whether that power could possibly be death itself, as pieces of the barrier rained down around them. The protagonist quickly called upon the aid of the White Shield Suri, and ordered everyone to take cover however they could. Shotra stood at the very front of the group, which made him the white giant's immediate target. The giant's punch struck him head on. Even with the protection of the Shuri shield, he was hurled across the area, crashing into the stairs that led up to the altar. Seeing Shutra thrown so violently, Felicia and Karak shouted his name in alarm. Shutra coughed heavily, forcing himself back to his feet. As he rose, he saw the white giant gathering that same blue energy into its palm once more. Karak suddenly pointed upward, saying that there was a ship floating in the sky above the white giant. When Shutra looked up at the vessel, one person immediately came to mind. There was only one individual who sailed the skies like that. The dark elf sword that cleaved through the heavens. Felicia lifted her gaze and beamed with overwhelming joy as she recognized the figure aboard the ship. Standing with arms crossed and staring down at the giant was her brother, the fifth prince, Sylvan Doomblade. The sky pirate fixed his red eyes on the white giant and ordered his crew to advance. The massive ship surged forward through the air and slammed into the white giant's back. The giant staggered, shaken by the tremendous impact. Then, one after another, attacks rained down from the ship, beginning a fierce aerial assault. The great vessel struck again, and the white giant collapsed. Large fragments of its body began to fall. Felicia stared upward, mouth open in awe at the sheer scale of the destruction her brother had unleashed. Explosions thundered across the forest, raising a curtain of white dust over the entire area. The great ship descended and landed within the protected zone where Shotra and the others stood. As Shotra observed the fallen pieces of the white giant, something unexpected happened. The solid fragments melted into slime, then rose again, reshaping themselves into new spiritual beings. Daphne, carrying the raccoon in her arms, approached Shutra and explained that those were the guardian spirits. She clarified that they had fallen into madness and ruin, but there was no doubt about their origin. Amida congratulated everyone, saying that he believed this should have been the end. The green glow of the moon faded, and the illusion vanished. As the moon returned to normal, the spirits fully materialized, startling them all. From Daphne's arms, Amida shouted in confusion, demanding to know what those beings were and insisting that the attack should already have ended. Shotra felt the energy radiating from each of them. It was dark and purple. The aura within those spirits stunned him. They seemed even stronger now, as if they had been holding back until this very moment. The spirit standing at the front roared fiercely, preparing to attack. Felicia reacted at once, urging Daphne to take Amida to the forest temple. Shutra shouted for everyone to prepare for battle, declaring that the second round was about to begin. Felicia and Shotra charged forward, fighting the spirits alongside Karak and Caitlin. One spirit stood apart from the rest, arms crossed, watching the battle as if it were merely observing. Its presence caught both Caitlin's and Shutra's attention. Shutra warned the others to be careful, admitting that he did not know what that one was, but it seemed to be the leader. Caitlin moved as if to strike first, but Shutra stopped her. He told her that she did not need to face it alone and extended his hand toward her, inviting her to finish it together in a single attack. Caitlin smiled at his unusual boldness and teased that he had become rather gallant. She took his hand, and the two advanced side by side. Energy overflowed from them, their auras sensing as though they had entered perfect harmony. The leader of the spirits sensed the sudden shift in the battlefield's atmosphere. Shutra's and Caitlin's eyes shone with a brilliant golden light as they declared in unison that it was time to end it. They released each other's hands and struck together. Both of their punches slammed into the great spirit. Its liquid body rippled violently from the impact. They pressed their assault, refusing to give it time to recover. Other spirits, shrouded in purple energy, rushed to defend their leader. Caitlin signaled to Shotra that she would handle the leader and instructed him to attack the ones empowered by the dark aura. Shotra hesitated, asking if she could truly manage alone. But Caitlin faced the leader with confidence while Shutra followed her plan and engaged the spirit strengthened by the shadowy force. A new power surged within Shutra. After he and Caitlin had synchronized their aura, she gained access to the Divine Fist Asura as well. Caitlin's punch carried the force of a double S rank ability. She continued to pressure the spirit leader, certain she could defeat it on her own. Midway through the clash, however, The spirit dodged one of her strikes and altered its body. It stretched and coiled around Caitlyn's arm, restraining her. With its free limb, it launched a heavy counterattack that engulfed her in spiritual energy. Shutra glanced back in alarm, but one of the other spirits leapt at him, preventing him from reaching her. He summoned the Suri shield and blocked their assault. Hurling the shield outward, he shouted for them to stop clinging to him and disappear. As he cut down spirit after spirit, he suddenly advanced to level 25. Golden light descended upon him and new bonuses manifested. At level 25, Shutra unlocked secret abilities. He immediately acquired final special movement control level 1. In addition, he awakened destructive explosion for Enkidu's earthquake. Lastly, he gained absolute mastery over the white Suri shield of Ainsel. While golden radiance enveloped him and he appeared momentarily still, the surrounding spirits attacked all at once. Equipped with his gauntlet and shield, Shutra's gaze turned fierce. He declared that they were already finished. The white Shuri's ability activated, releasing a wave of green energy. Absolute dominion expanded outward, engulfing the entire area around him. Even the spirit leader battling Caitlyn was caught within it. The immense domain swallowed every spiritual being inside, and Shutra was astonished by its power. It was his first time using the ability, yet he instinctively understood it. The name itself made its nature clear. The entire battlefield had become his territory. He raised his hand, and all the energy consuming the spirits twisted into a raging hurricane. The spirit leader could not escape and was rendered helpless within the storm. Shutra extended his hand toward them and declared that they would all perish. The leader was slammed into the ground as the full force of the tornado crashed down upon it. Once he believed the leader defeated, Shutra let the attack dissipate. He fell to his knees, utterly exhausted. The aura consumption had drained him completely. When he lifted his head, he saw that the spirit leader still stood. It had reconstructed itself. The creature growled. Shutra clenched his teeth in disbelief that it had survived even that attack. The spirit's arms split into numerous sharp extensions and rained down upon him. Shutra tried to move, but his body refused to respond. A massive explosion followed, debris scattering across the treetops. The spirit leader observed the aftermath, expecting victory, but the young prince had not been eliminated. Caitlyn had taken the blow in Shutra's place and remained standing. She extended her hand toward him. Caitlyn urged him to take her hand at once, insisting that there was no time. Shutra, impressed by her fierce will to keep fighting, hesitated for a brief second before responding. Then he reached out with the hand clad in the gauntlet and grasped hers. The moment their hands met, the aura overflowing from their bodies surged upward, forming a towering pillar of energy. As he felt Caitlyn's aura intertwine with his own, Shutra realized that his depleted energy was being restored. The spirit leader, however, had no intention of letting them act freely. It lashed out with its sharpened arms. The blades crashed down where they had been standing, but Shutra and Caitlyn leaped back in unison, narrowly avoiding the strike. Shutra's eyes gleamed with renewed intensity. The aura he had gathered was now enough for him to return to the fight. The spirit lunged toward him just as he focused his power into the earthquake gauntlet. This time, Shutra was certain he would end it with a single blow. The gauntlet pulsed with a deep crimson energy. He activated the final special move. The destruction explosion collided head-on with the spirit leader, and the shockwave rippled outward across the battlefield. Where the spirit was struck, destructive power spread uncontrollably. Bolts of energy shot skyward, devouring the spirit entirely. Shutra gasped for breath after unleashing the attack, having burned through a massive amount of aura. The leader's body shattered, fragments flying upward into the air. Caitlyn rushed to Shutra's side, clearly impressed by the technique he had just executed. But as soon as she reached him, she saw his body sway. Shutra collapsed in front of her unconscious, sending a wave of alarm through the others. At that very moment, a spiritual servant slipped past Felicia and sprinted toward Shutra's fallen form. Felicia cried out for him to be careful. Before the servant could strike, a blade of light cut through it. The spirit was eliminated instantly by a sword attack launched from above. Felicia widened her eyes as she saw who had intervened. Her brother raised his sword and roared for his crew to eliminate every last one of them. The entire pirate crew leapt from the ship, charging into the remaining spirits. Much later, Shutra steered awake, drool at the corner of his mouth. He sat up in a wooden room and muttered to himself that he had fainted again. He was starting to get used to it. He quickly realized he was inside the docked ship. When he stepped out of the cabin, Caitlyn and Felicia were there waiting. They both looked worried and told him he should have rested longer, asking why he had gotten up so early. Shutra assured them he was fine and immediately asked how Caitlyn was doing after fighting beside him. She confirmed that she was unharmed. Just then, the captain of the crew approached. He announced that the 9th prince had finally awakened. Shutra looked at the pirate Felicia introduced as her twin brother and stepped forward to present himself. The white-haired pirate with a black eye patch stroked his chin and introduced himself with a confident smile. He declared that he was the prince who sailed the skies, Sylvan Doomblade, and proudly added that he was the benefactor who had saved Shutra the night before. Hearing him call himself a benefactor so boldly, Shutra expressed his gratitude but asked, somewhat confused, how he had arrived there. Felicia explained that when she passed through the lycanthrope village, she had contacted him, saying she had only intended to briefly inform him about what was happening and had not expected him to actually come. Sylvan brushed back his hair and declared that if his beloved little sister was in danger, he could not simply stand by. Setting aside his bravado, Sylvan turned to Shotra and praised him. He admitted that he had heard much about him but had never imagined he would be that capable. He stated plainly that Shotra Ignis was strong. The sudden compliment left Shutra slightly open-mouthed in surprise. Sylvan continued, telling him he should be proud, since Sylvan Doomblade himself had acknowledged him. Felicia dismissed her brother's grand declaration, pointing out that the Sword Lord had already recognized Shutra. Sylvan reacted with visible surprise at realizing he had fallen behind in that regard. To Shutra, Sylvan still felt like a stranger, yet he seemed to be a good person. Daphne approached while carrying Amita in her arms. The raccoon crossed his arms and said he was relieved that everyone was safe. He thanked them for protecting the last flame and the guardian spirit, and reminded them of his promise to craft equipment for each of them. They expressed their thanks, but Amita revealed that there was something he needed to do first. Shotra looked surprised, yet Amita refused to explain further. He simply told Shutra to follow him, stating that the last flame wished to meet the ninth prince. A powerful blue flame burned within a great pyre. When they reached the temple, Amita instructed everyone to remain focused and behave respectfully from that moment onward, explaining that the last flame was watching them. The temple housing the last flame was the same one they had defended the previous night. Inside, they found a massive tree. Beside it stood a woman dressed in white who welcomed them warmly and introduced herself as Kaprang, the guardian spirit of the spider forest. Shutra was stunned by how young she appeared. Green Wind appeared beside him in the form of a firefly and explained that the girl was not the main body but rather a terminal. Judging by her appearance, Green Wind sensed that the original spider guardian had likely been young as well. The gigantic spider from legend had met its end, and Kaprang must have succeeded it. He added that her absence from the previous night's battle was likely because she was still young and too weak to fight. Thinking of the former guardian spirit, Shotra wondered in confusion whether guardian spirits could even have children. Amita walked toward Kaprang and announced that from that point forward, only he and the ninth prince would proceed. He asked the others to wait. Shutra followed after him and called out playfully for Little Wayne to come along. Green Wind responded irritably that his name was Green Wind. Shotra wanted Green Wind to speak with the guardian spirit. A meeting between spirits was not something that happened every day. Hearing his intention, Kaprang looked at Green Wind with visible anticipation. The spirit of wind thought for a moment before agreeing. Amita, already several steps ahead, impatiently called for Shutra, who hurried after him. They walked deeper into the temple. Perched on Shotra's shoulder, the raccoon led him toward a stone door from which a mysterious light seeped through the cracks. From his shoulder, Amita warned him not to make mistakes and to move carefully. Shotra did not take the warning too seriously and simply nodded, saying that he understood. He pushed the stone door open. Inside, a blue flame danced quietly atop a great pyre. Shutra stared at it, impressed by its calm yet powerful presence. Amita instructed him to approach the flame and place his hand into it, assuring him that it was no ordinary fire and that it would not burn him. Hesitant but trusting, Shotra extended his hand. The moment he touched the flame, it reacted as though triggered. It flared wildly, expanding to fill the hall and spiraling around him in a vortex of blue light. Shotra looked around in confusion, wondering what was happening. Then the flame reshaped itself into the form of a woman. She greeted him warmly, saying she was glad they had finally met. The spirit of fire extended her hand toward him and addressed him as the Knight of Conquest. Mouth slightly open, Shotra asked if she was the last flame. The woman of fire rested her hand against her chin, studying him with interest. She observed that his eyes were full of confusion and disbelief, and asked whether he did not know what a Knight of Conquest was. Shotra admitted that he truly had no idea what she was talking about. The fire spirit smiled, even more intrigued. Small flames appeared around Shutra, making him tense. Yet those flames shifted into shapes: a crown symbolizing conquest, a sword representing war, a scythe of death, and a bowl of famine. The last flame explained that these were the Knights of the End, beings who longed for the destruction of the world and sought to bring about the end of days. Yet she said she sensed that Shotra was different, so different that she could not even understand why he had become the Knight of Conquest. She explained that the Knights of the Apocalypse were chosen because they already thirsted for ruin. It was not that they became knights and then desired destruction. They were selected precisely because that desire already existed within them. Normally, she continued, such knights were heavily influenced by the four beings who chose them. Acting in the name of their power and will, they fell under their influence and sought to bring about the end. She shrugged slightly and remarked that Conquest, in particular, did not seem to be attempting to conquer him. It was almost as if Conquest had been conquered by him instead. Shutra thought of the mysterious woman who had appeared in his dreams. The last flame asked him what he intended to do, knowing that one of the knights still pursued the end of days. She asked what he truly desired in this world. For the first time, Shotra seriously asked himself that question. He thought of his past life. Returning to his original world briefly crossed his mind, but when he imagined what he would do there, Caitlin appeared in his thoughts, asking him to stay by her side. Felicia followed, remembering how she had embraced him and wished for his safety. Karak came to mind as well, someone he had grown to respect. A clear desire formed within him. He wanted to stop the subjugation of the lycanthropes. He wanted to prevent the day of slaughter. He saw Caitlin again in his thoughts, holding his hand and leading him toward all the people who had become important to him in this world. He wanted to change the future in which all of them would be eliminated by Zephyr Ragnaros. He answered the last flame plainly. He said that he wanted to protect everyone. She appeared satisfied. She explained that a knight of conquest was one born with the destiny of a king, meant to conquer and rule over all things. Then she told him that there was a simple and perfect way to achieve his wish. She asked him one final question. Would he become the Demon King? As soon as he heard it, Shotra understood that there was only one path to truly accomplish what he wanted. He would have to change the game's ending and ascend the throne. He made his decision. He declared that he would become king. A faint smile curved the fire spirit's lips. Flames rose around him, wrapping him in their warmth. She declared that a knight of conquest who sought a life beyond the end of days was no longer merely that. He would be the king of conquest. She stepped closer, surprising him, and said she prayed that his wish would come true. As the fire enveloped him, countless abilities poured into his being: divine power, incarnation of flame, and finally, a pact was formed between him and the last flame. Shutra returned to reality. A golden glow surrounded him, announcing that he had leveled up. Still processing what had happened, he heard Amita's voice behind him, questioning what was so admirable about a guy like him. The raccoon ordered him to follow. The last flame had instructed Amita to deck him out in a full set of equipment. Deep within the spider forest, in a hidden orchard of secret fruits, the raccoon sat on a wooden table eating an apple and complaining about their lack of materials. A map lay spread out before him. He pointed north and explained that if Shutra traveled in that direction, he would find a place called Sun Lake. Creatures with metal bodies lived there, and he was to gather materials from them. Confused, Shotra asked whether the black dragon's hide and bones were not enough. Annoyed, Amita nearly struck him with a stick and snapped that those were only ingredients. Crafting proper equipment required a wide variety of materials. If he was to replace all of Shutra's gear, he would need plenty. He ordered Shutra to bring back everything he could find. Shotra found it strange that the greatest blacksmith in the world lacked materials. Seeing the doubt in his eyes, Amita asked sharply whether he even wanted the equipment. When Shutra apologized, the raccoon barked at him to stop wasting time and go collect the items immediately. By late afternoon, Sylvan's ship rose into the sky once more. Karak stood beside the captain and curiously asked about the monsters of Sun Lake. Sylvan crossed his arms and explained that the most famous creature there was Kodos, a being weak to divine power. It was entirely made of metal, and that metal was a rare natural waterproofing agent. Karak expressed his admiration for Sylvan's knowledge, which the pirate accepted with great satisfaction. Laughing, he reminded them that he was the prince who sailed the skies. Felicia joined Caitlin and mentioned that this worked out perfectly, as she needed to visit Sun Lake anyway. When Caitlin asked why, Felicia revealed that the ruined survey map she had delivered to the Demon King's castle was of Sun Lake. She had intended to go sooner or later, so this saved her time. Caitlin grew excited at the thought of going along. Meanwhile, Shutra stood with Green Wind, examining the region's minimap provided by the system. He had many stat points to allocate but chose to balance his attributes and save the rest for later. He remembered that upon reaching level 25 the King's Knight's ability had evolved. Checking the details, he saw that he could now accept 3 knights, and the summoning performance had improved. He could summon 1 knight every 3 days. He was pleased by the possibility of adding another member. Ideally, he wanted to choose Caitlin or Felicia, though he knew it might not be easy. Suddenly, Green Wind drifted closer and sniffed him. She said there was a different scent coming from him. Confused, Shotra asked what she meant. The smell, she explained, was not like Kaprang's. Crossing her arms, she irritably asked whether it was the scent of the last flame. Shutra shivered at how accurately she had guessed. Green Wind declared that a master who smelled like another spirit was disgusting. She gathered a huge breath of air and blew it directly at his face like a gale, stripping away any lingering scent. His hair flew wildly in the wind. Karak asked what had just happened, and Shotra awkwardly brushed it off while fixing his hair. At that moment, Sylvan announced that they were almost there. Ahead, under the light of the setting sun, a vast lake surrounded by mountains came into view. Sylvan studied the surface of the water and sensed something was wrong. Suddenly, a massive lake monster attacked the ship despite it flying dozens of meters above the water. A sea serpent roared furiously after failing to reach them. Sylvan stared at the creature in shock, questioning why something usually found in the ocean was here. He quickly warned the crew that they could not remain in place and needed to move at once. But someone stopped him. When Sylvan turned around, he saw Shotra fastening a spiral spear over his arm. With steady confidence, Shotra declared that there was no need to flee and that he would handle the serpent himself. Caitlin felt a surge of worry as she watched him step forward, but when he placed his hand on her shoulder and activated the aura they shared, she felt the connection stabilize her. Shutra climbed onto the ship's hull and assured them that he would return in an instant. Caitlin tried to stop him from taking such a reckless risk, yet he had already leapt toward the lake before she could act. As he dove through the air, the sea serpent opened its jaws wide, waiting to swallow him whole. Just meters away from the creature, Shotra activated his dragon blood. Ancient golden inscriptions appeared along the entire length of the spiral spear. For Shotra, this was the perfect moment to test his newfound strength. He needed a worthy target. His body aligned with the spear, and he activated Ascalon's final movement technique. He shot forward, piercing straight through the sea serpent's massive body. With the Dragon of Ruin's skill, he tore it apart completely. Sometime later, Sylvan's ship docked along the shores of Sun Lake. Caitlin jumped down immediately and scolded Shotra, saying that she was not his personal aura battery. Shotra tried to apologize. In the end, she admitted she understood why he had done it, given the situation, but she firmly asked that he warn her in advance next time he intended to draw on her aura. Shotra gave an awkward smile and agreed. Felicia stepped in and told them both to quiet down. Ahead, she had spotted a group of cultist monsters. Sylvan was the first to reach for his sword, declaring that it was time for some fun. Shotra quickly stopped him and explained that although cultists appeared to be entirely made of metal, only their surface was metallic. Their interiors were not. He advised concentrating attacks around their mouths. He added that they were weak to ice, so freezing magic would be effective. Sylvan nodded but said he had a more efficient method. When he drew his sword, it was wrapped in intense dark aura. He proudly explained that it was sword aura, which he would use to cut through anything. No matter how hard their shells were, he insisted, they were nothing to him. Caitlin looked impressed. Felicia, however, gritted her teeth for a moment before suddenly smiling sweetly. She praised her brother, saying he was so cool and suggesting they leave the cultist hunt entirely to him because she wanted to see how skilled he truly was. Sylvan fell for it instantly. He declared that they should leave it to Big Brother and leaped toward the cultists, shouting that he would defeat them all alone. Watching him charge off by himself, Shutra quietly asked Felicia whether it was truly fine to let Sylvan handle everything. She crossed her arms and reassured him that her brother could manage. She already intended to return to the ship for dinner and rest. The following day would be busy. Karak almost felt sorry for Sylvan as he watched him fight alone, but Sylvan appeared to be enjoying himself immensely. His laughter echoed well into the night. When the sun rose high again, Sylvan laughed once more. All around him lay piles of defeated cultists. Felicia and the others began collecting the iron fragments from their bodies. Dark circles were visible beneath Sylvan's eyes, but he forced himself to remain standing, declaring that no matter how many hordes came, they were no match for the Prince of the Skies. He instructed everyone to gather the fallen materials. Felicia confirmed that they had collected everything Amida had requested. Now they could proceed to the next stage. She raised her hand and cast a spell, forming a bubble of air around each of their heads. Caitlin asked what it was. As Felicia stepped into the water, she explained that it was a breathing spell that would allow them to explore underwater. She tied her hair into a ponytail and smiled, inviting them to follow. She asked if everyone was ready. It was time for underwater exploration. They all dove into the lake and swam toward a deep trench that led to an even lower area. Shutra opened his minimap and guided their path. They eventually reached a cavern zone. Shutra signaled the group and led the way. Soon they found the final cave. Passing through it, they entered an air pocket where they could breathe normally. Karak looked around in amazement at the hidden space inside the lake. Felicia dispelled the breathing spell and asked Shutra how he had found the entrance so precisely. He offered a simple excuse, saying he had just felt it was the right direction. Sylvan eagerly tried to take the lead, asking Felicia for the coordinates. But since Shotra had proven reliable at navigating, she insisted he remain at the front and told Sylvan to guard the rear. Sylvan could not believe his sister was ordering him to stay behind. Felicia laughed and flattered him, saying that since he was the strongest, he had to protect them from the rear. Sylvan naively accepted the praise and immediately retreated to the back, proudly declaring he would take full responsibility for their safety. Felicia ignored him and joined Shutra at the front. The cave stretched on for a long distance. As they walked, Shutra noticed scattered swords and skeletons along the ground. He remarked that the place seemed even older and more abandoned than Thunderdome Fortress, which had been deserted for centuries. Felicia agreed, estimating that the lair had likely been inactive for at least 1,000 years. Green wind fluttered above them. Upon spotting something unusual, she called for her master's attention. She pointed to a wall covered in carved inscriptions. Shotra stepped closer and asked what the writing was. Even Felicia, the archaeologist, had never seen those characters before. As Shutra stared at the unknown script, golden light suddenly enveloped him. He had learned Ruined Precursor Script Level 1. Murmuring as he read, he deciphered fragments of meaning ruins, nights, 10,000 years, end of days, 6 pillars collapsed, we failed to protect them. He admitted that the words felt overwhelmingly negative, though he could not fully grasp the context. Felicia was stunned that he could read what even she could not. At that very moment, something else happened. The earthquake gauntlet glowed with intense golden light. Simultaneously, a path deeper within the cave illuminated like a beacon at the end of a tunnel. Shotra silently turned toward the glow and began walking. Felicia hurried after him, trying to stop him from rushing into danger. But Shotra moved as if entranced, unaware of her concern. When he reached the source of the light, he stepped into a vast chamber. On an altar before him rested a cape radiating